The first item on the agenda, as always, is the very worshipful Reverend David Brimley to say prayers.
Thank you, Lord David. Am I on? I'm on. That's better. I don't get the new technology yet, but I will. Good afternoon, and it's good to see so many of you at the annual Seafarers service on Sunday. Tomorrow is St. Luke's Day. Luke is the patron saint of healers and doctors and nurses. So I'm particularly going to focus our prayers today on those who work in the health service and all places of healing in the city. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, give skill to all who minister healing and reconciliation. Give comfort to all who cry out in any form of distress. We pray for people known to us who are sick, for all places of healing in this city, for our hospitals and health centres, for the Rowans Hospice, for people who minister healing in the community, and for the charities and associations which bring help. We pray for all who nurture children, all who care for the aged, that all people in this city may be given dignity and equality and live in peace. Amen.
Thank you, Dean. As always, you're welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. But if you have more pressing things to do, I'm sure we'll all understand. And looking at the length of the agenda, I'll no doubt wish I'd joined you in departing early.
Possibly.
Well, thank you very much. Please be seated, members. I'd like to say a few things about filming council proceedings in the new system. You'll be aware we have a new system in place today, so please bear with me. Sitting up here, I've got something that resembles the deck of the Starship Enterprise in front of me, so we'll see how we get on with it during the meeting. First of all, I'd like to thank Peter Smith-Parkin for his role in making sure it's all up and running, and if anything goes wrong during the day, it's his fault. As you're aware, the Council Chamber has undergone a refurbishment and upgrade to improve its capability and address the previous system's increasing microphone unreliability. These improvements include the provision of energy-efficient LED lighting and the installation of a new audio-visual system. We now have 3 automatic tracking cameras enhancing our webcasting of these meetings. The microphones are now fixed and hardwired, preventing interference we previously had with the old wireless system, and being hardwired will not run out of battery. You will also note that power has been provided to all the benches, both a standard UK 3-pin socket and a USB charging point for each seat in the chamber, allowing you to maintain use of your devices throughout our long meetings and hopefully eventually to go to a paperless system. An important change for members speaking, all the microphones are controlled by me. Members wishing to speak may simply press the talk button on the unit in front of them, which will show up on my screen. I will then activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone. The cameras for the webcast will go to the speaker of the microphone that is active. So as soon as I push the button, you will be on camera being web streamed. I have a display next to me on a small screen here to allow me to see throughout the meeting where the cameras are pointing. With regard to members of the public attending to address the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear their words. Whilst that is going on, the camera will either be on me, unfortunately for the members of the public, or it will show a picture of the Spinnaker Tower. Finally, please note the microphones will clearly pick up your words, with the ideal distance from the microphone being about 8 inches. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only then if they do not actively object. Filming from gallery to gallery is also prohibited. I'd like now to move to agenda item 1, declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Got to work out what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't know if I need to declare this or not, but item 11 relating to Hampshire Fire and Rescue, the City Solicitor is nodding that I don't, so I won't declare that.
Thank you. Any others? No?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did have a conversation with the City Solicitor in respect of motion D, living wage. My wife works for a school that is under local authority control, and having taken advice from the City Solicitor, I will be removing myself from the chamber as that's a disclosable pecuniary interest.
Thank you very much. Leader, did you wish to say something? No? Okay. Right, we'll move on then to the minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson that the minutes of the extraordinary and ordinary council meetings held on the 11th of July 2017 and the extraordinary meeting held on the 2nd of August, all previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as correct records. Are the minutes agreed? Communications. I have apologies from Councillors Harris and Purvis, and I understand that Councillor Jonas and Councillor Hastings cannot stay for the whole of the meeting. Is anybody else who has an issue? No? Okay, thank you. Evacuation procedures. Just to remind you all that evacuation assembly point is in Guildhall Square in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria statue. There are building evacuation signs displayed both inside the public galleries and in the chamber itself. I now have the opportunity to introduce the Council's recently appointed Director of Regeneration, Tristan Samuels. Welcome to the meeting, Tristan, who sat at the back over there. And finally, I'd also like to welcome in the gallery the Year 2 student from Portsmouth University who are studying public policy and are here to observe the proceedings. I hope you find our meetings very informative. I said hope.
Lord Mayor, there are 6 oral deputations received by the deadline, 1 in respect of item 8, 2 in respect of 12B, 2 in respect of item 2C and 1 in respect of item 12D. The details, members, have been circulated in the chamber.
Just one moment. Sorry, you wanted, understood. I'm getting mixed messages here. You do wish to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under item 3, but not under item 2, just to say I hope that you would join with me, Lord Mayor, in congratulating Councillor Gemma New on the birth of her new baby daughter just 7 weeks ago. And 6 weeks ago, sorry, passing her life away already. I think Gemma is only the second councillor in a decade to have a baby whilst being a well, actually, Councillor Stephen Wiley didn't give birth, but he was the parent of whilst being a serving councillor, having a baby born to them. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Gemma. Sorry, Mr. Lawler, would you like to carry on?
Lord Mayor, there is also a written deputation attached to the green sheet from Ms Simmons in respect of item 12B. Lord Mayor, can I begin by asking Mr Simon Docker to speak on agenda item 8? Mr Docker, you will have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Cool. Thank you. I thought it important to take the opportunity whilst councillors are looking at general budgets today to highlight an issue seriously affecting the local business community. I'm the owner of House Belsham Bar, which has been hit 5 times with break-ins this year. That's 5 out of 153 break-ins to businesses in central Southsea. This has caused us and many businesses to reconsider their operations in the area and in some cases completely close. In our case, we had to lose 3 full-time members of staff and reduce our trading temporarily to subsidise the £10,000 loss we made through these attacks. Following cross-party action involving Stephen Morgan MP, former MP Flick Drummond and Steve Pitt, we've initiated local business owners to run reporting WhatsApp groups and have received increased cooperation from the local police. A recent achievement has been the Council's installation of CCTV on one half of Elm Grove, albeit this is a temporary camera. However, break-ins to businesses and general antisocial behaviour continues. The average amount of businesses in Southsea broken into over 16 months is 10 per month, reaching a high of 20 in March. In the main, these are not big corporations. These are small local businesses which are the bedrock of Southsea's economy and identity, plus in many cases charity shops. Whilst I welcome the increased interest and support of the police service, we are constantly being told by other victims and the police themselves about the limits of their resources. In many cases, forensics or even the police are unable to attend many of the break-ins. I would urge the Council to avail extra funding for CCTV in commercial districts of Southsea and lobby the Police and Crime Commissioner for additional support for our local police to assist them in improving the clear-up rate. Under the current leadership, I see Portsmouth as being open for business, attracting much new investment. However, if businesses are forced out due to crime and have to operate in ghetto sheltered conditions with shutters, etc., the area will no longer be attractive for small new small business investment. An increase in protective facilities wouldn't just protect businesses, but the many which are the victim of crime, where assaults, including knife crime and theft, continue to be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Docker. Can I now ask Ms Udy to speak on agenda item 12B? You will have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go and then again at the end of your time.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and members of the Council. I've come to speak today in favour of motion 12B, something of which the Labour Group also fully support. The Portsmouth Labour Party have recently put together a plan for affordable housing. In this report, we have pushed for greater powers to prevent property developers from circumventing local planning policies which require affordable housing to be provided on their sites. Between 2011-12 and 2015-16, there were 31 planning applications approved for market developments, resulting in a net increase of at least 8 dwellings. This does not include nursing homes and student accommodation, which are currently exempt from the affordable housing obligations. On 31 planning applications, the developer was successful in reducing the level of affordable housing required on their sites on 12 occasions. During this period, 196 affordable homes were lost because of this financial viability assessments. Developers have been able to circumvent their obligation to provide affordable housing for longer than necessary. For instance, in one such way, on the ongoing prison development, the developer, City and Country, submitted a planning application to construct 230 flats on the site, but have claimed due to the cost of preserving the heritage buildings, it would not be financially viable for them to provide the 30% affordable housing required by local planning policy. They propose to include no affordable housing either on or off-site, nor to make a financial contribution towards council housing elsewhere. This was supported by an independent viability assessment in the form of the well-known estate agent Savills. This document was withheld from public access on the grounds of commercial sensitivity. Even the councillors on the planning committee were only permitted to see the figures shortly before being asked to vote their application through, which they duly did. Several months later, local campaigners had acquired the copy of the viability assessment for a Freedom of Information request. That document revealed that the developer was estimated to make at least £10 million profit on the site, but was still able to plead poverty when it came to affordable housing provision. Portsmouth is suffering with record numbers of homeless residents, some on the streets, some in temporary accommodation waiting for their chance to get a home. Developers who are only keen on maximising profits do not care about the housing provision of the most vulnerable in this city. I've been in Charles Dickens' ward talking to residents about their concerns, and a lot are coming back to me stating that they despise students. This is not because of their occasional noise or their cars taking up car parking spaces. It's because they look in the skies and they see Catherine House and Greetham Street. They are asking why there aren't any homes for their children who now have children of their own. They also wonder why there are veterans on the streets. They are bought into the lie that people just come from overseas and turn up and are given a house by some sort of rite of passage. We in this chamber know that this isn't true, and with a little education, I and many others have been informing them of the truth and explaining about the developer's role in the lack of affording housing provision in Portsmouth. I ask to the members of this chamber who may very well be against this motion, why? Next year looks to be a crucial election year, and you could spin this one into your hands. Support the motion, encourage developers to build their fair share of affordable housing, and we can work on a level playing field in this city who want to exercise their right to affordable housing. I'm aware of the social house provision that is being built right now in Somerstown, and it is a great step forward. I just think we need to keep the momentum going so everyone has a roof over their heads, and not just the privileged few who are lucky enough to own their own house. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Udy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Udy. Can I now ask Ms Barrett to speak on agenda item 12B? You will have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
This country is facing a housing crisis. Rising rents, homelessness, benefit cuts, house prices soaring and wages are not increasing are all a contributing factor resulting in the need for more affordable homes. Portsmouth is no exception to this, and there is a profound need for affordable housing in the city. In 2016 on TV, the leader of the council stated there was around a 7-year waiting list for council homes, which shows there is a demand. I've come here to support this motion. It is something that myself and others have been fighting for years. I run the Keep Milton Green Group and am part of the Milton Forum and Milton Neighbourhood Planning team. Between us, we are doing our utmost to create and protect a sustainable area whilst facing large-scale development. To combat this and protect our beautiful ward, we are creating the city's first neighbourhood plan, something that we are incredibly proud of. Over the years, I've made deputations at Planning Committee regarding developments in and around my area. Each time I've argued about the viability assessment and affordable housing numbers, and to my frustration, it feels like myself and others have been widely ignored. Developers have frequently managed to get out of providing the required percentage of affordable homes, and each case have tended to use a viability assessment to do that. This seems to have set a disappointing precedent which developers are jumping on at every opportunity. Affordable homes can be socially rented homes such as council homes or shared ownership such as part rent part buy homes, so therefore it is no surprise that these homes are a real bane to developers. Viability assessments are used to state that they pay too much for land and that these homes will eat into their profits. Therefore, they cannot provide affordable housing on-site, off-site, or perhaps even a financial contribution. This is so wrong as it deprives residents of the city of much-needed homes. Furthermore, the council and residents are then left to foot the bill, paying out more housing benefit and for hotels for emergency situations, something that this council can ill afford with recent and future cuts across the board. It is the city as a whole that suffers because of the greed of some of these developers. The New Forest is a shining example of a council who took the bull by the horns and implemented changes in regards to addressing their affordable housing needs. Occupation of the homes is restricted to local people who must live, work or have strong connections to the area, and 50% of the units on these sites are meant to be affordable homes. They also require that viability assessments are published and that the district valuer provides an independent assessment of viability at the developer's own expense. At planning, a viability assessment is often deemed commercially sensitive and therefore the general public cannot view it. To add further insult to injury, these viability assessments are often not provided to councillors until the day of the meeting itself. This makes it incredibly difficult to take in such huge amounts of information and make an informed decision. There are some examples here as to the amount of affordable homes that the city has lost out on in the last few years. Milton, 8 affordable homes, viability assessment used, now only 3. Southampton Road, 9 affordable homes, viability used, now only 3. McCarthy and Stone, 31 affordable homes, viability used, 0 homes. London Road, 12 affordable homes, viability assessment used, now nothing. Compass House, 3 affordable homes, viability used, and nothing. Perhaps the worst one so far is Kingston Prison. 81 affordable homes potentially, a viability assessment used, and guess what? Nothing was provided. This developer, like many others, pleaded poverty. They apparently paid too much for the land and the costs of doing the development were too high to provide much needed affordable housing. When OFRI was put in, we found that this developer was estimating a profit of at least £10 million. This is an experienced developer who specialises in converting buildings such as prisons on a daily basis and knew what they were getting into. A developer in my own ward did the same. They pleaded poverty using the same excuses and therefore could not provide the full amount of affordable homes. The committee managed to get 3 affordable homes out of them. Not ideal, but better than nothing. Afterwards, we found that they had made an agreement with the previous landowner in that they did not have to pay for the land until planning permission was granted. So why plead poverty when in fact they paid nothing at the time? Surely it was their duty to go back to the landowner and renegotiate, but they didn't. They got what they wanted and we lost out as a city again. There are also companies out there who provide viability assessments for developers as a get-out-of-it clause for the housing or even a financial contribution, and they openly boast about it. One company states this on their website. The client submitted a planning application to develop 38 units in Portsmouth. Planning was granted by the authority, however 12 affordable housing units were requested. In order to challenge the level of affordable housing, we were appointed to produce a viability assessment. Our findings concluded that the requested units were not financially viable for the client. We managed to save our client £462,674. In Milton again, an application has been submitted to build 9 units, with just 1 being affordable. The developer has already said they cannot provide that, yet they are so confident that they are going to get these plans approved, even though a date is yet to be set for it to go to planning. They are already advertising the flats for sale on a property website, stating that they are already under construction and that their show home will be ready next March. Developers have a legal requirement to provide social housing, and a lot of us are saddened that the city is losing out. We need viability assessments to be made public, we need an independent to see these assessments, and furthermore, we need to push harder to make these developers provide these homes. This motion provides an opportunity to make a difference across the city, but will also make a difference in my own ward. We cannot change the past, those mistakes have already been made, but we can change the future together. To finish and to put into context, of the developments I previously mentioned, 479 homes were built, 144 of those homes should have been affordable. In the end, only 6 of those were affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Barrett. Can I now ask Mr Burns to speak on agenda item 12C? Mr Burns, you will have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
My Lord Mayor, we're doing some work for the Portsmouth and South East Hands Partnership and its foundation charity in the next door office. I've seen the work in the council chamber progress during the summer, and so thank you for the opportunity to test the new high-tech stuff. Seriously, having mentioned the partnership, then I must make it quite clear that this is a personal deputation and not linked with any of the organisations that I have dealings with around the city. Lord Mayor, you and some of your councillor colleagues heard the Dean of Portsmouth speak about the power of nature, and particularly the sea, in his address at the Sunday Seafarers service, when he rightly mentioned the importance of the South Sea defences, which was timely in the light of Councillor Stubbs and Mason's flooding motion 12C on the agenda for today's meeting. Lord Mayor, when I was employed as a civil servant, I spent some years working for the Property Services Agency, sometimes remembered as the Ministry of Works, which was then responsible for funding and maintaining the majority of the government's civil and military estate. With experience ranging funding programmes and contracting for building and civil engineering projects, many far more complex than the South Sea defences, I commend the progress made by the City Council in the East Solent Coastal Partnership in obtaining £5.9 million to develop a design to defend Southsea from the sea, and move towards drawing down something approaching 100 million to defend the line by replacing the existing sea wall. I have had a couple of letters in the news aiming to encourage interested residents to understand that we need to accept where we are at rather than challenge the principles, because we are just too far down the commissioning process to do that now. But we should grab the opportunity to engage in the consultation for the appearance of something that will hopefully protect Southsea residents and property from sea flooding. Mindful the outcome is to provide sea defences and shape Southsea shoreline, I applaud the spirit of Councillor Stubbs and Mason's motion 12C, but suggest a penultimate paragraph mentioning the pyramids, war memorial and underground parking is inappropriate, because what is done will affect the seafront beyond the lives of most of us in this chamber. The maintenance problem plagued pyramids is 30 years old next year, and therefore a long way through normal design life, so surely only a matter of time when decisions will have to be made about the commercial future of the building and or its site, and maybe useful ideas will come out of the forthcoming consultation. I'm not sure about the reference to the war memorial, because the city's war memorial is next to this building, and perhaps some councillors might consider bringing forward a future motion to open up the public view of the Portsmouth War Memorial by the long-discussed demolition of the City Drift Bar building. Back to the seafront. I believe that Councillors Stubbs and Mason probably meant to refer to the Portsmouth Naval Memorial on the Southsea Common. But like the pyramids, this will require maintenance and perhaps some for reordering during the lifetime of the proposed sea defences. So let's see what comes out of the consultation. I'm surprised by the reference to underground parking, which is something I recall Councillor Steve Weems has suggested over the years for the seafront and elsewhere in the city. I suggest that motion 12C would serve better purpose if it advanced the need for the programme for the East Solent Coastal Partnership Southsea Coastal Defence consultation to be aligned with the consultation that Portsmouth planners are to undertake for the city plan review for at least those parts of Southsea where the plans overlap, and mention the need to explore ways to lever in additional funding, such as through the LEP, lottery and commercial partners, to regenerate Southsea to provide safe homes and viable businesses into the future.
Thank you, Mr Burns. Can I now ask Ms Smythe to speak on agenda item 12C? As before, you will have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you for allowing me to build on the observations of Mr Burns, with which I agree. My deputation follows on nicely from that. I don't wish to object to motion 12C itself. Rather, I am taking this action because the motion is untimely and unhelpful. It's symptomatic of a failure of collective council leadership, which, if it continues, will result in a poor solution for our much-loved seafront and enormous damage to the City Council itself. I'm a lifelong member of the Labour Party, but over the last 20 years I've been in paid employment that's not allowed party political activity. Freed from that constraint, I've been able to participate in local politics again and have been listening to an increasing clamour of voices concerned about the future of our beloved seafront and beaches. Building sea defences for southern Portsmouth is a huge project. I'm told it's the biggest project in Europe. In frequent face-to-face and online conversations with friends and neighbours, I find considerable anxiety and confusion, which has not been helped by half-baked consultations initiated by political parties or by this Resolution 12C. People are frustrated with the lack of City Council, the whole City Council leadership. They're dismayed that political games are being played with such an important matter. For example, I've observed at consultation events that many people have yet to be persuaded that sea levels might rise and what impact that could have. You still have work to do to come to an agreement with the public that although none of us like change, it has to happen. Most people can't properly read the engineering drawings on display and therefore can't understand that as sea levels rise, so it's intended to raise the level of the beach. Most people have been comparing the engineering drawings with the Waltham-on-Teeth plans, failing to see that they were very different things and could even, at least in part, be combined. You've let people believe there are two competing options and take sides, rather than developing success criteria and encouraging the public to put forward other ideas at this stage. If this goes on, it'll make it very difficult for you to exercise proper corporate leadership as a full council. I think the way you're going on is potentially disastrous. I know that some good technical officer-led work is going on and that there have been opportunities for public engagement, but the activities of some politicians is confusing and undermines local government itself. And motion 12C is particularly infuriating, which is why I'm here. It gives the impression that the important technical work going on in the background is unimportant. It comes out of the blue, out of step with the published process, as far as I can see anyway. And by picking out the pyramids and war memorial, it raises fears about the final options and gives the impression of secret deals being done. I'm therefore joining others, including some in this council chamber, to plead for much more and much better public engagement. Please. Specifically, I think you need to design a proper public engagement process through conversation with stakeholders and local people. This conversation cannot be led by political parties at this stage. It must be led by the council. Nor can it begin with premature considerations of specifics such as keep the war memorial, or the height of the wall, or the extent of soft or hard landscaping. Rather, it must begin with building understanding of the problem and support for inevitable change. Sea levels are rising, there'll be change to our beloved seafront and common. You should then ask residents to identify the outcomes they want through effective engagement activities, online at meetings and with council leaflets. This will help you, the council, to develop and publish agreed success criteria for the whole project, which you can then apply on behalf of the public when assessing the options that emerge from your professional advisors. Let me give you an example of what I mean by that. For me, and these are what if I was filling in a questionnaire for you that you send out, this is what I would say. I want to be able to walk, cycle, take my wheelchair, wheel my grandchildren's pushchairs to the beach and by the sea and enjoy the views. I want to feel safe, comfortable and happy on a green, clean and tidy seafront and common. I want to be able to use a large beach for swimming, boating, fishing and picnics. I want to participate to big events on the common. Once you've got us all as citizens to agree those kind of points, you will then have a clear mandate to lead the rest of the process. Please get a grip. You are elected to lead the City Council, not to play political games. You need to dispel confusion and despair and build confidence through a step-by-step, clear, open process led by the full Council. Until more is known from your professional advisors and you're engaging the public more effectively, you can't usefully discuss specifics such as those identified in the item 12C. Whilst it's probably uncontentious, it's a distraction. Set it aside quietly and consider this deputation instead. You know as well as I do that the future of Southsea and therefore the future of Portsmouth as a tourist destination, a much-loved, successful seaside city, is at stake. Lead this project well, I'm sure you can, and you can also rebuild the reputation of local government and the respect due to what should and could be a great city council.
Thank you, Ms Smythe. Can I now ask Mr Tier of Unison to speak on item 12D? Mr Tier, you will have 6 minutes. It will be 1 minute. The bell will ring when there's 1 minute to go and then again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Tier. I'm a Unison steward and I'm here on behalf of Unison and our members to speak in support of motion 12D in regard to the living wage and public sector pay cap. Public sector employees are your employees and your voters. They are your teaching assistants, they are your community wardens, your cleaners and your care assistants, and they have suffered 8 long years of wage freezes and caps on their pay. Many of these people, who are members of our community and provide dedicated services to that community, are paid less than the real living wage of £8.45 an hour. Whilst public sector pay rose by 4.4% between 2010 and 2016, the cost of living rose by 22% during the same period. Your employees are now being paid on average £2,500 less per year in real terms than in 2010. Only today, inflation figures have been released confirming a rise to 3%, the highest level since April 2012, and they are predicted to remain at or above 3% for the next 5 years. And this will mean the cost of living for our members rising by nearly 18% by 2021. And so the lowest paid in the organisation will be left not just feeling the effect now, but having to face up to the very real potential of future pension poverty. In that context, a 1% pay offer for the sector would be unacceptable. A UK-wide survey conducted by Unison of more than 6,500 public sector employees has showed that nearly a quarter did not know how they would pay for an unexpected expense, such as a boiler breaking, with many forced to turn to payday loans. 77% responded that they have had to cut back on food shopping in the last year in order to make their wages stretch further, with 110 of those surveyed admitting they were so desperate that they've had to turn to food banks for help. Pay in local government and schools is one of the lowest in the public sector, and more than 3/4 of the National Joint Council workforce are women. Whilst the gender pay gap has narrowed in the wider community, wider economy, it has widened in the public sector since the pay cap was introduced. Endemic low pay is a gender issue and represents the undervaluing of women's skills, knowledge and experience in schools and council services. The City Council has a responsibility to deliver effective public services to the people of Portsmouth, but pay is now often so low that recruitment and retention issues are harming our services. The public at large realise and value the differences made in their communities and in their lives by what has been a shrinking public sector workforce. Those left behind face the pressure and stress of ever-increasing workloads as cuts continue, on top of shrinking pay packets, whilst local services and those reliant upon them suffer. If the morale of the remaining workforce is to be protected from further erosion, a clear sign of their value needs to be sent from those with the power to do so. This administration has a clear but short window of opportunity, not to shrug their shoulders and say pay settlements are dependent on central government funding, and not to wait and allow and follow as other areas of the public sector wake up to the realisation that the cap is unsustainable, but to lead the way and be a positive example to others. Unison members want to know what representations this council are making to the LGA and to government ministers who are, after all, members of the same political party, to provide funding to implement the real living wage of £8.45 an hour and a 5% pay rise for all City Council employees. Thank you for listening and considering this urgent matter.
Thank you, Mr. Tier. Members, that brings us to the end of deputations for today's meeting. May I ask those who have made deputations, if you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, would you please retire to the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 6, appointments. I've not been notified of any appointments that need to be made at this meeting. And urgent business. I've not received notice of any urgent business for today's meeting. So we'll move on to agenda items 8 and 9, recommendations from the Cabinet held on the 28th of September. Members, the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 28th of September have previously been circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 43, the Treasury Management Outturn Report 2016-17. Okay, that's deemed to be approved. I call minute 44, the Treasury Management Mid-Year Review 2017-18. Are there any objections to minute 44? That's agreed then. Wasn't expecting that. I'm going to shuffle through the papers a bit quicker. Item 10 then. Recommendations from the Resources Portfolio meeting held on the 12th of October. Members, the recommendation of the Resources Portfolio which met on the 12th of October have been previously circulated and are attached to the green sheet for ease of reference. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 14. Broadcasting of council meetings. Agreed, thank you. Looks like the bets for time of finish might be changing. Right, item 11, recommendation from the Scrutiny Management Panel held on the 26th of July. Members, the recommendation of the Scrutiny Management Panel of the 26th of July have previously been circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. And I also remind everyone again that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call the minute. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, proposed, Lord Mayor. Do you want me to speak now on the matter? Or I speak now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm quite surprised this one's been opposed, actually, because it's been around the houses a little bit. As you will recall, Lord Mayor, this came to Chamber in March, and the notice of motion came to Chamber, and we decided to move it to scrutiny management, quite rightly in my opinion, because at that meeting, at the last full council, we had no representation at all from the Fire Brigade Union, the Fire Service, or our own housing. So we couldn't really debate and decide what to do with it at the last full council. So having gone to scrutiny management, we did have those representations. We had a good discussion, lots of questions and answers, and it was transpired actually that I think one of the biggest issues was the aerial ladder platform, and it was actually stated that this was an error in the notice of motion and that there always was aerial ladder platform available to the city. So I'm not quite sure what the opposing is at this stage, because as far as I'm concerned, it's been well thrashed out, and the agreement has now happened between the Fire Brigade Union and the Fire Service, and we've had all the information that we needed, and as far as I'm concerned, there's a good relationship between all parties. So that's all I wish to say right now. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, I would be very pleased to second this motion. I was at that same scrutiny management meeting, deputising for one of my colleagues. I'd endorse everything that Councillor Hastings said. We had a very full and frank discussion with the representatives of the Fire Brigade Union. We were all able to input whatever we wanted to, and we were all completely, everybody in the room was quite satisfied with the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I remind members, details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before commencement of the debate. Are there any amendments to be proposed, seconded and circulated? If yes, please put them in now.
Yep, it's Chris's button.
We'll get used to it, Lord Mayor. I believe there is an amendment in my name.
Yes, I have that. Has everyone got a copy? Yes. No, can you circulate that in, please? He talks to his amendment first, yeah?
Yes, just get Councillor Wood to second it.
Yeah.
Councillor Pitt to his amendment. And then the debate will go across.
Yeah. While that's going around, I understand Councillor Tom Wood, you're seconding that?
Second, reserving my right to speak.
Right, Councillor Pitt, you wish to speak to your...
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, the reason I objected to the minute today was that although much was clarified at that meeting, I did feel that it was appropriate that we actually amended we corrected the error that was in that original motion, which I fully accept, and scrutiny management did bring that out, which was useful. But this, at the time when we wanted to debate this in full council, there were some other issues associated with it that have been going on both in the press and widely reported also on local social media. I just wanted the opportunity to clear those up today. So, situation at Southsea Fire Station did occur because that station was forced to accept the largest single cut to any station in Hampshire, over £500,000, which followed the Hampshire Risk Review, which we're all very well acquainted with now. Having studied in detail the issue regarding the deployment of the aerial ladder platform, or ALP, it was very clear to me that at that time there was a problem. Under the previous crewing regime, and this is where there's a sudden understanding about the crew changes that didn't necessarily permeate through to everyone's consciousness, is that the minimum number of firefighters actually on duty was 14. That was the number actually available to crew the appliances after holiday illness, etc. came into effect. Each appliance was crewed by 4 firefighters and 2 were permanently assigned to the ALP. Therefore, 14 was sufficient to deploy all 3 appliances plus the ALP should they be needed. Under the new regime, the minimum level is now 11. It doesn't take a genius to work out that 11 is not sufficient to enable the ALP to be deployed unless changes to established crewing practices were made. Although only occasionally, there were times when the ALP was called for and could not be deployed, meaning that we had to wait for Southampton to send theirs to support Southsea, the only other one in the county being based in Basingstoke. Fortunately, given the serious events in London earlier this year, this did not occur when we had a high-rise fire. If it had, the delay could, in theory, have resulted in lives being put at risk. The Lib Dem group met with the FBU in January to make sure that we understood the issues involved, and Councillor Vernon Jackson wrote to Fire Service Management about the issue. At the same time, the FBU had been negotiating with management to try to get their so-called triple jumping or split crew proposal adopted. Fortunately, common sense prevailed and both sides reached an agreement. The ALP at Southsea is now able to be deployed in all but very rare circumstances, i.e. it might be broken down, but other than that, it will be deployed. The Scrutiny Management Panel clarified the fact that although in theory the predetermined attendance, or PDA, for high-rise fires remained unchanged, at 5 appliances plus the ALP for a high-rise fire, the point of failure I have described was real, and there had been an example of Portsmouth waiting for Southampton to support with their ALP. I was happy that, therefore, that we would put forward this amendment to clarify that part of the original motion. I realise that for some, theory remains just that. If it hadn't happened, why worry? Well, again, events in London have highlighted exactly why examining the potential for problems is crucially important. It is a fact that London Fire Brigade has increased the number of crews it sends to high-rise blazes in light of the Grenfell Tower tragedy. Fires at tower blocks will now see an aerial appliance automatically dispatched, the brigade said, following reports that a high ladder did not arrive at Grenfell until half an hour after the crews were first sent. This change in London now matches the high-rise PDA in Portsmouth, and the crewing change that has been adopted by the FBU and management enables the ALP to be sent immediately. Given the subsequent discovery of cladding here in the city, which failed testing, the situation could have been unthinkable. I'm sure we now all realise just how important this change was. I know that some thought that my party's constant criticism of the cuts to Southsea Fire Station were just about politics. I know because the Council's own rep on the Fire Authority simply refused to accept that this issue existed. Indeed, at the Fire Authority's decision meeting on the cuts, he stated, "You can always put someone else on the watch, someone else who is available on the aerial ladder platform, and when you have a piece of equipment that is deployed just over once per month, it seems disproportionate to crew just for that function." Unfortunately, that failed to understand that cuts would mean that in some circumstances that someone else or someone else who is available might not actually exist,
And that was the reason that we continued to pursue this, and no other. We were accused of scaremongering when all we asked for was the council to fight for a better deal for our residents, something other areas did, and they were successful in achieving mitigation for their stations. This was never a party political issue for me. This was about campaigning for the right thing for our community and supporting a clearly sensible plan being put forward by the FBU following the cuts, which did nothing to benefit them at all, but everything to help make sure we had the best possible protection for our residents. I was delighted to see an agreement reached and a potential problem overcome. I therefore recommend the outcome of the Scrutiny Management Panel in light of our amendment to full council today. And can I ask that in future, any issue which affects the safety of residents in our city includes a full cross-party discussion and a united approach, regardless of who is in the administration. I think we've all learnt that fire safety is not something that should demand anything less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. The matter is now open before members for debate. Can I remind members, because you're still obviously used to waving your hands, if you push your button, it lights up on my screen. I know you wish to speak.
I've lit you up for the first time in my life.
All right. Well, as you were waving your hand, Councillor Hunt, I'll let you go next.
Lord Mayor, of course, we've got to welcome any sort of scrutiny. We've got to welcome any sort of scrutiny that the City Council does. But I've been on the council now sort of nearly 18 years, so my history with this particular issue goes back quite a while now. And what I remember about it is this, is that not so long ago, the station at Copner was closed by the then, and still is, Hampshire-run Fire Authority. I happened to be there, and I voted against its closure. But one of the reasons the Labour representative at that time also voted for the closure of Copner Fire Station, when he told the council that he wasn't going to, was he was assured that the engine from Copner will be transferred along with, I think if my recollection is right, 6 fire officers down to Southsea. And indeed that did happen, of course, and we all know that. But what's wrong about it is he got fooled. He got fooled by the Tories. And you should never be taken in by a Tory, quite frankly, because they don't tell the truth most of the time. Later on they changed their mind, and it's completely true. Because what they did, well, of course, I was glad to get out. I came to my senses. I came to my senses.
Members, can we stick to the debate, please? Thank you.
They don't like it up, Lord Mayor. They really don't. And they don't like the truth. The point is, that fire vehicle was transferred to Copner on the promise, on the pledge of Hampshire Conservatives and the City Council's Conservatives, that it would remain there. And so we see about 9 years, 9 years down the line, they've axed it, along with 6 fire photo posts. That doesn't make any sense, does it, members? With 18,000 more homes being built here. And we hear the Conservatives constantly bleating, but it'll be all right. It'll be all right because there's new technology, there's smaller fire vehicles. Smaller fire vehicles, how does that help deal with issues like Grenfell? It doesn't. But thankfully, at least something is being done about those very difficult matters at the moment, even though it looks like the council tax is going to have to rise to pay for it. The truth is, Lord Mayor, we were fooled. Don't let the Tories fool you. They didn't want to debate this in the council last time, but let them be aware that every time they try and pull these administrative tricks to try and boot these things into the long grass, at least as a group, this Liberal Democrat group, will continue to fight to bring these things back into the open here in the council chamber and to talk about these things. So it was just a matter of semantics, quite frankly, the reason that it got booted to scrutiny last time. But indeed, Councillor Hastings has done a good job. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm glad that Steve Pitt, Councillor Pitt, has brought this amendment. It's the right thing to do. But I would say to members, you can't keep on reducing the amount of money that goes into the 3 or 4 very important public services: the police, the fire, the ambulances, and indeed social services. Now, really, we shouldn't be playing politics with those things. So it was wrong, I think, for my party to get involved in the reduction of police numbers from 3,000 to about 2,000 in Hampshire. I regret that very much indeed. And myself and my other half, Richard Adair, will be standing in St Jude Ward next year, Miss Smythe, along with yourself. We have been campaigning to bring back police tasking community groups, something about which we will talk about a little bit later on. But to lose so many police officers, to keep losing fire officers, these are the frontline services. When all else goes wrong in our lives and we need help, the people of last resort are the police, they are the fire officers, and they are the ambulance officers. Those are the people we should really be wanting to keep employed, not getting rid of posts, not getting rid of 1,000 police officers, not getting rid of 6 firefighters from Southsea, and certainly not making it harder for them to crew the aerial ladder platform. I was horrified when the Conservatives here in the Council agreed to go along with the Conservatives in Hampshire, when they agreed that we should delete those 6 posts and they could be covered. I don't think they are. I think it's a bad move to have done, and I hope very much that in due course people will look at those 99 services and begin to value them for every penny that they are worth. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. People in the public galleries may have seen some toing and froing over the last few minutes, and I've had a chance to confer with Councillor Steve Hastings as the proposer of the response to the fire motion, and also to speak to the Leader of the Opposition and Councillor Pitt as the original proposer of the amendment to the response from the Governance Audit and Standard Committee. In the view of everyone's sanity, I think we may have found a way forward. And that is that, broadly, I agree with what is here in the amendment to the response from the Governance Audit and Standard Committee. There's one bit which scrutiny management, there's one part which does cause me some concern, and that is the bit about the Council ignoring the FBU's concerns. So, with agreement, on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that starts at the time of the risk review, this Council was warned that such an issue would arise, but decided to ignore the FBU's concerns. Councillor Pitt has agreed that if we delete but decided to ignore the FBU's concerns, and we put a full stop after that such an issue would arise, to end the sentence there, then I'm minded to support the addition of his response to the Scrutiny Management Panel. That would require us to suspend standing orders, because you can't make an amendment to an amendment within standing orders. So, therefore, I would like to propose Standing Order 45A, which is the amendment of a response, and that we would then have to suspend standing orders to take out that line. On to the substantive issue. Yes, it's absolutely right and proper that we should not play politics with this. We've learned from tragedies in June this year, national tragedy at Grenfell Towers, of what can go wrong. However, we are served by the very excellent Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service here in Portsmouth. We had a very, very basic, simple kitchen fire in a flat in Sarah Robinson House in Portsea last week, and we had 8 fire engines that turned up for 1 kitchen fire. That is also reminiscent of simple kitchen fires that have happened in blocks of flats over the last 8 weeks, where we had 6 fire engines that turned up for 1. So we are very, very lucky that Portsmouth is being served well when there is an emergency. I think the technologies that have been happening with the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service over the last few years, in particular the presentations that we've had from Neil Odin and the Chief Fire Officers at Hampshire Fire and Rescue, with the technology that's being brought in from Scandinavia, where they'll be sucking oxygen out of buildings, where there are large-scale fires, I think will help not only to keep members of the public safe in a time of emergency, but also those very brave firefighters that have to walk into burning buildings to rescue other people and to put fires out. I'd like to place my thanks to the original proposers, to the Scrutiny Management Committee, to Hampshire Fire and Rescue to the FBU. This has been an issue that has had more attention in the last 2 years, I think, than any other motion. There has been an awful lot of consideration given, quite rightly. That's not a criticism. I support that. And I'm glad that we've been able to work cross-party with the professional services, the fire chiefs at Hampshire Fire and Rescue and the FBU to get to the position that we're now in. And I think that, as quite rightly has been noted in the amendment from Councillor Pitt and Councillor Tom Wood, that has meant that there have been some tweaks to the process which have ultimately improved the service for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Pitt, are you happy to confirm that?
I am, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I still have Councillor Vernon Jackson, who has indicated you speak. You still wish to? Yeah, but yes, we've got to vote on suspending standing orders first. Members, all those in favour of suspending standing orders? Thank you. Any against? That is carried. Councillor Hastings, are you happy to subsume that amendment within your... Yes. Sorry.
Lord Mayor, yes, I am happy with that, and I agree fully with what we discussed with the leader. That sentence, I don't think it was necessary. The rest of it is absolutely right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. I was originally going to stand to speak to support the idea of suspending standing orders. I'm really pleased that we seem to have found a way of coming to an agreement between ourselves on how this is. But I think there are some things that are important for the record here. In the proposals that came forward from Hampshire Fire and Rescue, Southsea Fire Station was targeted for the largest cut of any fire station anywhere in Hampshire. And that was following on from the closure of the Cotner Fire Station and the move of the engine from Cotner down to Southsea. Now, I have regretted, and I know we have all regretted on our side, that the City Council here in Portsmouth made an active decision not to lobby to stop those cuts. That was a very different decision than some other councils made. Gosport Council and Southampton Council made decisions to lobby on behalf of their residents, and because they did that, when the fire service, the fire authority, came to look at those proposals, the cuts that were proposed in Gosport and proposed in Southampton were less than the original proposals. Those councils had spoken up effectively for the residents who lived in their areas. And the contrast with this council is complete. In this council, the administration chose not to speak up for the people of Portsmouth, chose not to speak up for protecting people against fire, and chose not to speak up to try to reduce the cuts at Southsea Fire Station. And what was the effect? That the largest cut to any fire station in Hampshire, to the one in Southsea, went through. It wasn't reduced at all. And while the councils in Gosport and Southampton successfully lobbied on behalf of their residents and reduced the cuts, our council didn't. And we got the largest cut of any fire service anywhere, any fire station anywhere in Hampshire. Now, I think that is a thing of great regret. And I am, though, pleased that the position that we were in, which was that the ALP, the area ladder platform, the one with the large ladder on the top to go to fires in high-rises, was stuck in Southsea, but with no crew to use it. So if there was a fire that needed that, then the similar platform had to come from Southampton. Now, I'm extremely pleased, and that's why I wrote to the fire service, that the FBU came up with a very sensible solution. They came up with a solution to say, look, we've got 2 fire engines here, we've only got crew for one of them. When we have to take the ALP out, we'll move crew from one fire engine and crew it with that. Initially, they faced opposition from the management, but I'm pleased that pressure from us and from the FBU has meant that now the management has taken on that idea, and that means even though there's one less fire engine available to fight fires in Portsmouth, that we now do have the ability to have the area ladder platform going up to fight fires with its large ladder or platform up to, I think, the 13th floor. So I'm really pleased that that happened. I'm really disappointed that as a council we played no part in making that happen, and we abrogated our responsibility, and I think that's very sad for the people of this city.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's good that we've come to, let's say, a consensus on this, or hopefully we will come to a consensus when we vote on this, because we all have the benefit of hindsight, clearly, in respect of the Grenfell tragedy. I chair the Governance Audit Standards Committee, and we had to consider the issue of fire risk assessments, which appeared as though they hadn't been done. There was more of an issue of record keeping than actually not carrying out the assessments before Grenfell. Clearly that would have been a concern, but not the heightened concern that we had for that issue after that appalling tragedy. So we can all be very wise after that event. And having said that, it's good that we've come to a consensus and hopefully we're not politicising this issue. Clearly there have been a couple of contributions which have sought to politicise this issue and to talk about what happened at Grenfell and how that was in some way related or can be related to the decisions here. But I would caution anyone, and maybe I'm in a position now where I can issue this caution, caution anyone from one of the political parties to try and make political capital out of that appalling tragedy. We could go back to when cladding was put on tower blocks within this city, and that took place under a Liberal Democrat administration. We don't know about the, because we await for the review into Grenfell, about the causes of that fire, although we suspect that may have been related to the cladding of the building. We could go back to the last Labour government and talk about the formation of the building regulations and the fire regulations and the failure to retrofit sprinklers. And we could talk about the enormous cuts that we've had to go through over the past 6 or 7 years under first the Coalition administration and then under the Conservatives. And some of us were consistent in this chamber and outside this chamber in saying that those cuts were going too far and too fast. But indeed, I don't remember Liberal Democrat members in this chamber at the time contradicting what was being done by their MPs in Parliament. So I would caution people against politicising this particular issue, but obviously I welcome the fact that we look like we have a consensus on this particular issue.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. Councillor Hastings, do you wish to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I will. I'm pleased to hear that some of the comments that we've had around the chamber from Councillor Pitt. I think those are good words.
Sorry, can you hold on a second? We've still got gremlins. I don't know you wish to speak unless you push the button. Well, it's only just come up on my light after I asked him to speak. So, can you desist for a second and let Councillor Stubbs have a say? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to say very much, and perhaps it wasn't worth the interruption. But I do have to say a few points, given some of the things which have been said. I mean, it's in its usual way, isn't it? It's we shouldn't politicise this, but by the way, it's all the Tories' fault. And you know that is. Yeah, there you go. That's so you said. So are you admitting then you are politicising it? So you're not politicising it.
Councillor Hunt, please.
Well,
let's have a bit of order.
I think that makes it sort of.
Councillor Stubbs, please carry on.
I mean, this does illustrate something, doesn't it? And look, I mean, we've got a motion later on where we're talking about the committee system, and I think, one of the things that's flawed in the committee system is it encourages Punch and Judy politics. And if you want to see Punch and Judy politics, you've come to the right place, because this chamber, I'm afraid, is full of it. So we've heard, from Councillor Hunt, from others, that all cuts are wrong. What's your plan for paying for things, then? because budgets are reduced, you know, and you cannot carry on employing the same number of people and doing the same things with less money. Now, if you were honest, you would say, I want a council tax referendum. Why don't you say that? But you never say that. All you say is we should carry on spending at the same level as before, and somehow it should all be free. But it isn't. Now, you know, back on the Fire Authority last year, or year before maybe, when we were debating the risk review, the Liberal Democrat member for this city was former councillor Phil Smith. And he said, in respect of the first response vehicle, he said, and I haven't got the exact words written down because I wasn't expecting this item to come up, but he said at the time that the nimbler vehicles will save lives. That's what he said, and he was right, and I fully agree with that and endorse his conclusions. I'm not sure that the other members in the chamber and his former party colleagues agree with him. So, you know, I think that the risk, and the risk review, you know, the risk review is, as I said, you know, letters from councillors doesn't equal money. And frankly, the risk review was driven by the advice and the sort of mixture of crewing and so on was driven by senior professional fire officers. They're the ones who looked into this. They're the ones who are able to say whether something is safe or something is not, based upon professional judgment, not based upon who can get someone to sign a petition. And their judgment was that the risk review was the right thing to do, that it would provide an at least equal, if not improved, service. And, you know, new technology, you can't just ignore these things. I'm well aware that the public aren't aware of the new technology, the so-called SAVE process, where you spray high-pressure water into a fire. But it is a real thing, and these things, it's not a gimmick, it's been used in Sweden for quite a number of years, and it works, and it changes things. And technology moves on. The number of fires is down by 50% in 10 years. You know, and we need to be mindful of this, and I think that it's the wrong thing to be continuously playing politics over.
Okay.
It's a point of explanation. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a point of explanation. Councillor Stubbs said that I never said how the money should be raised. Well, if you went onto Portsmouth Politics' Facebook page yesterday, you'd see I was explaining how if you raise corporation tax and you tax the super rich, you can afford to fund the public services better, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just something that's come out of what Councillor Stubbs has said. I think as former Councillor Phil Smith isn't here to explain himself and indeed say what he said, of course, Councillor Stubbs neglected to say that, of course, former Councillor Phil Smith voted against the risk review and for the amendment, the Liberal Democrat amendment in there, which is far more of an explanation as about how he was standing up for this city, which unfortunately, in that particular meeting, Councillor Stubbs did not. The other thing to say is, of course, and as Councillor Stubbs has trying to extol the virtue of himself and his party, is that he actually completely poo-pooed the FBU's suggestion. He effectively made out it wasn't even worth listening to. It should be discarded out of hand. Imagine his surprise then, whereby the management of the fire service took a very different view, considered it for what it was, and adopted the FBU's suggestions. Rank and file members and management working together in a fabulous way and a constructive way, which unfortunately, if they listened to the one of the members of the fire authority from this city at the time, that would not have happened. I was very proud to be a member of the Fire Authority last year. I have a great respect for the work of the FBU, for rank and file members, but also for the management. They do a very difficult job in very difficult circumstances, and they make the most of what they've got. But we should always, as a council, be feeding back to them for everyone's benefit if we have an opinion about something. And Councillor Stubbs says words don't matter, they don't create money. Well, I'm afraid, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said, if you give an opinion, if you give considered opinions why these things should take place, then you can get change. Gosport got it, Southampton got it, a few other places got it, and we wouldn't have had the situation where we had the largest cut of any station in the entire county. Not because it was the biggest, there are bigger stations or similar sized stations to Southsea, but because our council said nothing, which is something we should hang our head in shame about, because it should be any consultation like that, no matter what it's about, even if you say we agree with this, or we have some reservations, or we don't really like it, but we can't see any alternative. You should be giving a response. You should be actually standing up for your local residents. And of course, you have to talk to your local residents to actually know what they think and what they want. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Bearing in mind, of course, that I have a new system up here, and I have to watch for lights. This is a slight educational exercise, I guess. If you push your button, I get a green light up here that tells me who wants to speak. If you push it again, it goes off, and I know you've changed your mind. So in the last exchange we've had, and considering we'd come to a consensus on where we were going, we obviously ended up with some extra speakers. I had a couple there that actually appeared after I asked Councillor Hastings to speak. So, in future, I will be strict. If your light comes on after I've asked the proposer to sum up, I will rule you out. So, unless there's anybody else who wishes to speak, I'll ask Councillor Hastings to finish his... Yes, Councillor Fleming.
Who was quite unfashionably late, so I do apologise.
Do you have any declarations of interest?
And I have no declarations.
Thank you very much. Right, in that case, Councillor Hastings.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It could be a long day. As I've started to say a short while ago, what Councillor Pitt has said and done, and with Councillor Wood as well, with this amendment, clearly that's coming from the heart and really trying to get to grips with the fire service and our relationship, etc. And I also was on the Fire Authority the year before last, and I have a lot of respect for the fire service and the authority and the representation of this city and other cities and all the councillors that go to those meetings, and I think we do have quite a lot of representation. So for Councillor Vernon Jackson to say we took no part, I don't think we can say that, because we always take part and we're always there, and we do respect the Fire Brigade Union, the service and the management, etc. So, but I think enough has been said now, and I think where we've got to with the solutions that have come out and the position we're in now, and as the leader said, 8 appliances turning up on one site and 6 on another, I think they're getting their situation working very well for us. So I'm happy to accept the amendment with the paragraph out, as stated, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hastings. We'll now go to the vote, including... Okay. Go on.
Point of order 39B. I'm sorry if I caused offence to Councillor Hastings. Would it be better to describe the position of him and Councillor Stubbs as deeply supine in relation to defending the city against cuts?
I don't think that's a relevant point of order, Councillor Vernon Jackson. We'll now go to the vote, including the amendment as proposed and agreed by the Chamber, with the 2 lines removed in the 1, 2, 3, yeah, in that 5th paragraph. Those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Right, we'll now move on to notices of motion. Item 12. We have 5 notices of motion before us today, and understanding Order 32D, which must be formally moved and seconded. The first one, A, is the committee system motion proposed by Councillor Galloway and seconded by Councillor Potter. Yeah? Members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on a question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Galloway.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor, it's not really much to say for the way of introduction. The details on the notice of motion on the agenda explains everything, why this has even come to the Chamber today. You know, until the Blair government had actually abolished committees, committees have been the backbone of local government since the Victorian times. Committees and subcommittees deliberated on council policy, which could be debated by other councillors in full meetings. However, since the year 2000, all but the smallest councils have had to adopt a cabinet or a directly elected mayor to make decisions. This removed most councillors from direct involvement in decision-making, except for voting on the annual budget, of course. This democratic deficit has been a key reason why councils have returned to committees, and it's obviously our hope that we do the same thing. I don't suspect that we should be having a debate today on this, because it's got to go obviously to Governance, Audit and Standards Committee to discuss this. But certainly when it comes back, it needs a more lively debate. My Lord Mayor, I've researched this method of governance, and there's a lot of copious material on this data. But I'm of the Frank Jonas School of Public Speaking. Keep it factual, keep it short, and keep them awake. I would propose that we discuss this and debate this, my Lord Mayor, once it comes back from Governance, Audit and Standards Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. The Council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. Those in favour of debating it now? A surprise? It's a majority, yes. Okay, that's a majority. We will go to the debate. May I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before the debate begins. Are there any? No. In that case, I now call on the proposer, Councillor Galloway, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I honestly did not expect this to go to debate, because I think we're way ahead of ourselves here. Governance, Audit and Standards Committee may very well come back and do the dishonourable thing and say it's not a good idea. We personally think it is, for the very reason that we've heard this phrase bandied about in this chamber quite often, to have an open and transparent decision-making. Well, this, I think, is really the embodiment of that policy, to bring that into our council and into every individual portfolio holder. Once before, we tried to introduce this system, and it came back that it was very expensive. I honestly believe if the committee brings back the same argument, that is when we can discuss it, because that's when it can be tweaked. We don't have to have so many portfolio holders. We can amalgamate them, and we can have, well, what you've seen today, I'd love to play poker with Councillor Stubbs, because he's given away his hand. He obviously does not feel that the committee system is going to work. This, in actual fact, is the very system that it will work. Now, what you're almost saying to us, Councillor Stubbs, is we don't want you to discuss it. We're going to make the decision for you. You're not old enough or wise enough to make that decision for you. An open committee will be able to do that. We should all have the democratic right to say our piece. So, my Lord Mayor, without more further ado, I see no reason why we shouldn't go ahead with this. And I'm sure our committee will come back with the honourable decision that this is a positive thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Councillor Potter, are you seconding that?
I'm seconding it, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
In first day again, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, most grateful to Councillor Galloway, and he and I have talked about this. As I mentioned earlier on, I've been around for 18 years. And it's been great fun. I hope it will continue to be great fun. But I also came to the council when the committee system was in play, as it were. But I can assure Councillor Stubbs it was not Punch and Judy politics. you've always had kind of Punch of Judy stuff in this council chamber. It is inevitable. It is a political forum, whether some of us here like pretend it isn't, but it is. It is a political forum, but we do, by and large, get on with things, and scrutiny does a reasonable job, but it doesn't actually scrutinise the council at all. You know, it's up to the administration on the whole, the management panel, to decide what matters are discussed, and so they give us these sort of benign issues around a whole lot of stuff, you know, and there's no scrutiny. I can assure everybody there's no real scrutiny of what the council does. It's not doing what it was intended to do. And so, Lord Mayor, it wasn't, you know, some people had a go at me and some of the Lib Dems for not changing it when we were running the council. But the fact is, and I'm sorry for anybody who's Labour again, I'm not having a go at Labour today particularly, but it was the Labour government that brought in this change from, yes it was the Labour government that brought in this change from the old-style committee system to the cabinet system. And it didn't change until November 2011, when Liberal Democrat ministers pressured the then minister in charge of local government and said, you know, we really ought to be thinking about, and the LGA had a lot to do with this too, to bring back the committee system. So that was in November 2011, and I know that Si Bunting, who's probably watching this, is listening, because I've been promising to explain it to him. And then people say, well, why didn't you change it back then? Well, the thing is, it didn't start getting talked about much, and we did ask when we were in Cabinet. About the changes, and officer reports didn't start coming forward till about spring that year, probably this summer. And then we started talking about this other big change in local government, which was elected Lord Mayors, and that kind of overtook the whole Cabinet thing. And the Council had no time to do it particularly. I hugely welcome the return to the committee style of local government. It does cross-pollinate. It gets councillors together on committees in proportion. It gives people from... You go to scrutiny nowadays, unless you actually send for people, they don't come. But when you go to the planning committee and other cross-party committees, people come and talk to you. You get new ideas. Councillors talk to each other. It really does work. The committee system is a much better form of local government than the cabinet style of local government. It is much better. It's much more open. There's better discussion. People feel they've had people get a say, quite frankly. You know, the amount of people that come to us in the planning committee and say, well, I didn't really know I could have an effect. And they go away really, really pleased. And I know the Tories don't want to change it. They laugh and scoff at everything that people say, particularly when you're right. So when they're laughing and they're under pressure, you know they're actually saying the right things. So I hope today we will give the Conservative administration a big defeat. I hope that Labour join with us and join with UKIP, and I hope that all the members in my group, agree with Councillor Galloway and Councillor Potter. I'm really pleased. It was UKIP. I'm going to give credit where it was due. It was the UKIP representatives that started this ball rolling in this council chamber at the very least. So, Councillor Galloway, you may not be winning next time around, but you can leave this council chamber knowing that you've done at least something good. So thank you very much for the push today. Thank you indeed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gollier.
Not even a second there, was there? This one's going to be a little bit hard for me because I voted for it previously. I campaigned on it with these guys. I totally agree at first. A committee system is something we need. If we really want the people to be represented properly by our elected members, then the committee system is the way forward. However, what has changed my mind? And now my mind has changed. It's simple. I've got leaders in here who want to work with you, but then they will run off to the press, steal your work. That's not working with you, that's working against you. I have leaders in here, other leaders in here, who want to work with you, but when you have confidential leaders meetings with these leaders and then they get up out of the meeting, run outside and tell everybody what you were talking about without actually talking about the issues that need raising, that's not working together, that's working against me. That's 2 leaders out of the 5 in this room I can't work with, I can't trust, and I don't want to even think about trusting because they chose to take that. They are elected members, they're not self-important members. So if you want to work, then this is what I would put forward. The city needs to watch this chamber because we do, and I'm sorry for those who go against it, and I'm sorry for those for it, but we do need a committee system in here. We must have the people represented fully. But whilst there is these silly little games for political parties over people, we're never going to make a decision. And if we'd had a committee for the last 4 years, I'd hate to say it, we probably wouldn't have achieved anything, because it is a pantomime in here on most times. Convince me, because right now I'm really on the fence for where I'm voting. But at the moment, with all of these games, my group's better than your group, and I'm not working with you, and by the way, here's another crunch. Consultations. If you really care for the people, you tell the people to do the consultations that the council run to help them. You don't run another consultation to confuse the people and then use that against the people. That's not working for a system. That's working against the system. You want a committee? Work for the people. You want to be self-important? Carry on with the rubbish you're doing now. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Madden.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Could I just say to Councillor Goodyear that I trust everybody. I trust everybody in this council chamber, and I trust everybody who's been elected to do the best they can on behalf of the people of Portsmouth. This is a side issue in a way. It's how we deal with business and not how, and perhaps how we're perceived. I was amazed that Councillor Hunt could ball down, if you like, for mentioning it was a Labour government who introduced the current system or introduced options to the current system, because in fact it was the 2000 Local Government Act, which amongst other things, of course, introduced a choice. Well, we had a choice of three things: an elected mayor, and of course we all ran away from that at the time. But we actually came down with a leader in cabinet. And that was the system that I had to say I had difficulty as leader at the time, as it was being introduced, actually persuading other groups in this city council chamber to get involved in, because a lot of people went into denial because they were used to a system, clearly the committee structure system, and they didn't want to change things. I did ask, when I was at an LGA conference in those days in the late 90s, I did ask some leading members of the Labour Party why they were changing the system. And I got a couple of good reasons, I believe. Steve Bassam, now Lord Bassam, have you heard of him? Good. Oh, you have, good. I thought it was, I dropped that name in. I'm not normally one into dropping names. But he was a leader of Brighton at the time. And he pointed out to me, and I had to say, I did laugh into my drink, that one person, a woman, had sat on a committee for 25 years, I don't know this is Brighton necessarily, and never said a thing. I thought, of course, truth. That's a good reason, isn't it, for changing the system? But the other important part, perhaps, which we've forgotten, is to stop us navel-gazing, if you like, setting up what was seen as a cabinet system or reflecting a cabinet system in London, and us spending more time with our residents. So that was also part of the thinking behind it. But what we actually ended up with, and although I've seen both systems, I have to say that I feel like I read about these Lib Dems, you know, and I feel like an old-fashioned Lib Dem, because on this one I am sitting on the fence. Because I don't know what the best system is. I know what the best system possibly is for us, but it's not necessarily these two systems. But what we've ended up anyway is a hybrid, haven't we? Because we have the cabinet structure, but we had to keep the regulatory committees, so we still, which allegedly, Lord Mayor, and back to Councillor Goddard's points, which allegedly are totally non-party political. I wish that were the case, but it's not the case, and we all know that. And I think councillors actually, maybe they probably don't understand this, should live in the real world, because you do get elected on a particular platform and under a particular colour, and you are pursuing whatever you believe to be your party or your group's aims in consultation with other people. The committee structure, as was replaced, was not a bad structure. It certainly, and I agree with terms in the notice of motion, things that happened there were much more transparent. You also had better representations on committee, depending on the size of the committee, but you had better representation on the committee, and therefore different people rather than just a spokesperson, although there was an opposition spokesperson, but never just a spokesperson reflecting on what the business of that committee was doing. A lot more items went to committee in those days. I see very little, and I'm not blaming this administration, I see very little actually going to Cabinet and Cabinet members' meetings, because everything can be done in the background. That's not to say that prior to the 2008 things couldn't be done in the background, but the administrations of those days decided to put what they could in the public domain. And we lived, when I was leader of the council, we lived with all sorts of stuff being leaked to the press, particularly over the development of the Millennium Development and over Titner. A lot of stuff will find their way into the press coming from those so-called orange papers. So on that system, I'm not too sure what the best system would be, but certainly I did find that the committee structure was much more transparent and involved many more members in the process. And I think members have got to understand that. Because, and I actually have got to agree with Councillor Hunt, the scrutiny system doesn't work. You know, you've got the administration, and I think all the ministers who've done it, have the chair of the scrutiny panel, and therefore decide what issues are going forward. What I saw, and I was excited about scrutiny when it came up, I thought that scrutiny panels, by themselves, would pick issues and run with them, and particularly issues that were live. What we're looking at are things that have happened, and historically looking back and to see how we could possibly, or possibly not, do some things better. There was some antipathy towards the structure being set up. As I said, when I was at the LGA conference speaking to people, where you had authorities with massive overall control or for political persuasion, it didn't matter, they thought it was a good thing. They were only carrying on what they were doing in the first place anyway, which was had a big group, because at the end of the day, and again a bit of realism, it's numbers that matter. Because you're pursuing, and we'll see it today when we vote. We'll see how the numbers go, right? And we'll see that groups within themselves will vote one way, because they'll have discussed the matter. But that's the reality of the situation. And if people out there actually think that somehow or other, on every issue, we're sitting here making up our own minds, it's totally untrue. But it would be much more transparent at committee meetings than it certainly would be at Cabinet members' meetings. Now, we have, as the mover said, had at least one report to GANS on reconstituting committee structure in its totality. And the only reason has been money, i.e. it's going to cost. But I did say, I've said at meetings, I don't recall actually massive savings from moving from the cabinet structure, from the committee structure to the cabinet structure, Lord Mayor. So I think it's worthwhile sending, excuse me, sending this back to GANS.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Your time is up. Councillor Bird.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Galloway. I find it slightly bizarre that we're debating something when the actual notice of motion is to send it to gas in the first place. But here we are, we're debating it, and it is actually something that I agree with. So I'm sorry, Leo. Groups don't necessarily always agree, because Paul and I are in disagreement about this one. I am for the committee system. I am well aware of the differences between the cabinet system and the committee system. I am aware that it will probably cost the council more to go to a committee system. But the costs are outweighed by what Lee has actually said, is that people have more of a right to speak. They feel they have a right to say what they can under a committee system. And that is actually a big benefit to us. For people to feel engaged with the process that we are engaged with day in, day out. We're not just their representatives. They are our employers. They tell us what they think, and we have to listen to them. And I think under a committee system, we are more obliged to do that. The cabinet system works very, very well when you have a system of government that has a strong lead. At the moment, we have a Conservative-led administration. They have the numbers. It is a numbers game. Under a committee system where there's no overall control, which I think we're going to see a period of in the next few years in Portsmouth, where we have no overall control happening year in, year out, a committee system, I think, will actually be the best way forward for all of our local parties. We will be forced to cooperate with each other, and that means we'll be forced to do what is right. We're forced into a consensus for the people of this city, not what is right for our parties. I'm an independent, I can say that. I don't have to worry. I know that others in this chamber will not be able to say that and will not be able to voice it. So we will be relying on costs to actually sway people with their arguments. I think committee is the way forward. Yes, I know it will cost. Yes, I know that at the end of the day what will probably happen is we will have a group of people who are the committee chairs, who will meet behind the scenes to actually set the agenda. I hope it doesn't happen. If we have a committee, it probably will. But I think it's down to the duty of the people in this chamber who are elected to see it doesn't happen and to represent people. So I will be voting for the committee system to go to gas. To look at it, if I had an option, I would still go for the committee system, despite the inherent problems with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's certainly welcome that Councillor Bears acknowledges that there are costs in the committee system and that they're not an insubstantial amount. I think about £250,000 has been spoken about before. And if you think that finding another £250,000 is easy these days, well, then you haven't really been keeping up, because it really isn't. There's lots of things we've had to lose and which may have to be lost over the next few years, which cost less than that. And we're in a situation where the options are closing in, and 250,000 is a substantial amount of money. But that's actually just the beginning, because the real costs in a committee system, the big numbers, are in paralysing decision making and making it impossible to pursue a consistent agenda. So, it's really running the council is all about priorities. There's all sorts of things people want you to do, and in a time of limited resources, often the answer has to be no. And you have to work out what are the priorities that you have and focus on those. And you can't do that if you have a committee, because on a committee, everyone in opposing parties will have every incentive just to vote to, yeah, let's do everything on every single item. So I think that's where the big numbers come into this. The other thing about it is will be a transfer and control, actually not to the members of the council, but to council officers. Because under a committee system, so much now, the bulk of what happens is via day-to-day informal discussion. I go to all sorts of meetings in adult social care and in public health. The very few public decisions, because there's very few things for which that is required. So what about everything else? And what about all those other meetings? Do they get covered? Do they not get covered? If they don't get covered, they get covered by council officers instead. We've heard about the history of all of this and how the change, the Local Government Act in 2000 and so forth. And as Councillor Hunt pointed out, and this is correct, it was 2011 that the legislation changed and councils had the chance to pursue other options. And if you look around this country, to the best of my knowledge, of upper tier councils, there are just two that have adopted a committee system. One is Nottinghamshire, and the other is South Gloucestershire. And by the way, they both did that in 2012, which proves that if that's what you wanted to do, then it would have been feasible. Well, one of the things about changing governance models is you're not allowed to change them again for 5 years, and that's with good reason. It's so you're not continually navel-gazing, continually changing the rules. So, of course, 2012 is now 5 years ago. So those authorities are now in a position where they can look again at whether they are satisfied with the structure that they have. And South Gloucestershire, and I hope this might convince Councillor Gaudier, but South Gloucestershire have now taken the decision to move back to a cabinet model. And it's interesting to note what the leader of South Gloucestershire Council has had to say, Councillor Matthew Riddle. He said, and I quote, when the committee system was introduced, he expected to see, quote, a lot of Punch and Judy exchanges with more politics being brought into decision-making. He said the committee system created slow-moving, unwieldy decision-making, and the reintroduction of cabinet would address a frustrating lack of engagement, taking the bold decisions to change the way we do things to make sure things get done. And I think those are quite powerful words. And, really what it's reflecting is that it doesn't actually matter how councillors feel, whether councillors are happy or feeling engaged or not. It is about how is this council run? Do we make decisions that serve the interests of the public? And someone there who has experienced the committee system is of the opinion that the committee system does not achieve that aim. That is the key to all of this. Do I want to see services cut to pay for more Punch and Judy politics? No thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ferrer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did admire the valiant but failed attempt by Councillor Hunt to try and argue black was white, because we all know that they relished and loved the cabinet system when they were running the council. That's the Liberal Democrats. And we also know it reached its apotheosis with Mike Hancock, whose decision meetings would be over before you actually got into the meeting room. I remember one meeting, trading up the stairs, the press were there, the TV crews, everybody was there. We opened the door, meeting over. So, you know, Councillor Madden was right in his contribution. It's about the way these matters or the way these committees are conducted. And I haven't heard a compelling argument yet being put forward as to how the committee system would be better. But I've always been fairly agnostic about what system we should have, but I haven't heard that compelling argument that should be put forward to change it. And clearly, if you're deciding between two systems where you can't establish a differential, then given what we're here to do, which is to try and provide services within the budget that's allocated to us, then it's going to come down to cost and the monies that are available. And UKIP like to pretend that they're in the vanguard of saving money and lowering taxes, but we all know that they love spending public money. We only have to look at their totem, Nigel Farage, you know, who spends more time on LBC and in Donald Trump's golden lift than he does in the EU Parliament. And we're paying the guy an absolute fortune. And UKIP have stood up here today, and former UKIP members have stood up today saying they don't care how much it's going to cost. They want to change it. They want to spend public money without any responsibility as to where that's going to come from. And reducing the cost of democracy is an argument that I've been making, and the Labour group, when I was leader of the Labour group, made consistently. And I believe the current Labour group have also been making that case, putting forward the case for reducing the cost of democracy in this city, not increasing it. And that has involved reducing the number of councillors. We put forward that proposal, reducing allowances, looking at 4 yearly elections, and certainly not looking at changing a system and bringing about more cost to the taxpayer. And I'll just pick on a couple of things in the motions. It mentions about councillors not having a voice at meetings. Well, councillors do have a voice at meetings. Councillors can attend any meeting. They can go along to cabinet meetings and make a contribution. And I know many Liberal Democrat members do that quite often. I've gone along myself and made a contribution at a cabinet meeting. One in particular, I'm still misrepresented in terms of my contribution and what I said there, but I went along nevertheless and had that opportunity to have my say. So there is nothing to stop councillors attending any meeting and making a contribution. But I don't see UKIP councillors going to meetings and making that contribution. I chair the Governance, Audit and Standards Committee, where we've got the whole business of the council there, and I'm always surprised that there aren't more members there and more members of the public. And I know Jerry Brown there is in the chamber here, and Jerry is there at meetings and does a great job as a member of the public in scrutinising what is going on, but I don't see any UKIP members there, and they have that opportunity to go there, and if they've got arguments and they've got issues, they have the opportunity to raise those and make a contribution. The motion also talks about a duty to our residents to show how their councillors support them. I don't think residents are going to necessarily take an interest in terms of whether we have a committee system or a cabinet system. I think Councillor Madden mentioned it's about our relationship with residents. And in Paulsgrove, we have we did have 3 residents' meetings. We still have 2. We have the Paulsgrove Residents Association that meets every month, Port Solent residents who meet 6 weekly, and we also had the Lime Grove Residents Association that met every month up until just a few months ago. I turn up those meetings every month. I don't see Councillor Potter there. Over the last 4 years, I'd wager Councillor Potter's probably been to 1 of those meetings. It's about relationship with residents. And we need to, through our actions, we need to show and we need to be accountable to residents, and we need to be talking to them about what's going on here, not relying upon them taking an interest of whether we have a committee system or a cabinet system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leader.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to start by talking about the committee versus the cabinet system. And, you know, it is a really important situation, and it's something that I think it's quite right that we do debate. I think 4 debates on this in 3 years is probably a little bit much, but nonetheless, it's here again, so we will give it the due democratic process and respect with which it deserves today. When this council had, as Councillor Madden has mentioned, a committee system many years ago, we were a district council. We had a budget that was less than a tenth of what it is now, far less than that. We made far fewer decisions than we currently do because we had a big brother called Hampshire County Council who actually took those decisions for us. When you look across the UK and you look at the cities in the UK, of which there are over 60, and you look at how many cities in this country have got a committee system, it's 0. And I think that we're actually conflating here different levels of local government, from the shires, as Councillor Stubbs has referred to, the county councils, the district councils, and then the unitaries and the metropolitans. And quite frankly, the committee system is not fit for a unitary city with the number of decisions that we are making on a daily and weekly basis. Now, for me, as leader of the City Council, it is important that we are engaging with opposition councillors. It's important that there is a shared democratic responsibility. And it's also important that we are listening to other people's views and opinions because they have been elected and put in this chamber and over in the civic offices to do a job to represent people. And I am a Democrat, so I believe very strongly in that. Now, because we want to engage other people, as leader of the City Council, I'm pleased to have appointed opposition members, not Conservatives, members of the opposition to take on key and important roles for us as an administration. First of all, Councillor Paul Goddier, appointed as the homeless champion. Why? Because he is arguably the best person in this chamber amongst the elected members to be a spokesman for the homeless. He understands very personally what it's like to be in their position, and he has done an excellent job. And we've got a very key meeting coming up with the police in 2 weeks' time where we're going to be talking about strategies to take some firm action to really try and help people to reduce homelessness. Secondly, the HMO policy. We've just recently started and about to conclude the HMO consultation. And I'm quite proud to say that those ideas that went into that consultation weren't all mine to amend our Article 4 direction. In fact, credit where credit's due, we have members of this council chamber, Councillor Pitt, for example, who was very involved in that feedback, Councillor Matt Winnington, Councillor Darren Sanders, who all gave some really good points to how the HMO consultation should be shaped. They care about it. They gave me ideas, particularly those that sit on the planning committee. I listened to that because I'm a Democrat, and I took that on board as the cabinet member, and I included it in the HMO consultation. And because we've worked together, we will get a really good outcome. I think that if I think about a normal working week for me, this is more than a full-time job. I am working day and night this week. Tomorrow night, Thursday night, last night I was at Push and the Silent Growth Forum. I got in after 8 o'clock. I'm in here by 8:30, 8:45 every day. Tomorrow night I'm representing the City Council. Friday night's my only night off this week. It is more than a full-time job, and I feel honoured to be able to undertake this role. However, if we want needed, with the number of decisions, I think I probably take around 100 decisions a week. And Councillor Stubbs, in the largest portfolio, adult social care, is probably working at a similar pace to me. And certainly for the two of us, we are in the council every single day. If we move to a committee system, members of this chamber would have to reduce their full-time jobs down to part-time. They would be sat in meetings all the time, non-stop. In terms of the number of statutory responsibilities that have grown from the government in a world of accountability and a very litigious environment that we live in the UK, we now have so many more statutory responsibilities than we had previously when we were a committee system. And that's another reason why I don't think it is fit for purpose. I don't believe that there is a democratic deficit in this chamber. I believe if you're a member of the opposition that wants to engage fully, you can do. My door is open, and I believe so is that of all of the executive members. If there is any executive member in this chamber who is not giving an open and welcome approach towards an opposition spokesman, please come and speak to me, because I'd really like to know about it. And in actual fact, talking about appointing people, Councillor Stephen Morgan, our newly elected MP for Portsmouth South, was one of the first heritage champions that we appointed. And secondly, more recently, Councillor Alicia Denny. That's because both of them really care about the heritage of the city. They had really shown an aptitude for how listed buildings and such were looked after. And finally, when I was in opposition, I didn't feel any kind of democratic deficit. I didn't feel the need to call for a committee system because I was really engaged. I was in here all the time. I was reading reports online. I had a very open policy with Councillor Vernon Jackson when he was leader of the council. I'd quite often knock on his door. I'd go in and speak to him, or I'd go in and speak to the relevant cabinet member. With the exception of Councillor Hancock, of course, because I was his opposition spokesman. And yes, he did used to come into the meeting and say, item 1, declaration of interest, none. Item 2, yes, I don't need a briefing, I'm happy with that, agreed. 3, 4, 5. And he wouldn't even look towards me and the Labour spokesman. He would just look to the officers, agreed, or 15 seconds, done. Well, I'm proud to say that Councillor Ben Dowling and Councillor Yahya Chowdhury, who are my two main opposition spokesmen with Councillor Galloway for the main political parties, come to my meetings, and with every decision I get to on my decision, I look to them and I ask them what their comments, questions or views are, because it is a collective process. And finally, from my perspective, I've got a report here from our Finance Director. £251,900 is how much it would cost to introduce the committee system. This is a report that was made 18 months ago, and I think we could easily add another 50,000 onto that now.
Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. An interesting discussion, as we often have on this issue. And just to put one or two facts in place, Councillor Don Jones talked about when this council became a unitary authority, it stopped having decisions by committee and therefore moved to cabinet. That's not true. We moved to becoming a unitary authority in 1997. The Localism Act wasn't even enacted until the year 2000. And then it took time to bed in. So I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. So this authority has been run as a unitary authority with committees, and it worked. So, my Lord Mayor, there are lots of different things, and I think we should go through some of them. The first is, what decisions? My understanding of the law says that decisions can be made in different places. That this council, of all 42 councils, sets the budget and the policy framework. It says that Cabinet can take decisions or choose to give it to individual cabinet members to make decisions, and then there are cross-party regulatory committees and scrutiny committees. But the decisions of the council, the ones that councillors are allowed to make, are made in public open meetings where the public can come in and where papers are published in advance. Therefore, all the decisions, the 100 decisions that the leader of the council is talking about taking every week, are not made by her. Those decisions, according to the law and according to our constitution, are officers' decisions which are informed by the leader of the council. And now that's rubber stamping, and that's how it works, and that's the law. So what this proposal is talking about is nothing to do with any of those. What it's talking about are the decisions that come to Cabinet and to individual Cabinet members' decision meetings. So, at the moment, and people, when I talk to them in the city, those who are interested in this, and they're not that many, but those who are interested, find it bizarre that Councillor Simon Bosher sits as a committee of one member only, the only member allowed to vote, to make decisions about everything to do with traffic and transportation in this city. That Councillor Hannah Hockaday sits as the Cabinet Member for Education, the only member allowed to vote to make decisions about education in this city. Now, that's the bizarre situation that we have, and I think the suggestion is, and a sensible suggestion, is instead of just having Hannah on her own or Simon on his own, sitting there on his own, voting on their own over these, that a small cross-party group doing those meetings at exactly the same time, with exactly the same agenda, but with maybe a few other people to make it cross-party, might be a good idea. It's pretty simple stuff. It's pretty simple about how to involve people. Now, at the moment, we have a minority Conservative administration voted in... I'm sorry... So, sorry about that interruption. So a minority Conservative administration voted in, and for the record, it's by the Labour group and by the UKIP group, voted in, but that means, under the law, the Leader of the Council appoints all members of the Cabinet. And even though there's a minority administration, all members of the Cabinet are Conservatives. So they are the only ones to have decision-making power over these issues. Now, I think that if we have exactly the same meeting, at exactly the same time, looking at exactly the same issues, because as councillors we can ask for things to go on the agenda now, how can that be more expensive? Now, I think that it looks as if the photocopying bill is being put at £8,000 to produce an agenda per councillor. Now, I know Mr Lawther runs an expensive office, but even Mr Lawther, photocopying bill at £8,000 for 3 bits of paper is pushing it for your expenses, Michael. But I did ask Michael Lawther, as City Solicitor, why the report had been written, and he was clear. He said, my job is to work for the administration. This was the report the administration wanted, and that's why it was produced. Now, it's extremely honest to the City Solicitor, but I have to say that if there is a position, and I've been both Leader of the Council and in the opposition, that if we get back into power, I think we will look to be able to do a cross-party decision-making structure in this city. Because it involves people, it's been useful to see.
I have a point of order, I think.
I'm happy to do it at the end.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Fine, carry on.
So, my Lord Mayor, I think we've all agreed that cross-party committees looking at planning, looking at licensing and looking at scrutiny are good things. But we're saying that actually cross-party groups looking at transport, looking at education and those decisions are a bad thing. Now, that seems bizarre. So I think, looking at the record, the London Borough of Sutton has recently moved to having cross-party decision-making meetings. They've moved away from the Cabinet system because they're a good Lib Dem authority. And the difference with South Gloucestershire, of course, is now the Conservatives have taken over. They're wanting to get rid of that cross-party stuff. So, my Lord Mayor, I think it is absolutely clear that we can find a way of getting different people round the table with their expertise to use that to be able to get better decisions for this city. It might be that all the decisions are exactly the same, but at least then a wider group of people would have been involved instead of one councillor sitting on their own making a decision with no right of appeal. That cannot be right, that cannot be democratic.
Thank you. Leader, do you wish to make your point of order now or at the very end? Now? Yes, please.
As soon as possible after the Speaker has finished speaking. I think it's absolutely wrong of Councillor Vernon-Jackson to politicise a council officer. I think he owes Mr Lawther an apology. I'm not going to do that. Save to say, this report did not come from Mr Lawther. It came from the Finance Director in terms of the costings. The costings are what you are referring to in terms of printing costs and other things. And you should be apologising to Mr Lawther because that was not the steer that I gave to any officer. I simply asked them to come up with a cost that would be if we implemented a committee system.
Thank you. Go on.
Doesn't need a response.
My Lord, I'm very happy to apologise to Mr. My Lord,
he's open to apologise. Members, I'm prepared to let, if Councillor Vernon-Jackson wishes to apologise, I'm prepared to accept his apology, but that will be all.
Thank you. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to apologise to Mr Lawther for saying in public something that was said in private.
Great.
Right. Members, Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I find myself in a fairly uncomfortable place, along with Councillor Madden, sat on the same fence, I think. He and I have been members of this chamber for long enough to have experienced both the committee system and the cabinet system. Committee system both as a district and as a unitary authority, I have to say. Quite clearly, back in the day, I'm sure Councillor Madden will recollect that I did argue at the time for the retention of the committee system. I did say then that members would feel disenfranchised, and I think that's proved to be the case. I said then that scrutiny, because of the small numbers in this chamber, would become ineffective. And I think, with all the best will in the world, and with all due respect to members of scrutiny panels, of which I am one now, to a large extent, they have become ineffective. And I can understand why members feel uneasy at that. But I have to say also, Lord Mayor, that I've listened to the arguments in this chamber, and I've heard Councillor Stubbs, quite rightly, I think, argue that a committee system is a system for prevarication, and certainly this administration has proved to be far more dynamic as a cabinet than it would have ever been able to be had it been a committee system running the council now. We have made advances and saved ourselves huge swathes of money that would never have occurred if we had been a committee system. It's certainly been true that this administration, at least, has been proven to be dynamic in what it's done and what it's achieved for this city. I hear Councillor Vernon Jackson arguing against the committee system, for the committee system, yet saying a cost's worth paying if it costs more money. Yet it was that very argument he used in this chamber to argue against the committee system when he ran the council. So I do think there's a touch of hypocrisy with what is being said in this chamber now. You can change your mind. I don't have a concern about that. That's reasonable to change your mind if you think, actually, I made a wrong decision then, I'll make a better one now. But don't make an argument that argues it both ways. Be honest about your argument. In the end, he said that democracy is not served by having a cabinet system. Democracy is served actually through the ballot box. And if people do not like decisions that any administration makes, they have the power to get rid of that administration through the ballot box. That is where democracy is served. And Councillor Ferret, he was quite right. Members do have the opportunity to contribute at any meeting. I think, and I hope, that when I was Cabinet Member for Housing, opposition members felt their contribution was valued and that I took on board what they had to say and made representation according to what they said. I didn't always agree entirely, but I think it was appropriate to make people aware of the extent and breadth of views and opinions. And I think that's important. And if you're a decent cabinet member, and I'm not saying nobody is or isn't, what I'm saying is you should be able to take those things on board, and most people do. Lord Mayor, I think what I'm saying to you is I started off this debate sat on the fence with Leo. I think I've come off the fence now. I think I will vote against the committee system. It's painful to say so, because I have, in this chamber, argued for it before. But having sat both on committee and as a member of the Cabinet, I can see the benefits and disadvantages of both. And on balance, and life is always on balance, I can see that the Cabinet system actually serves a small unitary authority, which is what we are, far better than a committee system ever would.
Thank you. Leader, you've indicated again, do you have another point of order, or is it no? I'll switch you off then. Next one is Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like Councillor Weems, I've been involved in both the committee system and the cabinet system. I come down, as a result of that, on balance, on a slightly different side to Councillor Weems. There are problems with both systems, and I want to correct some slight problems that have occurred earlier. The first, which came from Councillor Stubbs, which was that there have only been two authorities that have actually adopted, the upper tier authorities that adopted the committee system. Councillor Vernon Jackson has rightly added Sutton. He could have also added Kent. He could have also added Barnet as well. The interesting thing about all three of those, as far as the costs are concerned, is that none of them reported that actually the costs went up, and that's where I disagree with Councillor Bird, because there are proper ways of doing it, and I would suggest that if we're going to look at huge figures, we might actually learn from other authorities. I agree with Councillor Weems with regards to the nature of Cabinet members. As he was my successor, I was his predecessor. I don't know who feels more sorry for whom. But we both had a very open approach to opposition spokespeople. I told housing officers that any opposition spokesman from any party was happy to be briefed on anything at any time. And then after a while, I asked, how many briefings did opposition people have? Because not that I wanted to know what was said, but I just wanted to know. And I was told it was the grand total of 1. Now, that's not great. That's not great in shaping policy across the whole city. And the first advantage of the committee system is that it means people in all parties actually understand the problems that face this city much, much more than is otherwise the case. There is no sense for an officer to feel, as may have happened in the past with other people, that you don't have to rely on the nature of the cabinet member in order to feel that you're part of the policy of the city. The committee system forces people in all parties to actually learn more about the many problems that we face across the many issues. And to my mind, that leads to better policy. Councillor Stubbs also talks about Punch and Judy politics, as if somehow it only occurs in committee meetings. Well, again, in my experience of chairing committees, actually, residents find out if you're being an idiot. Residents find out, because they can see you, not just on the web, but actually face-to-face as well. Residents will know. I had to chair a committee, 15 councillors, 3 political parties, split wards, interpersonal relationships that frankly made several of the relationships in here, look at the particular one between Councillor Symes and Councillor Hunt, for instance, look like the epitome of beauty, wonderfulness and love. And we actually took decisions on parking zones. And we made those parking zones popular because the officers knew that they had to deal not just with local councillors who knew more than they did about the area concerned, but also the public as well. And it's that openness and transparency that has been one of the major issues in this city. Many people I talk to, many people I listen to, not just in my own ward but elsewhere, mistrust politicians. Maybe they're right. Sometimes they are. But the key thing is for us to look and find ways to deal with that mistrust, and that means being more open. And that doesn't mean that councils that are open don't take tough decisions. I'm always reminded of Eastleigh, an authority just up the road, which was going to look at building 6,000 homes and a golf course. And they decided, then that decision came up in the middle of a parliamentary by-election, so no pressure. And they decided to go ahead with that major decision, which was deeply unpopular with a lot of people, because it was right. The committee system did not stop them from doing that. So there are many issues around cost that can be dealt with by other authorities. Transparency, which is what people want, I think the case is unanswerable. Punch and Judy politics, that's found out by the people. And as far as this debate is concerned, it is interesting that with the exception of Councillor Weems, all of us who've had experience of the committee system and the cabinet system realise that despite the many, many flaws that Councillor Bird and others have outlined earlier, on balance, it's the right way forwards for our city, and on balance, it's the right way forwards for dealing with many of the issues that people come to us, particularly when it comes to trusting councils. So I support Councillor Galloway's motion, even though he never wanted it debated. I support Councillor Galloway's motion. I hope we can come forward with a positive plan, and I hope we can talk to other authorities who've minimised the costs. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will keep this brief, but Councillor Weems said that he thought this debate had a touch of hypocrisy about it. I don't think it's just a little bit of a touch, Lord Mayor. I think it absolutely reeks of it. we have, sitting in this chamber, two former leaders of the council. Two. So when they had the opportunity to change the system to the one they're advocating today, they didn't. They had, certainly Councillor Vernon Jackson, who was the leader of this council, and the Liberal Democrats were both a minority administration and a majority administration, and on each occasion they stuck with the committee system, with the cabinet system. Why? Well, I don't know, actually. Maybe Councillor Vernon Jackson will be able to tell us, because there is only one thing that has changed since then, and that's that the Liberal Democrats are in opposition. What is actually happening and becoming clear again, Lord Mayor, in this debate, is that the Liberal Democrats in opposition is synonymous with opportunism. That's all it is. It's opportunism. It's not about principle. It's not about things they believe in. It's not about consistency. And it's certainly not about accountability. Now, one of the key things in this debate is how accountable are the decision makers for the things that get decided by this council. And one really good analogy, actually, is the former police and crime panels. They used to pretty much administer the local constabulary, but nobody knew who they were. Nobody knew that Councillor Paula Riches, for 5-6 years, was Portsmouth's representative on this little panel, sorting out the budget of Hampshire Constabulary. There was no accountability. And that's why, as Conservatives, we brought forward a national policy of police commissioners, so that you can point to somebody if you're not happy and do something about it. That is accountability. Decisions made by a panel, a small committee, who most people don't really know who the makeup is, they cannot be held accountable. Now, Councillor Sanders also spoke about Eastleigh Borough Council pushing ahead with the housing development during a controversial time during the general election. One might argue that they knew they were going to lose because they had such an appalling MP in Mike Thornton previously, and Mims Davies certainly doing a fantastic job for the local constituency in Eastleigh. But what I will say and remind Councillor Sanders of is that in Eastleigh, the Liberal Democrats have a super majority. It wasn't some controversial knife-edge decision. They had no fear of losing control of the council by pushing ahead with a bold decision. And that is the problem in Portsmouth. Because, as Councillor Bird has pointed out, we are and will probably remain a finely balanced council for some time. With the financial situation that this authority is in, we cannot prevaricate over some of the tough decisions, and that is what will happen. Under this administration, some fantastically bold and successful decisions have been pushed forward, both by the Cabinet members and by the Leader of the Council, who, even when faced with huge opportunistic opposition, has pressed ahead with an agenda because she and her colleagues believe it is the right thing for the city. That is what members of this council should be here for. Not to have their little say and feel like they're involved, not to appear in a little committee and say something, because, as other contributors have pointed out, you can already do that. But the reality is, those who are interested do, and those who aren't, don't. And changing the system won't change that. Won't change it one bit. The members who don't read their reports now won't read them under a committee system. As chairman of the planning committee, I sit there and I can spot the members who haven't read their reports, who don't understand what the planning issues are, And I do not see how simply giving members a feel-good factor will engage them anymore. If they're motivated, they'll do it. If they're not, they won't. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have... Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I think Councillor Fleming is absolutely right. Not about everything. I'm not sure I approve of his. Not sure I approve of his views in favour of Stalinism. And just to point out that the decision was made during the by-election, which the Lib Dems went on to win, and Mims Davies came third. So, but my Lord Mayor, Jim has very sensibly and rightly pointed out I've changed my view. And he's absolutely right on that. No, my Lord, it's not a speech. He has asked for a justification, and I will... my Lord...
It needs to be a point of order, not an explanation of why you changed your view. You had the opportunity to do that during your 6 minutes. If that's it, would you please sit down?
My Lord Mayor, he is factually wrong.
Yeah.
Because we were not able to do this till 2012.
Okay.
We wrote to the Minister to ask for guidance, and the Minister and his civil servant came out with different things.
Okay.
So, my Lord Mayor, if anybody's at fault with this, it's Eric Pickles, but I'm glad that we have learnt from being in opposition to be able to make better decisions for the future.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure that's strictly a point of order. We'll go with it. Right, I have Councillor Simon Bosher next. After that, I still have 3 other members who wish to speak, and it's my intention at the end of those, unless there are any more, to have a 15-minute comfort break. So, Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I have to say that standing orders have been through the committee system, Standards Committee and Governance and Audit Standards twice since I've been a councillor. And it probably just goes to show that when you put something through a committee system, there are some councillors who don't read it because they clearly don't understand how standing orders actually work, even now. However, just picking up on a few little bits and pieces, Councillor Vernon Jackson referred to Sutton Council as a committee system as an example of a good Lib Dem authority. Now, clearly, if a Lib Dem committee system is an example of a good Lib Dem authority, then clearly since 2011-2012, in the period of time that we actually had a cabinet system under the Lib Dems and they did nothing about changing it, he obviously regarded himself as a bit of a bad Lib Dem authority down here, doing it under a cabinet system. I think a lot of this, Lord Mayor, has to do with the personalities that are involved when you actually look at who's in the various cabinet positions and who's not. Certainly, in my time in opposition, I've been opposition spokesman against a variety of different councillors. Probably the most engaging and open was probably Councillor Jason Fazackley when he did the environment portfolio. He was always willing to speak and engage and give everybody the opportunity. Certainly the worst, well, I think you can draw your own conclusion on that one. The longest time that meeting actually lasted was 10 minutes. And that was because the member of Democratic Services got the time wrong and was 10 minutes late for the start of the meeting. It was a standing joke that it would take longer to walk across the Guildhall Square to the meeting than it would actually do to actually sit in the actual meeting itself, and a lot of it was done behind closed doors. For my part, I try to be engaging with my opposition spokesman. Certainly tribute to Councillor Stagg. I'd like to think that I'm open to anything that Councillor Stagg comes to. She certainly, I'd like to think, give her the good opportunity to have her view. Certainly at my last Traffic and Transportation Cabinet meeting, Councillor Stagg was unable to make it. Councillor Sanders came along. I think he's disappeared. And I gave Councillor Sanders, even though he wasn't the spokesman, so to speak, the opportunity to express a Liberal Democrat view on the item that we actually had before us, and it was taken into consideration. It was a cycling issue that seemed to go down the lines of wearing lycra a little bit, but Councillor Pitt's already got that vision in his mind. I won't put it any further. But it is right, and it's been said time and time again, it's about member engagement. That's what we're actually talking about. And Councillor Fleming is quite right. If members aren't interested, it doesn't matter whether you've got a cabinet system or whether you've got a committee system. Now, I don't have an opposition spokesman from UKIP on traffic and transportation, but that wouldn't stop them coming along to any of the cabinet meetings that I actually hold, doing the traffic and transportation role. But I'll give members here the opportunity to guess how many that the opposition spokesman for UKIP have actually turned up to. Because it's a big fat zero. I don't get anything or any representation from UKIP coming along. Now, whether they had an opposition spokesman or not, I would still give them the opportunity to express a view. But the tumbleweed blows down the corridor when it happens to that. And the same argument could be applied to the Labour group. The attendance from the Labour representative on traffic and transportation, quite frankly, is appalling. And I get nothing there coming back whatsoever. And credit to Councillor Stagg, that's the person that engages the most in my particular portfolio. I have to say, though, when it comes to taking decisions, I will actually quote Councillor Stagg, because she will remember at a recent one, we had an issue with parking in Orkney Road. Councillor Weems doesn't need to declare an interest, I don't think, which resulted in the 3 deputies almost having a punch-up in front of us. And Councillor Stagg leant across to me and she went, "I'm glad you're making this decision and not me." So it goes both ways. I can see the pros and cons of both systems, Lord Mayor, and certainly in the committee systems that I've been involved in, governance and audit, standards when it was a separate committee, scrutiny management and everything else like that, the cross-party working works very, very well indeed. Having been on both sides of the fence when it comes to the cabinet system, I think a lot of it has got to do with the personality of the cabinet member and how engaging they are and prepared to take on board the opposition views, which I like to think that I generally do. A comment was made, Lord Mayor, about democracy at its worst. Now, I'm not quite there as I am with most people, but I'm clocking up just over 100 of these council meetings. And when I first started out in 2002, you're a starry-eyed councillor, I say young-ish, and you're looking forward to this. But 100+ council meetings along, and I'm probably not alone in this, these are the meetings that I sit there and think, oh God, here we go again. Because if we're talking about democracy at its worst, arguably here and now is probably where that is exactly the case. Because my experience is that cross-party committees, scrutiny, everything else like that, does work very, very well indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Councillor Tompkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Much of what I wanted to say has already been said fantastically well by my colleagues, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Fleming, perhaps with more passion than I can muster for this subject. I'm against the notice of motion. I think the current system we have works very well. From having sat on committees like licensing and ECYP, Education Children, etc., I quite like the cross-party aspect of these particular committees. I've got to know colleagues on the other side quite well as a result, and I've found actually a surprising amount of common sense runs through all the parties, all stripes. Sorry, some of my colleagues for that comment. It seems to work for me. However, I've always been the sort of person that's against coalition governments on a national basis. And I think when it comes to actually governing and a broad direction for the council, the current cabinet system works extremely well. I can only point to my ward colleague, Councillor Symes, who I don't believe would have been able to do quite as much as she's done. Fantastic work on culture and leisure that every time astounds me what she's done, frankly, if it was a committee system. And also, there's absolutely no way we can justify hundreds of thousands of pounds at a time like this on a system. As Councillor Jones rightly says, her door is always open. She is always keen to meet up with people from the opposite side. Now, the danger is, yes, we could have another leader like past ones who perhaps their door wasn't as open as Councillor Jones. But at the moment, I'm pleased to see we have it, and there's no way we can spend that extra money. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Willington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, Councillor Bosher, I'd like to know which one of the three was Councillor Weems in coming to blows for Orkney Road. My Lord Mayor, there's been some really good contributions here, but I have to take exception to Councillor Fleming's quite astonishing attack, actually, on lots of colleagues in this chamber, making aspersions about, especially members of his planning committee. I think is completely out of order, and I hope he will withdraw those comments when I finish speaking. He also got some facts wrong. Let's be honest. Councillor Vernon Jackson has already picked up the fact that he wasn't paying close enough attention. That in fact it was, as Councillor Sanders said, just before the by-election. Though I have to say, Councillor Vernon Jackson, you did get one thing wrong. It was Maria Caulfield who came third for the Conservatives in that.
It was Maria Hutchins, actually.
It was Maria Hutchins.
Members, it doesn't really matter to me who came third. Can we get on with it?
The fact was, my Lord Mayor. The fact was, my Lord Mayor, the Conservatives were third in that campaign, and that was a very, very difficult decision. If anyone who was on that by-election campaign knows how much of a contentious issue that was. There was also the accusation made quite freely by Councillor Fleming of hypocrisy. Now, Councillor Vernon Jackson has said that he's changed his mind. That's very, very welcome. Though, of course, it is very well remembered by those of us on this side of the chamber that Councillor Donna Jones said she was in favour of the committee system, made it very clear to UKIP when she was after their support to become leader of the council, and then promptly did a volte-face and changed her mind. So, I mean, quite frankly, my Lord Mayor, there is enough hypocrisy to go round.
Just one moment. Councillor Winton, I think there's a point of order. Leader.
Well, I'm happy to do it at the end of the talk, is what we normally do, but...
Do you wish to give way or not?
No, I'll carry on. I'll carry on, so you can come in at the end. And as for police and crime commissioners, well, they're just about the most unpopular elected members of any kind of administration in the entire country. And I'm sure Councillor Luke Stubbs would be the first to the wall to say that how much of a waste of time they are. And indeed, when you have someone who can appoint someone who has just lost an election to a £65,000 job, which previously was unfilled with no advertisement or anything. I mean, quite frankly, I don't think that kind of patronage is the right way to go forward for our elected representatives. Coming to the committee system, and actually I'd like to point up about something that Councillor Bosher said, and he is quite right about he's approachable. Councillor Weems, when I was his opposition spokesperson, he was very approachable, as was Councillor Jonas when I was his opposition spokesperson. But the point is, they were. But what you can get with cabinet members, as has already been alluded to about a particular cabinet member, and there have been, of course, been others, both of this administration and of previous administrations on this council, who are not approachable, who do not have the welcoming and let people express their views to the fullest extent, and therefore you are dependent on the ability of opposition spokespeople or indeed opposition members to come and talk. Councillor Bosher, as I said, was very, very generous in allowing Councillor Sanders to be able to speak because Councillor Stagg couldn't be there. But other cabinet members are completely by the book, and they say you have to make it clear that you're coming to make a deputation. You can't speak as the opposition spokesperson. You have to do things by the book. And unfortunately, by the book means only the opposition spokesperson is allowed to give an opinion if the cabinet member makes that consideration. So let's be honest here. It's all about having that openness, as Councillor Madden said earlier. It's about having the opportunity for members to have a say. And it's also to have that mixture of views, even within a group, that expertise. It broadens the expertise from all within parties and amongst parties. It also has more engagement in terms of when decisions are made that they actually have a say on, because as much say as you have, it still comes down to a single vote of a single person. So they can hear all they want, they can be very open and listen, but in the end, if they don't agree with it, it's not going to be recorded. You can have recorded votes in a committee system, you can have a clear point of view, everyone has their say, and therefore, my Lord Mayor, I commend this motion. I believe we should reinstall the committee system in this council, and we should move forward to a better way of working from now on. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor New. Sorry.
Thank you much, Lord Mayor. There's only two people who know the conversation that took place between the Conservative and the UKIP leaders, and that is the Conservative and the UKIP leader, and that was myself and Colin Galloway, sat in his lounge 3 days after he'd been elected onto the City Council in May 2014. And as for Councillor Winnington, to pertain to know exactly what deal was done or what was agreed, he actually is completely misled this council chamber, Lord Mayor. That is completely wrong. There were two things that were agreed between myself and Councillor Galloway. One was I asked for UKIP support for one vote for me to become leader of the council, and secondly on our budget, and in response and for that support, that I would share the budget preparation work with them in the lead up to February 2015, which we did do. If there were any subsequent conversations that happened after I became leader of the council, it would have been that we would have looked at the committee system, but I've always made my point very, very clear on this, and I've never misled UKIP that I've ever supported the committee system.
Councillor New, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to pick up on a few points from Councillor Winnington, I think you're absolutely right that probably the Police and Crime Commissioner is probably the least popular person. However, he's still accountable. He can still be booted out at election time, unlike the Police and Crime Panel. I also agree with you as well with regards to the Deputy OPCC position. And it is my sincere hope in this early stage of that job role just being granted that it's not an extreme case of cronyism or the worst kind, and actually that it will bring extra value to this city in terms of policing. And I'll touch on that later on during this meeting when it's relevant. But I just kind of wanted to talk really, I suppose, about my own meetings. Now, I think Councillor Fleming and others, Councillor Ferret especially, is quite right. The people that want to engage do engage. We hold a briefing meeting approximately 3 to 4 weeks prior to the decision meeting. And I have to say, for our own part, for the Environment and Community Safety portfolio, we have really good engagement. And I'd just like to actually pay thanks to the opposition members who they do come and engage, especially Councillor Bird, Councillor Dave Ashmore, who've been with me for a lot longer, and also to Councillor Morgan. Now, specifically with regards to Councillor Morgan, you'll be pleased to know there's no attack. He's now got an extremely important job for this city, representing it as one of the city MPs. And so on that basis, I was able to work with Councillor Morgan and say, I appreciate you need to be in Parliament and you need to be voting on various things. Let me move this meeting until 6 o'clock to give you the opportunity to come down. And so far, I think that's actually working fairly well, and long may that continue, even though it is inconveniencing and no doubt there's a cost because the democratic officers have to stay a bit later. But I think that's the right thing to do. And I think that we have fairly broad, good engagement, good ideas come forward from all of the political parties. And for that, that's something I'm really thankful for. And also as well, I think that there's no reason why within sort of those decision-making processes, you can't be flexible. It's much like an orchid hybrid when people are breeding them. If you breed it too rigid, it snaps. If you can be flexible, it will flourish.
Thank you. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Galloway, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Well, for a motion that wasn't going to be debated, I'm totally exhausted, quite frankly. And my Lord Mayor, I sincerely hope that when it comes back from gas, the rest of my colleagues aren't going to be exhausted trying to go through this all over again. Basically, the whole idea of this motion was to get the ball rolling, get it into a process where it can go to be decided, should we go ahead with the system or not. The basic structure of the proposed committee system would actually have to follow the rules of Schedule 2 Section 9B and 9K of the Localism Act, and in the Local Authorities Committee, England Regulations 2012. It should be noted, however, that the legislation does not prescribe how local authorities who adopt a committee system should structure themselves. So we could decide on having only one overview scrutiny panel, or two or three. There is, of course, the statutory duty to maintain scrutiny on health, community safety, and most important to Portsmouth, of course, on flood defence. So it's, as Councillor News just said, it can be flexible. And that's what basically I was hoping we could discuss after GAS had decided in a positive way that this is a system that we should go forward to. The Localism Act sets out three main criteria for government's transformation. It's basically, the idea is to pass a resolution to change the governance arrangements, and that really is where we're at just prior to that section. As soon as practical, after the passing of the resolution, we must make provision for the new arrangements available for inspection. So it's not a done deal. It still has to go through yet another process. And then once we've decided that, once it's been tweaked, it then is published in local newspapers so that the people can see what we're intending to do. Just as a point of order, my Lord Mayor, Councillor Ferret and Councillor Weems, although I'm sure they're quite literate, I feel I should actually point out to them the idea of reading. You actually should read the full sentence, get the full meaning of it. And where you say that you can't understand where councillors don't have a voice at these meetings, read the paragraph where it says, although opposition members are encouraged to attend council cabinet meetings, they do not have a voice at these meetings. Please continue to read. It says, which will sway any decision made by the portfolio holder. And that is what... So no matter what you decide, or no matter what you're against or what you're for, it is the portfolio holder who has that final decision. And that is the whole point of changing the system. The committee has to decide. The full committee has to decide. And obviously, our leader thinks it's quite amusing that should be the system. I don't see that it is amusing. I think it's a serious contention. And we should definitely prompt everybody to consider the committee system. It's more open and it's transparent, and it's what the whole administration has gone for. And let us hopefully now vote for this to go through to the proper channels where we can come back to this cabinet or this chamber, where we can go through the whole process yet again to decide where we go from there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. I have to say I'm slightly bemused as you that people did choose to debate it, but we are where we are. We'll go to the vote. Just to remind people what we're voting for is a request for the Council to ask Governance and Audit and Standards Committee, which has responsibility under the Constitution for such matters, to consider this issue and report back to this Council for our full Council meeting in February 2018 or before, should time permit. Those in favour? Those against?
Lord Mayor.
Any abstentions?
3, Lord Mayor, so that motion is lost.
The motion is lost. Thank you. We will now take a 15-minute adjournment for those who need a nicotine injection. Right, if we're all suitably refreshed and comforted, we'll move on to motion B concerning economic viability assessments proposed by Councillor Pitt and seconded by Councillor Dowling. Is that correct? Seconded, sorry. What am I doing? It's been a long week, I tell you. Members, the mover of the motion now has 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm hopeful that on this one we might be able to keep the whole thing to 3 minutes, because I'm led to believe that the council leader is actually broadly supportive on this, and having spoken to members across the floor from different parties, I think this is something for a change that is non-controversial. So maybe a historic moment. The deputies earlier on raised pretty much all of the relevant points around this. We all support more affordable housing in the city. With the government housing targets, it's absolutely essential that we make sure we maximise affordable housing for local people. So the deputies highlighted some of the issues that have cropped up. I myself was on the planning committee for the Kingston Prison proposals, and one of the reasons that I felt that I had no choice but to vote against on that occasion, as I said, was the viability assessment that was put in front of us was confusing. It was quite a lot of pages long, and we only had 10 minutes to look at it. It's these sort of things that just don't help the democratic process, and the public need to be able to fully understand what's going on. So I'm only going to make a couple of short points. Referring to a report from Shelter, the well-known housing charity on this, they said that they actually did a case study on one particular website who points to saying that they can help developers to avoid affordable housing contributions with their viability reports. No mention of help them to get a slightly better deal, but avoid them. And the fact that they set that out as an ambition should send alarm bells to everyone. And they even go on to provide case studies pointing to savings that have been made for developers of £5.5 million. This is a business specifically geared towards stopping affordable housing being part of developments. They say they've helped developers avoid or renegotiate, and this is the other important bit, they used to bring decisions back to the planning committee. We had one within the last 18 months aimed at doing just that. Where they can then get out of deals they've already made. It is legal. Shelter point to a graphic on one company's website which shows a wheelbarrow full of cash. This is the type of thing we're dealing with here. Core of the issue is not about legality. 3 main points. Currently, these things are presented to committee members during the meeting, leaving little time for proper interrogation. They're not presented in a standardised format, adding to the difficulties in understanding them, and they are discussed in camera and not able to be scrutinised by members of the public. These things we need to change. We've talked about transparency and openness today. It's very important. We need to address these issues. Other councils are doing this. We would not be alone. It seems to be moving in best practice. Let's support it. The only other thing I wanted to do was to thank a Labour activist called Cal Corkery, who was very instrumental in bringing some of these issues to my attention, and also to Jerry Brown, who's mentioned for the second time today, who did the same, and to Kimberly Barrett, who also did the same after the Kingston Prison proposal. So it should be non-party. It's something that the Planning Committee's been concerned about. I really do hope we can all support this. Thank you.
Thank you. The Council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. Those in favour of debating it? Any against? That's carried. We will debate it. May I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before the debate begins. Doesn't look like there are any, so I now call on the proposer, Councillor Pitt, to present and speak to his motion.
Am I on? You are. Okay, nothing further to add, Lord Mayor. Happy to move this to a vote if other councillors are willing.
Thank you. Councillor Dowling, are you seconding that?
Seconding, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Right, that's the full council for debate.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I agree with what Councillor Pitts just said. This is sensible. There are many things I've looked at and been involved in since I've been leader of the council. This is one that I haven't given a lot of attention to, actually, because I wasn't aware of the flexibility of what could be done. I think this is a very sensible motion. There are a number of recommendations in here, and this list isn't exhaustive. I'm sure there are other things that we can also consider. We know that neighbouring New Forest Council have actually put so much more into the public domain. We need to make sure that we're not putting developers off, but at the same time ensuring we are getting affordable homes built and delivered in this city. Because one of the most sensible policies that has come through the government, previous government, through the Housing Minister, was mixed and balanced communities. And what we know is that the best outcomes, particularly for young children growing up in homes of low incomes, potentially living in social housing, is that if they are living in a mixed and balanced community, they will have a better outcome. We know that that works very well. We certainly have an aspiration for that here in the city, but where the viability tests are removing the need to provide social housing in new housing developments, that is not in accordance with the government's aspirations. And so I very much welcome this opportunity. I've been a member of the Planning Committee. I know how deeply frustrating it can be when you do get economic viability information. You get a very limited amount of information, and even what limited amount of information you do get is not in the public domain, and that's certainly not a good position. So I hope that we can have a very short debate on this today and move to the vote fairly quickly, but I will certainly be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The point I have to make, I think, I don't disagree with the sentiment of what's proposed here, and I shall certainly be voting for it. But one thing I was going to suggest is, and this will sound perverse and contrary, I know, but I just wonder as well whether the government's housing targets actually predicate against the building of social housing. We've got a target, I don't know, I can't remember what the number is now, say it's 840 a year. And if it's 840 per year and we've got to do that, and a developer comes to us and they've got a site, say at Tipner, and they'll say, well, we'll build 840 houses, but it's not economically viable for us to do social housing in amongst that. They'll say to us, we can help you deliver your 840, or we'll not build here, we'll build somewhere else. And we fail to meet our targets. And we do so at the expense of the social housing element that goes with it. They'll say, we'll build them as long as we don't have to do the social housing bit. And that's where targets can actually, I fear, predicate against social housing. Now, I may be entirely wrong, but well, I can see Councillor Sanders shaking his head there. Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't build social housing, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't look to build housing. What I'm saying is the targets themselves are a perverse incentive for the developer to build wherever it's most profitable for them, and wherever it's most profitable is usually those sites without social housing. This is precisely what we're saying here. The EVAs will encourage, the developer will come back and say, I can't do that for that much money. And that's precisely what we're saying here. And what I'm saying is, you understand from a developer's perspective, he will look to maximise his profits. He will maximise his profits by developing those sites with fewer social housing on it. And that's where, if you have a target that we as a council are supposed to hit, they'll come to us and say, well, you need, Portsmouth City Council, you need to build 840 homes this year. We'll build them for you, but we're not going to do it if we have to forego some of our profit by building social housing. And that's the root of the problem. So that's why I'm saying to you, members, by all means pass this, and I shall vote happily in favour of it. But I think there's other aspects that we need to consider and take up with the government at some point. Sorry, Lord Mayor, it's clearly a point that's lost on members, and I regret standing up to say it for that reason, but I think it's true.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just on Council, I think it's a valid point that Councillor Weems has raised there, but clearly that is one part of of a big jigsaw around trying to get more houses built and more affordable housing. So it's not just we can only do what we can do here to try and help that, but also obviously put pressure on government, and we've got people here that can hopefully do that and try and also get a different steer from government. But let's not be under any illusions how difficult it is getting houses built in this country. I just saw the other day over in Fareham, huge demonstration at 200 houses that were going to be built, and no doubt it'd take a long time arguing about building those when we know there's an absolutely chronic need for housing in this country, and particularly affordable housing. The reason I stood up, because as everyone knows I'm a fair-minded person, was to congratulate Councillor Pitt and Councillor Downing on putting this motion forward, because I did search it, I went through it to see if there was anything there that was knockabout, political, opportunistic, but it's a very well-framed motion. I think it reflects the experience that many of us have had, those who have sat on the planning committee. Certainly, I sat on there for a few years, and even during that time, anecdotally, there were a lot more developers coming forward using the viability test as a reason not for building or for not building affordable housing. So anything that we can do to try and prevent that being used by developers will be a good thing. So, yep, I'm fully supportive of that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Weems. I do understand, and I do actually agree with you as well. I just wanted to stand up and express my thanks to Councillor Pitt for this notice of motion, and especially for his support in explaining the finer details to me. As Councillor that's never sat on the planning committee, I understood most of this and agreed with it, but needed further information. Councillor Sanders took the time out to actually explain it to me, and Councillor Pitt sent the information through. Thank you both very much for that. I will be supporting your notice of motion.
Thank you. Councillor Stubbs.
Just two really quick points, Lord Mayor. I don't want to delay the meeting. One is just relates to some things that have been said a bit earlier about what viability actually means and about 20% profit for developers. I think it is important that we understand what that actually is, because it doesn't mean that there's a 20% profit on revenue that guaranteed to developers that they can then pay out to shareholders and so on. The companies don't make profits at that level at a consistently across the business cycle. There are big losses to be had in the construction industry as well. Let's not forget that in 2008, 2009, most of it was near to bankruptcy and a whole load of companies failed. So, you do have to recognise that there does need to be a level of profit in development, or you won't get development. But my second point is I do agree with the point about transparency and publication, and just to say that 2 years ago or thereabouts, when I was doing the Predraw, it was something that we looked at, and the reason we didn't pursue it at the time was because of a pending change in national policy, because back then government was pushing starter homes. Starter homes were going to be 20%. That was going to be a no exemption formula. We had a 30% total, but actually of that 30%, well, 20 of that 30 would have been made up from starter homes, and I could have guaranteed the average 10 you'd never have got it. So there'd have been no point expending the energy, formulating a policy, putting in a report, which has had no impact in practice. But obviously, government policy has moved on since then.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Leader of the Council very kindly earlier indicated to me that that it would be sensible to agree all this, and probably we didn't need much of a debate, which I completely agree with. But to thank Steve and Ben for bringing this forward. I went to talk to Donna about this issue several months ago because I had heard that other councils were using consultants to be able to scrutinise these things. And having sat on the planning committee, it has been really difficult. Either we were not allowed to see them, or we were only allowed to see them for a couple of minutes. And I'm no expert. And having people who sell their wares to be able to bamboozle councillors so that developers get more money. And I'm sorry, Luke, I have little sympathy with, and I've never met a poor property developer, I have to say. Luke, but the law says they can do 20% profit without giving a penny back to the community, and only if they get more than 20% do they have to put anything back. Most businesses would give their eye teeth for 20% profitability on every single project that they do, and if they don't get 20% profit, then they can avoid paying anything back to the community. It's a good motion. I'm sure we're all going to be supporting it. It's a very sensible thing to do, and the quicker we can get it in, the quicker the members of the Planning Committee will have the tools to be able to say to developers, do not rip off residents of this city. And I think that's why it's a good thing to do.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we should, all of us, support this motion and take the risks. Take the risks for the development forward. If developers come forward or not is not an issue. It is growing forward, this city, and we are needed urgently property for the community. And we can find developer come forward for this city because it is growing economic and development city. And I don't think so any problem for the developer. We should go forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All done. Then I'll call on Councillor Pitt to sum up. All right. Your button was at the last moment. Councillor Lyon.
This may not be a very popular suggestion, but it seems to me that we should call developers bluff and say to them, well, if they can't provide social housing for a price that is sensible, then we should take that element over, if we can, through our capital budget, and ourselves take on the social housing to increase our council house provision, because that will allow us to say we think that they could build it at a profit and we can have it ourselves. Now, this may not be a Conservative policy, but it seems to me it's the best way to call their bluff. And if they turn around and say, we need to build 840 houses, we should... well,
members, we're not having a debate. Let Councillor Lyon make his point, whatever.
Without arguing with fellow councillors, it strikes me that what they're saying is they can't make a profit on that social housing. We are here for the long term. We should be able to find some means and some mechanism to say, well, we'll take on that element and we will do it ourselves. They'll build it, but we'll take on the social housing element.
Thank you. There are... Oh, no, somebody else is the last minute. Councillor... Go on.
I wasn't going to speak, but... no. After Councillor Lyon's... Thank you, Ken. Blimey, off and on like it's no one's, I tell you. I have to say I wasn't going to speak until I heard Councillor Lyon, because actually the thing that is stopping what Councillor Lyon is saying is actually government policy. It is government policy that if we, for instance, have to set up, as we have done, an arm's-length company that actually can build private and public housing, Councillor Lyon, if that company starts to build housing, what happens is that they then have to sell some of the family-size housing to the government in order to pay your government, Councillor Lyon, the money required to deal with the right to buy for housing. Now, you may or may not know some MPs in this government, Councillor Lyon, and I'm more than happy to work with you to lobby those MPs and lobby that government to change what most of us, including the former and current cabinet members for housing this authority, think is a slightly Upminster policy. That is all I have to say, Councillor Elcombe. I just wanted to disabuse Councillor Lyon of such socialist notions.
I'm not... Councillor Sanders, I would remind you I'm the Lord Mayor, not Councillor Elcombe. But thank you for that. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just wondering whether I'd actually get to my feet and cut this one quite short. Thanks to members for their contributions, and thank you for accepting this in the spirit that it is indeed truly intended. One of the things that those not on the Planning Committee might not be aware of, just as a point in summary, is that what tends to happen in these documents is that a developer will list all their costs, but they'll include the 20% profit within their costs. Later in the document, they'll declare a surplus profit over and above the 20%. So when you're looking through the document, you can very easily miss the 20%, which is listed in a great big long list of other stuff, and believe that the profit is the bit at the end. Now, this actually happened in Planning Committee in the last 18 months, and on that occasion, we were very fortunate in that it was clear that the developer himself had no intentions to unfairly avoid a social housing contribution. So he actually allowed us to make the document public and discuss it, which enabled me to ask the council officer 2 questions. The first question was, is the profit X, i.e. the surplus profit on the last page, to which the answer was yes. And when I said, is there also an assumed 20% profit of £250,000, remember this development had been built and was being brought back to us, the developer had been led to believe that he could get out of the social housing element, even though he'd already made the profit that was in the upfront costs. So it's these kind of things that this will stop and give greater clarity to the process. It's not about stopping developers from carrying out their legal work, and we need developers to come forward with all sorts of housing developments in the city because we need homes for all sorts of people. What we do want to stop is companies that are only out to deceive from also pulling one over on the developers who may even have the very best of intentions and just want to build homes. Transparency and clarity is what this is about. It's not about stopping development. I thank councillors for their contributions today.
Thank you. In the absence of any other green lights on my board, members will go to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? That looks unanimous to me. As carried. We'll move on to the next motion, C. The flooding motion to be proposed by Councillor Stubbs, second by Councillor Hugh Mason. Thank you. Members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes as to the question on whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another body for consideration. Councillor Stubbs.
Okay, am I switched on? Okay, so back at the start of this meeting, back several hours ago now, at the top of the meeting, Judith Smythe came along and made a deputation, and one of the questions she asked was, why is this here and why is this today? And I'm happy to answer that question for the benefit of members. It's here because the project is moving forward. It's here because we now have £5.9 million of funding from the Environment Agency, and that means that the design works and the design principles are going to have to be set before all that long. And one of the things about a big project like this is it's necessarily long-term. It's been going on, and 2010, I think, was the genesis of this project. So we're already 7 years in. It's another 5-6 years to complete, and that's without any slippage in it. So it's a long-term project, which means that, it's going to require some measure of buy-in, not just from the Conservative group, which it has, but from other parties, because, frankly, over any period of time, we don't know who will be running this council in 2021 or whatever, and I'm not prepared to try and give a guess on that and try to work that out. We don't know. So in order to make this work, we need cross-party buy-in. We need buy-in from everyone on this. That's why the motion's here, and I hope we can debate it.
Thank you. Members, you now have we'll now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today or deferred. Those in favour of dealing today? Thank you. That's carried. Right, my next speaker is Councillor New. Sorry, my fault. Getting carried away with these buttons. Councillor Stubbs.
Yeah, I'm not going to add all that much, but I will add one thing, which is, there is another angle on this. So last week I attended the Old Portsmouth Neighbourhood Forum, and they had a debate, effectively a debate. It wasn't supposed to be, but that's effectively what it was, between the council officers from the East Island Partnership and also between Walter Menteith, who I think a lot of people are aware who he is, who is a lecturer, a visiting lecturer at the university, who is putting forward his alternative view. And I do need to make clear, while no design decisions are taken, and including some of the big principle stuff, we do have to recognise about the things that the government is going to pay for and the things the government is not going to pay for. So the government will pay for flood defences, provided the government's contribution will be basically a basic scheme, any elaboration on that, then that cost falls to the council, and that's something which is in the budget for the programme. But there are a lot of things which aren't to do with flood defences that the government definitely won't pay for. And these were some of the things that were raised at the forum, and that included things such as relocating the pyramids, in other words, demolishing the pyramids and building building a new leisure centre. Well, there's no way the government's going to pay for that. It included underground car parking, which is hugely expensive. Yes, they built underground car parking at Gunwharf because the income per space is enormous, but you need to be generating that level of income for that to be economic. There was talk about an underground conference centre. Clearly, that's not going to be financed. And I might add, I don't even understand the logic for it. Why would you go to the seaside to get the view and then go into an underground bunker? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then the other issue was to do with the War Memorial. And, there was talk about, we could move the War Memorial. Well, of course, you can do anything if you're prepared to spend infinite amounts of money. And if you're prepared to say, let's spend £20 million moving the War Memorial, maybe you could find a way of doing it. But for the sorts of money that this local authority actually has in its budget and to deal with, it's effectively off the table. So moving the War Memorial means demolishing the War Memorial. And I'm not in favour of that sort of thing. In fact, I think that's a truly terrible suggestion. Some of the other things that are suggested are just not in the scope of this project, and they're not affordable by this council. And while the design questions are open, the fact that these are just things we are not going to be able to afford really isn't. The only way of getting that is if residents wanted to pay literally thousands of pounds extra in council tax, and I seriously doubt that they do.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, do you wish to second?
My Lord Mayor, yes, and I would wish to speak now.
Okay.
It's unusual for the seconder to speak immediately, but I think I have a perspective which complements what has been said in the proposition. This is a major scheme which is going forward, but one on which at the moment there is widespread debate and a large number of people are arguing for an alternative approach. And in seconding this motion, I want to make 4 points. First, although some people seem to be unaware of the fact, it has always been the intention of the Eastern Solent Coastal Partnership to landscape the new sea defences in order to blend them into the environment as far as possible. The evidence for this can be seen in the way in which the defences around the north and east of Portsea Island have been constructed over the last couple of years, and how they blend into the landscape. Also, it can be evidenced by the fact that the Eastern Solent Coastal Partnership and this City Council have appointed Arabs, who are probably the foremost landscape engineering company in this country and possibly in the world, to work with our design team to make a good landscape for our southern coast here. The second point is that the idea of soft engineering the sea defences along South Sea Common has been canvassed and canvassed very widely. This, of course, soft engineering is as artificial as any other form of sea defence, and it will not stop the natural coastline of a shingle ridge backed by a low sand beach re-establishing itself. Such a coastline is and will always be here a dynamic coastline. And with every storm, the shingle ridge would be driven inland and the sand beach lowered. You can see evidence for this if you just go to the east of South Parade Pier, where you actually have to walk up onto the beach. As a consequence, if we only went for soft engineering, with each storm, the sea would eat further into the land. The loss of land could be prevented, but at an extortionately high cost. After every storm season, and probably after every major storm, the shingle would need to be bulldozed back and the beach replenished with sand from offshore. This would be very costly to the council, because the council would have to pay for it. But technically it could be done unless, and we come to my third point, unless the current rise in sea level continues. A recent study by the National Oceanographic Institute evaluating Antarctic ice melt concludes that we could be looking at a sea level rise between 2.5 and 3 metres by the end of this century. Even if we accept more modest estimates of between 1.5 and 2 metres, this, together with the expected increased frequency and intensity of storms, would overwhelm a soft-engineered coastline, and the land at South Sea Common would be lost permanently to the sea. My fourth point is there have been complaints, and we heard them earlier from a deputation, about public involvement. This is not the case. In 2011, there was public consultation on the general principles of the sea defence of this city. In 2014, there was a very extensive consultation in South Sea, looking at some of the detail and how we could defend our coastal area. And it has always been the intention of this council to consult right the way through. Has been evidenced by the way in which Councillor New, who I believe will be speaking, held a consultation on the finer details of the sea defences which are being put in around the east and north of this island before the work started. We will always consult, but we have to go ahead, and we cannot go backwards to stage one and start all over again. And indeed, if we did, because of the changes in our environment at the present time, the rising sea level, and the problems of increased storminess, we would have to come to the conclusion which we have reached at the present time. So it's not just a matter of cost, and who would bear the cost. The practicalities of preserving this city against the effects of climate change and sea level rise necessitate the type of well-engineered approach which is being developed on behalf of this city by the East Solent Coastal Partnership. And that is why I second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to this motion? I suspect not. In that case, I'll go back to Councillor New. I gave a 4 start to earlier on. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, it's quite nice, isn't it, when there's consensus across the whole chamber around such an important issue. And just at the start of this, I'd just like to place my thanks really to all of the members that have been supportive, and also in particular, because actually Councillor Mason has just made the point that this project started off way back in 2011, and we should also place on record our thanks to former Councillor Eleanor Scott as well for the contribution that she made when she was the portfolio holder here. So to move on, I think most of the actual points are actually around the scheme and the need for it have been made. And I think it's been hugely disappointing today, especially by one of the deputations that came forward, misrepresenting what this scheme is, and I question the motives behind it. Least of all because it was factually incorrect nearly all the way through, and it reeked of a political kind of NIMBYism style attack. But also, as well, the fact that this whole project has been whipped up into, and I suppose really you kind of always expect it when there's such a huge amount of money involved, there's always someone tinkering around in the background that wants to get their hands on something. And then even when they're knocked back because, one, they're not qualified to do the work, you know, or they don't have the knowledge, etc., they still then go for another job to try and get some part out of it. And that's hugely disappointing, and especially by the fact that they've misled people. And I think off the back of this, one of the points that the deputation made was that that there's been political campaigns and political intentions to mislead people. I think this is probably the first time I can ever say, certainly within my political career, that that is not true. The Liberal Democrats came forward, they put a leaflet out straight away, quite an informative leaflet, in fact, around their patches, around St Jude, for example, laying out things that weren't political, that were factually correct, things that Hugh Mason, Councillor Mason, has been working on for a long, long, long time. And I think that we should, you know, recognise that. And same with when it comes to, in my own patch, for example, the work that started up there around Anchorage Park and on the north of Portsea was absolutely fantastic. And I think we have to give credit to both actually the local members. At the time, Councillor Denny was a UKIP member and an independent before she came across to us. And it was fantastic being able to go to those public meetings and engage with local residents and also directly with the project team so that we could show people what our intentions were, that we were going to improve the local area with soft landscaping options and so that everything was blended. And then what was really great was through that whole process and the disruption, they were engaging with the residents every single week. And now it's one of the things that when we go out and knock on doors, they say, we're really grateful that they kept us in touch with everything that was happening. If there was a slight delay on things, they let us know. And, you know, people are appreciative of it. But even more so, the people up there who were subjected to issues around insurance problems, premiums on their housing, insurances, they were very grateful that finally they were getting the protection that they needed in order to have some peace of mind moving forward, that their houses were secure. And this is what this is ultimately about, protecting homes and businesses in our city. There have been some 20,000 newsletters with the facts and our aspirations that have been sent out to residents across Southsea, with a second newsletter that's been signed off. There's now 5 dates for public consultation which start next week and that will run through until the 3rd of November, mainly across the southern part of the city, but also one up in Cosham, because lots of people like to visit Southsea, etc. So we're trying to be broad, and this is just the first round, of course, and there will be more. And I think probably this is one of the things that we've probably done as a city council in the whole, the most amount of consultation around. And I think that, again, we should praise the teams involved in this. And then finally, I just want to talk about the actual project team. And it's probably not fair to call them a project team. And I suspect that this is probably where Mr. Mentev's kind of gruesome sort of lies have sprung from, when he's kind of alluded to almost as if we've just taken a bunch of council officers, put them together and said, get on with it, just make something happen. They're not. They're doctors of engineering. They're professionals. They're absolutely world-class people. And with the contractor working on the designs, it's funny, actually, some of the people at the Environment Agency are telling our officers that they are jealous of the team that have been put together to work on this, and that they are world-class, and that the industry across the world, not just in this country, are looking to what this will be when it's completed. And the public will have a say on that. And we should be really grateful that they're here in our project wing, and any of the members are more than welcome to go and see them at any time. And I know that many of you have, and we've held some wider presentations, etc., which has been really, really positive. And so I just think that we should probably give them the respect they deserve. We are going out to public consultation, we're doing public engagement, and hopefully we will come up with something, with a final design that works and pleases the majority.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I asked myself why. Why should I support this notice of motion? And to me, at least, the reasons are very clear indeed. I'm not going to be a councillor that gambles on the flooding of much of Southsea and all of St Jude Ward in particular, with over 1 metre of seawater. That's what's at stake. I was flabbergasted and shocked by Ms Smythe's deputation earlier on. It seemed to fail to completely understand what the risks are. But I did agree with her about something, and the appearance that this notice of motion might look a bit premature. But the trouble is, we've been pushed into doing something and saying something because, I'm very sorry, Councillor Morgan, but you and the Labour Party have created rather an issue about this, and people are being led up the garden path about what is doable. But the thing is, you know, to do that too, once that started, my party, the Liberal Democrats, we went out and did something about it. And Councillor Newswright, we put out Exhibit 1, which is a big leaflet about what is actually happening, and I hope that was helpful. But we followed it up with another one giving feedback on what's going on. And we've also been writing to hundreds of people across Southsea about what is happening in personal letters. And even though 20,000 leaflets have gone out, Councillor New, 50,000 of these leaflets have gone. The truth is that we've been knocking on doors too, talking to people about it, and alarmingly, there's still a lot of people who have absolutely no idea that something's going on. But so what we've tried to do is not make it political. We really haven't. This is just too important an issue, Lord Mayor, to make it political. You know, this council comes together. It is a good council. I know people like to knock us all, and we all have a go at each other around the politics. When it comes to the big issues, like the dockyard, the football club, and these sorts of issues, are now defending our city and people and their livelihoods from the sea. 1.4 metres, I think, of flood water we're talking about here, coming back through Southsea and affecting thousands of homes and businesses. It shouldn't be political. But I saw a very political representation from Ms Smythe earlier on today, and I hugely regret that. I think the Labour Party is miscalculating in this way. I think what they're trying to do, members, is create an issue that sort of makes the whole council look like it's ganging up on the Labour Party. But that isn't the truth. Until recently, we had consensus across the council about how to proceed. And this is hugely important when you're going to ministers trying to win more money, rather than having ministers say, well, what's going on down there? You know, you're asking us to spend more money on things that, quite frankly, are very nice, but they're just not going to fund. And I'm talking about the Walter Menteith proposals. I think the Labour Party has got it very wrong, Lord Mayor. I'm sorry to say that. I wish they hadn't. I wish they hadn't set out on this course of action, but they have. I hope they will vote for the motion later on, and let's get back on track with the consensus. I was shocked about what was said earlier on from Ms Smythe, as though there had been a general agreement. There is too, Lord Mayor, very importantly, there is ongoing consultation. It's not as though this isn't being consulted on. We heard about Old Portsmouth Neighbourhood Forum earlier on from Councillor Stubbs, and on Thursday there is the East South Neighbourhood Forum, and we put out information which directs people to both the Walter Menteith proposals and to what the City Council is backing at the moment. And everything, of course, is open to change. One thing that the motion does, it makes it look like perhaps we're just going to press ahead with whatever we want. But I hope the council will look at things that people say, and I hope the council will do its level best, its absolute level best, to reduce the fears and concerns of people about a massive wall. Now, that's what they talk about when you go and knock on their door. They're talking about a massive wall. And we didn't say this. Nobody said this. It's the Labour Party that have said this. The Labour Party that are putting us all at risk in this way. I really wish they wouldn't stop playing. And Miss Smythe had the temerity to say that we were playing, the council was playing politics with this matter. It wouldn't be here today if the Labour Party weren't the ones playing the politics. And that's a fact, Lord Mayor. And I regret that very, very much indeed. So I apologise for going on about the Labour Party, but I'm sorry, guys, it's come from you and not from any of us. So, Lord Mayor, I hope the whole council gets back to consensus, takes on board what people say during the consultation, and tries to incorporate some of the good things perhaps are in the Walter Menteith proposal. Perhaps that's what the Labour Party want. I hope so. But we sincerely must not put at risk this nearly £100 million worth of government funding that will come down to Portsmouth, that will defend the lives and the properties. And it's the duty of this City Council, above all else, to defend the lives and the property of the people that we seek to represent, not to gamble on creating a political issue just to show a couple of other parties up and make you look like you're the ones really in touch. It's just too important. I don't want my home flooded, and I do live at Dockmill Cottages. I can tell you that much now. I've just bought a new house in Pretoria Road. So, you know, you can't keep on about that one. So I do live here, and I don't want my home flooded. I don't want my neighbours' homes flooded. I don't want your homes flooded. I want us to get on with this, and I want us I hope Labour get back on board.
Right, Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, clearly, Councillor Hunt feels quite passionate about this, and understandably, he's right. He's right. We do need to make sure that our city is defended from the elements. People's homes are protected. People's lives are protected. And we can't take chances. So I applaud the work that Councillor New has been doing, and clearly he's made every effort, and is making every effort, and will make every effort to make sure people have their opportunity to have their input into the proposals, how they look. There has to be a limit, just because of the nature of what we're doing, or is proposed. And I have to say, Lord Mayor, I do find it appalling that others outside this chamber put forward propositions that mislead and misrepresent this council to the public. Because clearly their proposals, and I'm not expert in these matters, I've taken advice from others. They tell me if there were sand dunes put on Southsea Common to actually be protective of Southsea and of Portsmouth, the gradient of those dunes to not be washed away would be 1 in 100. Effectively, it would block Portsmouth off as a port. We would be filling in the channel we've just dredged for the carriers. We'd be stopping the ferries going in and out of our city. Is that what we want for our city, to kill it economically? Do the people in Portsmouth want us to take on board proposals that will stop us having Victorious Festival, Kite Festival, any number of events on Southsea Common? All those things would go unless we take sensible and practical approaches. Unless we do the things that A, we can afford, and B, that will stand the test of time. Soft, as we've heard from Councillor Mason, soft sea defences get washed away. They don't last. If they're to last, they will damage our city in other ways, as I've just outlined. And I have to say, I wasn't going to speak to this because I think there are others probably more eloquent on this in this chamber than I. But I was mentioned in dispatches by one of the deputations saying I was in favour of underground parking, and once upon a time I was. But there is a practical issue about it. The groundwater level in Southsea is only 6 inches below the surface. If you put an underground car park in it, it will effectively float to the surface unless you put a heavy weight on top of it, which is why it works at Gunwharf. And so unless you're to build on Southsea Common, an underground car park won't work there. And I don't think any of us in this chamber want to see any more building on Southsea Common than we've already got. So, Lord Mayor, I have to say to you, I do think that we in this chamber, I hope, will vote unanimously to support this notice motion, because quite clearly, I think quite a few of us in this chamber are appalled by the way the public are being misled by others for whatever purpose they think is appropriate. I do not know, but it is just appalling that the people of this city are being misled in this way.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'm a bit apprehensive about supporting any motion which is going to leave the pyramids in place. So I've really got to control that aversion. And Councillor Hunt getting up reminded me of probably one of his finest leaflets, which was me aside a demolition truck about to demolish the pyramids. This is a man that wants to demolish the pyramids. And I think I said, yes, I do.
It was another true leaflet.
Yeah, but in terms of the motion, I mean, it's fairly unprecedented, isn't it, in this chamber to have a joint motion from the Tories and the Lib Dems. But that's what we have, because I think any sensible person would understand that this is absolutely crucial to the city, that it's not or shouldn't be a political issue, and it's not something that I think, as Councillor Mason said, that we could take any chances with. So I was astonished to see that it had become a political issue when I saw comments from the Labour Party, and I saw comments from Councillor Morgan, who is also my MP for Portsmouth South. I could not believe they were making a political issue out of this item. And once again, it's welcome to see Councillor Morgan, my MP, here in the council chamber today. I'd much prefer that he was in the House of Commons today, where they're discussing various issues around Brexit, including the Secretary of State, David Davis, making a statement on the car crash of negotiations that are taking place. And I think it would be really great if my MP, who I know is a staunch Remainer, if he was there in the Commons reflecting the opinions of his constituents on that particular issue. And he also might want to have a word. He also might want to have a word with the Shadow Health Secretary, Jonathan Ashworth, who only the other day was attacking the Conservatives, condemning the Conservative MP for Mansfield for not giving up his council seat. So I'm sure he's going to search out Mr Ashworth and point out to him that that's left him in a rather uncomfortable position. But this, getting back to the motion, this is clearly about reducing the risk here in the city of flooding. As has been said before, it's not something we can take any chances with. I'm absolutely astonished that anyone would want to try and make political capital out of this particular issue. And the primary concern that we have is making sure that the citizens of this city are safe.
Thank you. Councillor Symes.
Yes. Firstly, I'd like to say it's very unlikely, but I do actually agree with some of Councillor Hunt's points on this. I think I probably live closest to Southsea Seafront of anyone in this room, and I'm sure that, like everyone else, I know that the only good outcome for us is if we get a well-designed scheme that is appealing to everyone, that has soft landscaping as well as the hard lines that we know are going to have to appear. And I feel very sad that today someone came along here and accused us of using this as a political issue, when in fact we've all been in agreement right from the word go. The only people who don't agree with us are the people who have been scaremongering and have been going around saying there's going to be a huge wall along the seafront, which we all know isn't going to materialise, because one of those ideas that was put on a drawing a long time ago, and it was described as not for construction, was rejected out of hand at the earlier consultation meetings that were held in the city. Now, we're a city that relies on tourism, we're a city that relies on bringing huge numbers of people to our seafront. Why would we have a design going along our seafront that was so appalling that the only job you could get would be hiring out ladders for people to climb up them to look over at the sea? So I am disappointed that Mrs Smythe came along here and made those very political remarks today, when this is one of the instances when we have all worked very hard in the same direction. And I just hope that this scheme will be very successful. I'm sure it will. The amount of consultation will take into account all the views put forward by the many people who live here. It will be done in 7 stages, and at each stage, everyone will be able to give their view. We have to accept that we're not going to be able to fulfil all people's aspirations. But what we have to do is get something as close to perfection as possible, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I was delighted to be part of the Lib Dem administration that gave the go-ahead to start the project on protecting our sea defences, something which at the time had the backing of all political groups on this council. Until now, this has either affected my own ward, as with Milton Common, or an area close to it, Anchorage Park. And although there's been some concern around the impact on Brent Geese or what to do with the People's Memorial, up until now, people have been pretty positive. That's good, because this is a case of some politicians, in this case my group, taking the long-term view for the city, and other ones, this time the Conservatives, taking it forwards. So imagine my surprise to be told that these plans put Southsea Seafront so at risk that Portsmouth South's MP calls for a delay in government funding to allow time for an alternative to be properly pursued, and I'm sure the MP for Portsmouth South will justify that decision a bit later. Now, there's nothing wrong with Stephen doing that, Councillor Morgan doing that, but the reason had better be good. because the fact the water has knocked a hole in Curtain Wall and done something the Conservative and Labour parties on this council have only dreamt about, namely close the pyramids, cannot be ignored. So I decided to look for myself. I attended the council briefing on the existing plan and a presentation by putting forward the alternative the Portsmouth Society and the Labour candidate for St Jude wants to pursue. I also read the latter's prospectus, thanks to the South Sea Seafront at Risk Facebook group. And after doing so, I'm probably the sort of person that people like them are after, because to my untrained eye, there's a real danger that the current plans will block out the view of the Isle of Wight we get when entering the Common to the east of the War Memorial. Now, lessening that at such a key tourism point must be dealt with. And I can also see what Mr Menteith and his team are trying to do with their alternative. They want to recreate the North Devon and North Cornwall coastal paths. Certainly eye-catching, although without the cows and other animals you have to negotiate to walk along there. So, in principle, I'm very interested in this alternative project, or at least I was, until I read and heard the small print. A small print many of the people who want a more open, an allegedly more open process may not know about. Because as custodians of other people's money, we have to make sure any alternative is viable. And that's the problem with Mr Menteith's alternative. It's an alternative vision, not an alternative project. This is surprising. This has been years in the planning, involves some of the finest architectural brains in Europe, subject to a lot of detail. However, to be an alternative people like me come back, it needs to be more than just a vision. We had that at the Tricorn. An alternative needs to answer some basic questions. Instead, we get the sort of lack of detail that wouldn't last 5 seconds in a bank or a private business, let alone for something this big in gestation. How long will it take? No one knows. How much money will it cost? According to page 27 of the prospectus, quote, a full comparative economic assessment of the landscape strategy might be commissioned. Note the word might. If that doesn't worry you, fellow custodians of Portsmouth Council taxpayers' money, please do one sensible thing. Don't stand for election again. It sure scares me. Yet this is actually not the least of it. When you delve further into the prospectus, you see a world where the vision is all and the ability to deliver is nowhere. Page 28. Clarence Pier will have to be rotated 90 degrees. Have they agreed? If not, that's a compensation bill waiting to happen, isn't it? Page 37. The MOD sports ground will have to move to near the Royal Naval Yacht Club. The MOD will do that gratis, won't they? Move the pyramids to the D-Day Museum car park. BH Live will never bill us for compensation, surely. Neither will the concessions that must move according to this alternative. I'm so delighted the Council Fair wants to move the pyramids rather than get rid of it, otherwise the bulldozers will be back. Thank you, John, for agreeing. Neither will the concessions that must move because of work we would be commissioning. Neither will hover travel when it discovers that the public transport base in the Menteith alternative is 150 metres from its terminal, something that was put forward at the presentation Mr Menteith made in Old Portsmouth. And that's before we get to the underground car park and conference facility, as Councillor Weems has outlined, in an area where the water table is so high that there's a real danger water will seep in, and I don't want to be a car owner who wants that to happen. Any problem with any of those, and who will foot the bill? I've not heard Mr Menteith or his backers agree to open their wallets. It will not be central government having allocated everything on the magic money tree elsewhere. It will be us, the council taxpayers of Portsmouth.
I didn't say a word, but if you finish, then fine. You've got another minute if you want it.
My Lord Mayor, I think it was a case of everyone else wanting it. Now, no doubt people like me will be told I'm not getting carried away, my Lord Mayor, that I'm constraining options or not allowing alternatives to be put forward. Sorry, but I disagree. The so-called alternative the Portsmouth Society and the Labour candidate for St Jude want is a menu long in the making, but without prices or any idea of who will pay for it. As a policymaker, This is not acceptable. That is not to say that the current plans don't need to deal with the problems that exist. I urge them to do so, ideally through some soft landscaping. However, unlike my Labour colleagues earlier, I do not believe that we should pursue the uncosted dreams of this so-called alternative. And on that basis, my Lord Mayor, not only will I shut up, but I shall back this motion.
Thank you very much. And all the other speakers appear to have changed their mind, and my screen has gone green, so I don't know whether to follow that, but apparently Councillor Pitt thinks he can. So, Councillor Pitt.
Yes, good point, Lord Mayor. Following that, it's a very entertaining contribution from Councillor Sanders. I actually wanted to do something that nobody else has referenced today, and it's about the historic consultation and where the conversation started. And because I'm on planning, we actually have these things called planning documents that back up things. We're reviewing the one on HMOs at the moment. The leaders agreed to go and look at one today about economic viability assessments. There's one called the Seafront Master Plan. I'd like to quote you a few things from that document, which is adopted council policy. The policy of the Seafront Master Plan that was introduced by the Liberal Democratic administration in 2013 was of hold the line. Therefore, that has been in the public domain for 4 years. Coastal defence work may include enhancing, improving or replacing the existing seawall and promenade. It may also involve raising the level of the promenade and other walkways in order to dissipate wave energy. Beach management, wave control structures or sloping seawalls may be needed. That has been in that document and in the public domain for 4 years. That document also refers to walking and cycling and the need to promote them. It also talks about protecting the open nature of Southsea Common and other public spaces and the valuable wildlife habitat at Eastney Beach. That document also refers to ensuring that new sea defences integrate sensitively with the local environment and provide opportunities to improve the seafront. Therefore, the seafront proposals that are coming forward, that are still to be consulted on by the public, still to be developed in full, in detail by the team, will have to refer to the Seafront Master Plan. That's why I and my group didn't get all up in arms about 10-foot walls, etc., is that master plan is council policy and clearly tells us what we've all known all along. Back before I was a councillor, I chaired the Culture Partnership. Councillor Hunt, when he was the Cabinet member, consulted with my group on it. The university got involved in charrettes that worked up that master plan. All councillors in the council chamber took part in that process. That document supports the strategy that's being brought forward to develop these sea defences. This is the point. It's not about counter-proposals now. It's completely disingenuous to say that there wasn't proper consultation when this document is on the council's website and has been on it for 4 years. It's proof the consultation took place in the first place. It's a clear intent. To my knowledge, and I'm very happy to be contradicted, no one during that 4-year process has contradicted this approach. We've never had a single deputation to council. I don't think the cabinet members have ever had representation to remove it or change it. So on what possible basis can we now start from the very beginning all over again and look at an uncosted counter proposal? Now, I did something well, actually, another member of my party did something as part of the process. An email went out about this to people that we communicate with, local residents, and it went out in my name. So that meant that all the responses that came in came to me. Some of them were very good, some of them were more aggressive. But the key point was that, and I want to thank Councillor Robert New for this, I contacted our team at Portsmouth City Council about every single question that was raised with me by a resident. I have to say, and I hope you pass back my thanks, the engagement from Lyle Cairns and his team is absolutely second to none. They engage in full, give detailed answers. They don't mock or try to criticise or not take seriously the points raised. They give proper, detailed answers in full and very much on time. We also managed to set up, I asked him to, a couple of local schools approached us about the team going in to speak to them, and I'm glad to say he was able to arrange that as well, because it's important that our young people, the next generation of this city, know that we are acting in their best interests. A number of members of the Culture Partnership, which I used to chair, contacted me about this issue, and they had concerns. They'd seen the alternative proposals. They were very worried about this allegation of poured concrete all over the seafront, etc. I made a couple of points. The first one is that we have a concrete sea defence. We are not bringing in a concrete sea defence. We have one now. The reason it's less visible than it used to be is for the very reason that we're replacing it, is that the beach has been pushed further and further up it, and I've lived in this city all my life, and I used to have to jump down onto the beach or use the steps, and now you can just step off the promenade. That's the reality. What we're doing is renewing and improving what we already have. So I would say to the residents in Portsmouth, if you love our sea defences and our seafront as much as I do, having spent my entire life here, then what we are proposing to do is improve and renew what you love so much. So the thing that I'm disappointed about the most in this whole process is that what we could have been doing with the public and those who've got all up in arms supporting the Water Mentors proposals is having those people engage in looking at the options for the soft landscaping that we all want to see. I replied to people saying if they were going to build a 10-foot wall right across the Southsea Common, I would be the first person down there demonstrating about it. That is not going to happen on my watch or on the watch of any sitting member of Portsmouth City Council. I was able to reassure them. Most people took that on board. I congratulate Lyle and his team on the work they've done so far for being so engaging. And I do think that only one valid point was made by Judith Smythe today, and that was that we need to make sure that we do get the full engagement of as many people as possible, and there are 42 people in this room who have that responsibility. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think for the second time today, I'm going to have to say that I have changed my mind on something, because some of the proposals that have been put forward looked superficially to be very interesting and very good, and I was quite tempted by them. But then I went back and thought, okay, how dangerous are things in Portsmouth? And sea defences take an awful long time to build, an awful long time to plan, and they're things that we've decided collectively should not be party political, because it may be one administration planning them and another administration building them. And something that takes 10, 12 years to get that done is a very long-term project. But I remember in, I think, February 2014, being called on an evening, it was Valentine's night, and being called on a Valentine's night by a council officer is an interesting prospect, but he phoned to say that Anchorage Park was at risk of flooding. But that, because the wind had changed, the wind direction had changed, it had been saved from flooding by an inch. Now, the work that the City Council has done to protect the north of the island, the place at the most risk, including Anchorage Park, has been really well done, and my congratulations to everybody on that. The work that then went on the eastern side of the island down to Milton, again, has been extremely good. And then we looked at Southsea, and I've got in front of me the map of where the risk is. And the risk is everywhere south of Albert Road, and even a little bit north of Albert Road, everything south of Marmion Road, most of Old Portsmouth, and the area where, but that is, I'll just read you the words: caution, flood zone with shallow flowing water or deep standing water, and that's the low level of risk. The medium bit of risk, which I think is where Judith's house is, says dangerous for some, i.e. children. Danger flood zones equal fast flowing water. Now, these are the things we're being asked to protect the citizens of the city against. And we would be failing in our duty if we didn't do it. We all know the existing seawall in Southsea is coming to the end of its life. There are holes punched in it every year. So we know we have to do something. We also know that sea level, or except if you're Donald Trump, that sea levels are rising because of climate change. And we also know, because of the data that people have worked on here, with the buoys in the Solent, that the power of the storms hitting the seawall at Southsea are getting stronger and stronger. And that's what's causing the problem. So we've got to do something. We can't leave people at risk. So the question is, what do we do? So I am I am concerned that the previous consultation, which came back with, which as I understand, came back with having talked to people in public meetings across the south of the city, came back with something that said, we will try to make sure that no bit of Southsea has to be given up to the sea. I'm worried that that consultation is now being rejected. And people want to go back and have that discussion again. Because I think people are very clear. They want the city protected. They want Southsea protected. The question is how we do it. And my concern is that there are some people who clearly believe that a system that is being proposed, that Councillor Hugh Mason, who knows way more about this than me, says won't work, is the right thing. And therefore, those people are proposing a system that won't work and that will put families and children at risk. Now, that's not right. We should be working to try to find a solution. Now, I think the consultations we're going to be having in the future are really important in terms of the design of this. And people are saying that there is no consultation, there won't be any discussion of design, are wrong. My understanding, having talked to people, is there are lots of decisions to be made for the future. Do we have to have a flood defence that tries to make sure that never is there any water or any shingle on the prom? No, we've all lived with there being water and shingle on the prom. Should there never be any water or shingle on the road? No. We've all lived with having the gates shut and being able to have, on those occasions, because that's a decision, that's what it's like in Southsea. Are we in a position of saying there should never be any water that ever spills onto the common? Personally, I think no. That's what it's kind of there to soak stuff up. And those are the decisions that will mean that a better design can come out with much less hard engineering, many of walls that are much, much lower, but our primary responsibility must be to protect the 2,500 people who live in the homes that are currently at risk in Southsea of being flooded out and at worst injured or killed. Flowing water is very, very dangerous because it just knocks people over. So my Lord Mayor, I'm really pleased that I think we seem to have got most people in a position that think that there is a consultation process that should go ahead. I hope that continues, and it might need to be much, much more consultation, but we have to make sure we protect Southsea for the future. Having a system which doesn't work or which the government won't fund, so it won't be built, is not an answer.
Thank you. Councillor Goodyear.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to talk on this simply because you all agree, and trust me, most of you speak much better than me, if not all of you. But I literally only want to say, and I'm not sure it's that good, well bloody done, guys. That is literally what I stood up to say. You're working together. That's what the city wants. Literally all I stood up to say. Carry it on.
Please don't demolish my microphones. Councillor Morgan.
My Lord Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion. Flooding and the risk of flooding is a hugely important issue. It is vital that we all ensure Portsmouth is prepared to face rising sea levels and a more volatile climate. It is what tomorrow's generation expect of us, and as today's city leaders, we need to act. A sea defence scheme and policy is an integral part of this and has, in the fact, been a priority for administrations of all colours in the Council for decades. It was, of course, a Labour-led council here in Portsmouth that adopted the Hold the Line policy back in 1997, an approach which has served our city well. And in recent engagement exercises, it is clear that there is widespread public support for improvements on the seafront and flooding defence capital works, and rightly so. There has been much debate about soft and hard engineering solutions to the scheme, as Councillor Mason mentioned earlier. And from my own discussions with the project team and Environment Agency, the Labour Group are assured that the council officers are in fact exploring and discussing soft engineering solutions as part of the overall design of the scheme. We urge the project team to continue these important discussions and know they will. It is vital that we ensure the significant capital programme imaginatively responds to the challenges our city faces on flooding and actively works with all strategic partners to be ambitious for our great waterfront city. Likewise, from my own discussions, we know there are funding streams out there which would allow the Council to harness further public realm improvements and enable imaginative placemaking for our great seafront as part of the redevelopment. And I'm personally more than happy to provide any support that might prove useful in securing such government funding and to make sure that the largest sea defence scheme in our country is ultimately a success for our community. My Lord Mayor, at the same time as defending our great city from the consequences of climate change, we must ensure that our seafront's heritage and character is retained and enhanced for future generations. For this reason, the Labour Group are yet to be convinced by any rationale or option which would involve moving the War Memorial or pyramids, but we don't want to see public debate shut down. If public opinion differs to our own, then we will, of course, reconsider this position. What we must have is the best possible affordable solution for our seafront. That is what our city deserves. My Lord Mayor, public engagement and consultation is key to ensuring a successful coastal defence scheme for Portsmouth. We've heard from the public deputations today why it's so vital to get that right. The community and local groups and businesses must be engaged in the decision-making process and given assurances by the City Council so that everyone feels confident that their voices are heard. So we urge the administration to be ambitious, not just for the design of the scheme, as they are trying to do, but also to capture the hearts and minds of the communities in this vital capital programme. With such significant investment in our city and a scheme expected to last generations, it is imperative the community is engaged every step of the way as the project develops. Lord Mayor, the Labour Group will be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm going to talk in two parts. First of all, I'm going to address the deputation made by Judith Smythe today, the self-confessed Labour Party member and activist, because, you know, whilst we may not agree with all the points that were made, actually it is good that people do come along and make their points, because that is what democracy is all about. There were a couple of points I did note down, though, and the first one was a comment that she made about question marks being, or there are question marks around whether or not sea levels are actually rising. Well, I was unaware of that question mark, I have to be honest. I think there's question marks around why sea levels may be rising. Is that a man-made, global warming, which is why the ice caps are melting? But I'm yet to come across anyone who argues that the sea levels are actually rising. And for us, as the only island city in the UK and one of only 2 island cities in Europe, it really is absolutely imperative that we are at the forefront of the government's projects to protect homes and jobs in the city. In terms of a number of other points that were made by her, she said that consultation should not be carried out by a political party, but by officers of the council. Well, because of the democratic process upon which this country is governed, decisions are made by politicians in Parliament, assisted by civil servants, and then those decisions pass down to us to implement in local government. And actually, it's quite right and proper that, yes, our officers, and we've mentioned the Eastern Coastal Solent Partnership, Councillor Hugh Mason has, and it's quite right and proper that in conjunction with Guy Mason, for example, our very excellent coastal defence manager, they are doing all of the legwork here. That we have got design consultants who we've heard, we've got construction people that we are engaging with through the procurement process, but of course a politician, Councillor Robert New, the Cabinet member, has to take the decision about not if we consult, because the government have already told Councillor Robert New he must consult. His decision was when and how, and that is quite right and proper. And we've heard from other colleagues in the chamber today, there has been extensive consultation. So to hear that we should be doing more of it and that politicians shouldn't be involved and that we should be publishing information more widely, as Councillor Steve Pitt said, I find the comments quite incredulous, I have to be honest. Now moving on to the second point of my speech, and that is my general comments about what's happened. We had a fantastic project, started in 2011, 2010, okay, Councillor Hugh Mason informs me, under previous Cabinet members run by the Liberal Democrats when they were the administration. And that is because the government did an assessment of us as an island country, and they said we have issues. And they highlighted which parts of the UK needed protecting. It was a national programme with national importance. And Portsmouth came up fairly top of the tree. And it was right and proper that the Liberal Democrats took on board that work. So number one of the 4 general part strategic process of what's happened is the concept of, yes, we need to do something because we have rising sea levels and we have homes and jobs at risk. Number 2 was a general business case being worked up to cost the scheme, started by the Liberal Democrats, and that stage 2 finished by us, the Conservatives, with the proposal to the Environment Agency and then to the Treasury around that business case proposal. Number 3 is then the design work, and there are many more other more low-level processes that have been involved, but I'm just kind of keeping this at a strategic level. The design work and the consultation around that, and then the construction. So all of these things have been going on, and at the moment we're at number 3. We've got our Treasury's business case sign-off, we know how much it's going to cost, and now we're looking at the design work through Councillor Robert New, and then we'll be moving on to appointing the construction company to build the sea defences for us. And this, between the 2 parties and subsequent administrations and the seafront strategy and everything else, has been working well, until a visiting professor or lecturer arrived in Portsmouth, wanting to make a name for himself as the big hotshot, and Mr. Walter Menteth, who the university senior management team have been at pains to stress to me is a visiting lecturer and not a permanent member on their payroll. I did suggest they might want to review his contract as to whether or not he remains a visiting lecturer for very much longer. But of course, Mr. Menteth, he's done 2 things, Lord Mayor. One, he's done well, and one he's done very badly. First of all, he's raised the profile of this because many people in their lives were going about trusting their elected officials, their members of parliament, their elected members of the city council to implement a scheme to keep homes and jobs safe. Over 3,000 homes, 1,500 jobs, and they trust us to do that. But then, of course, you get fake news and you get scaremongering. And that's exactly what happened with the elephant cage project that the Portsmouth Cathedral, who do like to lend themselves to a little bit of political conversation along the way, were more than happy to host the elephant cage amongst other debates about the sea defences. And of course, what then happened was there were images of the seafront and the promenade with a red faint line of a 10-foot high wall. And I know there's a problem when my husband comes home from work, who has no interest in local government and what goes on in local politics generally. He watches the 10 o'clock news, he reads the paper, and that's kind of where he stops. And he came home and said, "What's all this I've heard about a 10-foot wall along the seafront? You're not really going to do that, are you?" And that's when I know there's an issue. And how did he know about Walter Menteth and the 10-foot high wall? Because he'd gone nowhere near the elephant cage and the Portsmouth Cathedral. I can assure you he works in the city. He works in London. That was because of social media, Lord Mayor. It was because of Facebook and things that were being perpetrated and the fake news that was being spread around the city. Now, this has caused damage to us. In actual fact, the £5 million that Councillor Robert New had allocated with the Environment Agency, their #1 largest scheme in the city, was put at risk. And it was because of Councillor Robert New's intervention with the MP for Portsmouth North and a quick emergency meeting with the DEFRA Minister responsible, because the government had heard about this, by the way. They'd heard about all of this risk to the biggest scheme they've got on their books, that actually we saved that £5 million to make sure we could carry on and do the design works. And what my final comment, Lord Mayor, I know I've got to shut up, sorry, is that what Walter Menteth did is he came out with stage 3 of my 4-part analysis. He came out with his design when we were still at stage 2. We just got our business case sign-off. We're just about to start consulting on the design work and how it could look. And he came out and said, the council have got this all wrong. They're going to build a 10-foot high wall. This is how it should look. But he doesn't actually know what we are proposing yet, because we haven't actually got that far. He was preempting stage 3, and that's where the fear came from. And lessons must be learned here, you know, particularly for members of the public who are watching this. And I'm very grateful to Councillor Hugh Mason and others who did put documents out very, very quickly and supported the administration in that. The fear-mongering was just that, fear-mongering, and really, really unhelpful. And for that part, you know, I think Mr Menteth really does owe a number of people, in particular the officers working on this, an apology.
Thank you, Leader. I think on the basis that the Chamber seems to be rather unanimous in their views, I don't suppose anyone minded you overrunning Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I'd like to carry on with a bit of what Councillor Pitt said when he was talking about the original consultation on this. And I think that's something that from our deputy earlier today, which I found really quite surprising, and also to make out that it was some kind of party political plot. Because I was elected in 2012, and it was actually that summer, it was literally about a month after I was elected, that I first went to a meeting whereby I had presentation about down in the D-Day Museum, as it happens, where we had a presentation for seafront traders and local councillors were involved, and we had a really good conversation about those 2-year in stages, as Councillor Hugh Mason has said, that's 2 years on, about this was a stage whereby they were going out for full consultation. It was being launched then. Everyone was able to have a say. And I also remember that from both ourselves and the Conservatives in the seafront wards, we also put out leaflets in a completely non-partisan way to spread that and say to people, come on, join in the conversation. Get your point across. This is your opportunity. None of that was done in a party political way. It was just using our reach as councillors to actually get involved with local residents, get them involved with getting involved in the consultation. And I remember the results of that consultation. And you know what the results of that consultation was? I remember very specifically this whole thing about stepped concrete structures going down into the water. The feedback about that was absolutely fantastic, which at our point would either be in front of the castle, where we currently don't have a beach at all, or it'd be working down to where we do have beach, etc. So those kind of approaches were really popular, really good. And now we've got this situation as we have now, where right at the very end of this process, someone comes up with what is quite frankly a pipe dream. And people are saying, oh, you should be doing this. And most importantly at all, I'm very disappointed that Councillor Morgan did not address the letter he sent, whereby he effectively said that we should put a stop on pursuing the money that we need for this. And I'm afraid that's really disappointing. He could have put a kibosh on all of this now, but instead, I'm afraid, it was a bit of a fudge. It was still talking about soft solutions, etc. We've gone beyond that. We need to be talking about where we are now. We need to be looking forward to the engagement we've got with our community, which, as Councillor Rob New said, is coming up very soon with the Eastern Solent Coastal Partnership. And they are going to be doing that, and they're going to be on actually how this looks for all of us, which is going to be for the next 100 years. So it's going to be different all along our coast, all the way from Old Portsmouth, all the way along to the D-Day, to the old Royal Marines Barracks. It's going to look different in every place. We've got to get it right. We've got to engage. I do agree we need to engage, and we all need to use our things, not just as councillors, as MPs, as candidates, every way we can to get that word out, to actually make this work for everyone. Because if we don't, we are going to pay for it for decades to come. So one last thing I would like to say, my Lord Mayor, is also about, we've already talked about the local plan being in process at the moment. And obviously we've got the coastal defences coming up. I do think it's really important that we make sure that where we have the local plan consultation and where we have the work on the sea defences, we make sure they feed into each other. Because the last thing we want is that we come up with a wonderful local plan which does lots of things for the seafront, and then we have a sea defences system which doesn't really fit in with that. So having been involved from the very beginning on ideas on what we can do with our sea defences on the seafront, so whether that's put a cycle lane and incorporate that into the sea defences, maybe have somewhere the sea defences step up a little bit. You could maybe have some kiosks or something within there. Other ways you can mould it into what we actually need in terms of planning terms, in terms of maybe a bit of retail, some amenities, whatever they might be. It's really important we marry those two things up. So that would be my additional request for this, is for the administration, is obviously supporting this in full, but also just be aware that when we do come up with the solutions that are going to come out of the engagement that the Coastal Partnership are doing, that we also feed that into the plan so that what we have doesn't contradict each other and instead complements it. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just like to happy to say a few words about the sea defence. As I looked at for the sea defence, which is current position are not safe, even danger for the city near future. We should think, all of us, solid and proper plan to improve the business and tourism and invest for the next generation. If we do proper job, then city will more famous as a Portsmouth and Southsea, and will increase the revenue for the city. And I like to request to take proper consultation from the public before we do start the job. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tompkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As the final councillor for St Jude, who hasn't spoken yet, this is vital for my ward and, of course, for the city. So I feel it's only right that I do speak on this issue. Just to make one point, really. We all remember the storm of Boxing Day 2015 when part of the seafront collapsed by the castle, by the pyramids. Having walked down there for nice strolls with my wife when I first moved down to Portsmouth a number of years ago, almost every night, I was quite shocked to see that literally the whole of the walkway could have just collapsed under us if the weather conditions were particularly awful. And it brought it home to me, the urgency of this, that we do need to get on with this. Public consultation, of course, is vital, of course. We don't want to just throw up some disgusting wall which destroys the city, but there is an element of haste here, and I think we've got the money, and we should get the consultation, finish everything off, start construction, get it built. A lot of the aesthetics we can build later, we can add on later, I'm sure. I'm no designer, I'm no landscape architect, but I'm sure we can do that. So I think it is vital to make sure we do that. I mean, as a great believer in Murphy's Law, I think a once-in-a-lifetime storm obviously can happen any time. And I just don't want it to happen in the next couple of years while we're getting embroiled too much in the actual getting on with the construction, and that's my point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. According to my desk, that's everybody. The once-in-a-lifetime storm that comes once in a lifetime, yeah. Right, okay. Councillor Stubbs, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's been an interesting debate, and I think for the most part we've been on the same page, and that's a good thing. There's been obviously a great number of contributions, but there's a couple of points I'd like to pick out from what has been said, one of which was the point made by Councillor Pitt in terms of Seafront Master Plan. I mean, that's absolutely right. These proposals have been hiding in plain sight for years on end. There's no secret, there's no conspiracies. It's been out there for anyone to see. It's been talked about for any number of occasions over 5 years at least. Councillor Vernon Jackson was quite right when he talked about holding the line and the importance of that. As Councillor Hugh Mason made clear, one of the consequences of not having the flood defences, if climate change goes as is predicted, is yes, you would have the common there for now, but it would gradually be eaten away. And unless you spend an astronomical sum of money that no one's got on replenishing all the lost material on an annual basis, you'd be basically saying, let's let the common go. And I don't think, that's just not an option that we can look to pursue. Councillor Morgan, I just want to address a few remarks there, because, this is, from the administration's perspective, I mean, part of the reason we put this forward, let's face it, is because there was a call to put a hold on the funding. And I think that will be something which would be damaging. Mention has been made of the hole in the wall that appeared back just after Christmas 2015. From memory, I think the cost of repairing that, was that £300,000? 350. And so quite a considerable sum of money. And this shows you, those walls are getting older all the time. The chances of another event of that kind happening next year is higher than it was this year. The year after that, it will be higher still, because these defences are at the end of their economic life. And so we need to get this project done. The other reason we need to pursue it now is because I think one of the truths about government as a whole is you're always better off with the government's doing something, getting them on board early. And we are quite an early adopter on this. If we ended up walking away from this, then you'd be putting the whole thing back for another 10 years. And I think it's more likely that it would be harder to get the full amount of money out of the government then than it is now. So I think this is something we do need to push ahead with this. In terms of, just to repeat, in terms of the cost of, say, for example, moving the pyramids. Well, moving the pyramids means building a new leisure centre, and that could cost £30 million quite easily. We haven't got that money, we just don't have it. Moving the War Memorial, who knows really, it's an impossible number to estimate, but it will be many millions for sure, if it's even achievable. And again, we don't have it. So talk about moving the pyramids and moving the War Memorial means getting rid of them. That's as clear cut as all that it is. I think there's a lot in the proposals from Mr. Menteff, Professor Menteff, which I struggle to take, struggle to find plausible, really. I mean, all of the things that are in there, a lot of it makes very little sense. Frankly, the only other project that I'm aware of in this region which has so many optimistic assumptions is the Isle of Wight Freedom Tunnel.
All right, thank you, members. You've all heard the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please indicate. Thank you. Any against? No, that's carried. Thank you. We'll move on to the next motion then. Motion D is the living wage motion proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Madden. Yes? Sorry, Councillor Goodyear.
My apologies, I did miss it earlier on, but I've got two relatives. I'm going to have to leave this room, this debate as well. My apologies. Thank you.
Right, members, the mover of the motion has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. There are 4 reasons I think that we should debate this today. The first is that poverty is a real issue in this city. Statistics from the council say that 22% of people who live in the city and 22% of children in this city live in poverty. Now, that's a quote from our joint needs assessment. It also says that poverty leads to people dying early and to ill health. And 11% of the workforce are paid less than the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation. The second is, as the motion says, the government has already agreed that the cap on public sector pay will go, but we need to make sure that it's everybody. It's not just a few groups who are chosen, and the government doesn't send to the council the bill. The third is that it's already council policy that we do this. The policy of the council on tackling poverty in Portsmouth, the strategy for the city, adopted in December 2014, so under this administration, says council should be encouraging organisations in the city to adopt the living wage. Now then, that was the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation, because the minimum wage had not been renamed until 2016. So it is already council policy that we should be doing this. And finally, we've shown that we at this council can do this, because when the Lib Dems were in administration, we brought in the living wage for people who worked at this city council. Since then, it has gone, it's been removed, and those people on the lowest wages in the city have had their wages frozen, while those people at the largest salaries have had wage increases. So this is important. We're following government policy. We're following council policy as adopted by this administration, and we've shown we can do it. So it seems to me a good thing to do to debate this today and support this.
Thank you. Members will now vote on whether to debate it today or whether to stand it referred to another council body for consideration. Sorry, on whether it should be dealt with today. I'm getting this midline. Those in favour of debating it today? That's a majority. Okay. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, to help with the debate and brevity, I think I've said all I need to say.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'll speak now, but Mayor, because this is going to be a very short debate, because we'll be unanimous on this, as we've been in the previous notice of motions, which already went on. It's already went on for a couple of hours. But on that basis, and I can't wait. I cannot wait to near the end.
Councillor Madden, I need to stop you because I need to. You can't have a debate until such time as I've asked for amendments. So if you,
I do apologise.
Okay.
What did you want from me there, Lord Mayor?
No, it's okay. I just wanted you to confirm you were seconding it, but. Right. I'll remind members details of any amendments should be given to me in writing before the debate begins, which is why I had to stop you. And we have one. Councillor Stubbs, and your name, and seconded by Councillor Brent. Yeah, okay. Is that okay to circulate that now? Yeah, please, thank you. Okay. Councillor Stubbs, do you wish to formally move it and speak to it?
Thank you. So you've got the amendment before you. There are two elements to it. I think I should say something about them both. So the first one is correcting the second paragraph for accuracy. Because we're here in local government, the pay cap was the 1% pay cap is a central government policy. It applies to central government departments. It does not apply to local government. It's perfectly true that local government has shadowed that policy and has adopted a 1% policy of its own. Nonetheless, that's a matter for the LGA and the bargaining that's gone on, the national bargaining that's gone on across the country. And the reason why local government has had to make this decision is because it doesn't have the money. I mean, it's, I know this gets said a lot, but it's still true. So I've got the numbers here for the impact of what a 1% additional 1% pay rise means, just to see the numbers. And On the general fund, it's 610,000. You can have these numbers if you want them, John. On the HRA, it is 162. On the port, it is 21, which adds up to 795,000, and that is excluding on costs, and it is excluding overtime. So it's likely to be about 900,000, basically. And per 1%. Now, to put that in comparison, 1% on the council tax is about £720,000. So for every additional 1% on the pay bill over 1% is equivalent to 1.3% on the council tax. Now, we are part of national bargaining. We don't, we're not in these negotiations. They're being done at the national level via the LGA with the unions, and we will implement whatever settlement comes out. But I think it is important just to recognise the size of numbers involved and the financial pressure were there to be a large pay rise without additional funding to cover it. And I know the motion does suggest additional funding, but I wanted to make that point. So far as the living wage is concerned, I've got some numbers for you all on that as well. So the cost of implementing that, and again this is in the general fund, there's additional cost to schools, is £137,000 a year. Now, that is without taking into account that's just levelling everyone up at 845. Now, of course, being realistic, if you have a situation where a member of staff is paid £750 and the supervisor is paid £850, and then the member of staff gets moved up to £845, well, the supervisor on £8.50 might say, well, hang on a moment, my recognition of my seniority has been wiped out and I should have an increase as well. So there's all of that to take into account, and we can't really work out what that will be, but it would clearly serve to push the cost up further. So what we're recommending, and we've got the budget process ahead of us as well, and I think it is therefore premature to make any recommendations at this stage. So what we've gone and done is we've said, look, we're prepared to take this again to the Employment Committee. We're prepared to have those discussions. Obviously, we've got to get, there is the budget involved in this as well. But I suppose our amendment and our offer, if you like, to the council is to allow this to be debated again and to go through the process again at Employment Committee.
Councillor Jenny Brent, are you formally seconding?
I do.
Thank you very much. Right, the matter is now open for debate. Councillor Madden, I cut you off in your prime. Would you like to recommence, or?
Oh.
I'll start you off again.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes. Well, the second point I was going to make before I rudely interrupted you, Lord Mayor, was that I was waiting for Councillor Stubbs to come in with a money argument, because I think that's all we've heard today. If he's speaking on behalf of the Conservatives, we can't afford it, we may be able to afford it, we may not be able to afford it. And I think it's about time that actually we started making statements that we be positive to the people of Portsmouth and certainly to people on low wages. What the notice of motion is rightly expressing is our concern, and I hope it's the whole City Council's concern, about the fact that many of the people that we are elected to represent, and indeed millions across the country, have seen their take-home pay fall in real terms. And in the public sector, of course, this is primarily, but not totally, because of the pay freeze. I don't want to go into the Brexit or non-Brexit arguments, but that's also the value in the pound, clearly, as spent abroad or whatever, and stuff coming into the country and stuff going out of the country has had an effect itself. There is lots of evidence, Lord Mayor, clearly, showing the sacrifice. Now, there's been a sacrifice that working people have had to make in their lives because of the austerity measures, wonderful word that is, an austerity, isn't it, including the public sector pay. The biggest civil service union, the PCS, of which I was a member, say that civil service wages have fallen between £2,000 and £3,500 in the period between 2010 and 2016. The Office of National Statistics say that after the 2007 banking crash, wages have fallen by 2.2% since 2010, and the Office of Manpower Economics, I'm not going to quote everything that I looked up, Lord Mayor, but the Office of Management Economics, which supports the independent bodies making recommendations on public sector pay, says that average early earnings for UK workers dropped by almost 6% between 2005 and 2016, and with some sectors suffering worse, of course, than others. But happily this government, because of pressure clearly from some of its own members of Parliament, including, I'm pleased to see, Cabinet Ministers, probably more reflective than Downing Street in looking back to the results of the general election a couple of months back and realising that one of the issues involved in the reduction in number of seats for the Conservatives in Parliament was the fact that people are getting fed up with the pressure and the austerity measures that they've had to witness in recent years. So, and I have to say there's also been pressure from other political parties within Parliament, and I'm grateful for that. Can I say that a number 10 spokesperson, and the first bit of this, any number 10 spokesperson, whether it's Labour or Conservative or Liberal Democrat, there's wishful thinking, isn't it? Could say, or did say, sorry, there will still be a need. Sorry, the government then have decided, I missed that bit when I was reading it, the government decided to do a real accession, and we know that. I'll come on to that in a minute. But what the spokesman said thereafter was that there will be still a need for pay discipline over the coming years to ensure the affordability of public services and the sustainability of public sector employment. I say, any spokesperson will say that to you. This is the bit that sort of riled me. However, the government recognises that in some parts of the public sector, more flexibility may be required, i.e. we're not going to do it across the board, right? Now, it is, Lord Mayor, a step in the right direction, but nonetheless, not saying that a pay freeze, that they'll stop the pay freeze, but not, perhaps, sorry, that there will still continue to be a pay freeze for some parts of the public sector, in all but name, I think, and that, again, is a concern. The number 10 spokesman also went on to say that the pay rises would be paid for within existing departmental budgets. And here we say there must be government and indeed new money for this. And of course the amendment does address that, though I don't like any other part of the amendment that's come in. What we were, sorry, it's too late at night. Now we do welcome the fact that prison officers will get a 1.7% pay increase. Police officers will get a 2% pay increase. But the fact that the recipients of this new relaxation, it is still below the current rate of inflation, which when I checked this morning for last month was 2.8%. So here we are, the fifth richest economy in the world, a government now willing to relax its pay policy after 7 years of austerity. So what we need from this council, and which is why we put forward this motion, is to say to our people and to say to people on low wages in Portsmouth that we are making a positive statement. What we want is to demonstrate, both for ourselves and indeed for the government, some fairness towards our hard-working public servants, and what we need to do is to lift the pay cap for all. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think many people will certainly know the phrase, and some people may have seen the film with Bill Murray, Groundhog Day. Well, it feels like Groundhog Hour, because it seems like I have to get to my feet hourly to highlight the hypocrisy of the previous leader of the council, because he's here advocating the implementation of the national living wage as laid out by the National Living Wage Foundation. Now, anyone would think that he hadn't been leader of the council and had actually previously had the opportunity to implement the national living wage rate. The National Living Wage Foundation was founded in 2011 when Councillor Vernon Jackson was leader of the council. In 2011, inflation was 5%, almost double what it is now. Real wages, as we've just heard from Councillor Madden, another former leader of the council, have fallen in that time. So what action did the leader of the council at the time take to alleviate this downward pressure on wages on the people at the very bottom? The answer is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Once again, it's only when the leader of the Liberal Democrats is in opposition that he comes up with these ideas. It is blatant opportunism. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, I think it is an aspiration of this council, and it should be an aspiration of every member of the council for us to be able to afford to pay the national living wage. But the only way we're going to be able to afford to do that is by supporting some of the initiatives that have been brought in by this administration, like the property investment portfolio, actually generating income so that the council has more money to spend on the things that we as a council choose to be our priorities. Now, as a member of the Employment Committee, I know that the national living wage debate has come up on a few occasions, and I'm not aware of anybody on the committee coming out outright and saying that they oppose it. What it comes down to is not just whether we can afford it as a one-off, because that is a bit like the £25 or £50 discount the Liberal Democrats bribed pensioners with when they were in administration. It's just a one-off giveaway. What we need is sustainable policies for this council, so that just as we have to plan our finances, so can all the others. So I'm getting up not to say I'm against the notice of motion, but certainly I look forward to future discussion and debate about the living wage. But equally, the only time that Councillor Vernon Jackson has previously come out and said that he's going to bring in the national living wage, it was actually once, when he was still leader of the council. It was in March 2014, some 6 weeks before the public booted him out. And it was probably only because he, like me, as I sort of explained to some of my colleagues at the time, he probably knew he was going to be kicked out that May. I knew it was coming. I told all of the others to prepare for administration. They thought I was nuts. I was right, though, because I could see the writing on the wall, and so could Councillor Vernon Jackson. So once again, he goes out, makes this public announcement in March 2014, saying, we're going to bring in the national living wage for the poorest at the council, having just voted through a budget that didn't put any provision for the national living wage at all. So unless he had this road to Damascus moment on the 3rd of March, a week after he'd set the City Council's budget, then it is just rank hypocrisy once again. What we need is principled decisions. What we need are consistent decisions, and what we need are sustainable decisions. What we keep being proffered by the Liberal Democrats since they've been in opposition, and with a few exceptions today, which has been extremely pleasing to see, is rank political opportunism. And it's a testament to the administration under the leadership of Councillor Donna Jones that they haven't been swayed by some of the political pressure that has been put onto them, because it is tough. It is tough making difficult decisions, particularly in financial difficult times. But that's what this administration is doing, and I'm confident that one of the aspirations to pay the national living wage for all of our staff is something that we will realise when we are able to, and when we are able to sustain it.
Thank you.
Point of order?
Yeah.
39B. Actually, we did bring in the living wage. So I'm sorry. So all of Jim's stuff about hypocrisy, complete rubbish. We brought it in. We found the money. It was in the budget. People were paid it. We have shown we can do it. We have been absolutely consistent. And the Conservatives, to give them their due, have been completely consistent as well to oppose it down the line. So we produced the money. It came in. People were paid the money. Now the Conservatives are taking it out of their pockets.
Sorry, I didn't see a... Oh, sorry, Councillor Fleming. I was
just
looking for my...
39B, the statement of explanation. I do have the Evening News report from March 2014, where Councillor Vernon Jackson is quoted. It hadn't been implemented by that point, and he was then kicked out 6 weeks later, so I don't know where he's getting his information from.
It was in our in the budget. It came in in April, and therefore people pay. Chris would not have allowed a budget to go forward without the money being in it. So it was there. So I'm sorry, you're completely wrong and lying through your teeth.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. And as a member of the Cabinet at the time that brought in the living wage, I entirely agree with Councillor Vernon Jackson's recollection of the situation, and I'm delighted that Councillor Fleming is quoting the news. Maybe he'll do that in future when they're critical of him. And I'm delighted to support the motion as it stands. Thank you, Councillor Fleming. This government has abandoned many things with regards to austerity, and it's time to remove the public sector pay cap. What the Tories fail to understand from the discussion we've had so far in Portsmouth is, as Councillor Madden has outlined, the real problem facing people working in the private and public sectors in this city. Milk and 2 sugars, Luke, thank you very much. They do not have enough money to get by at the end of the week. Housing costs are too high. Food and transport costs are going up, and thanks to the coalition of chaos that makes up our weak and wobbly government, no one can predict with any confidence what the future holds for our economy. Now, there are various ways in which we could tackle this situation. The unions and our Labour colleagues on the council want a 5% pay rise for everyone in local government, whether they're a cleaner or the chief executive. I did not have them down, I have to say, as fans of giving people on hundreds of thousands of pounds a year large pay rises, but clearly they do. And I look forward to telling voters that in the coming weeks and months. That's one way in which it could work. Now, the Liberal Democrat way is slightly different. When running this council, as Councillor Fleming has pointed out, we decided to do something about poverty pay and the poorest paid people in this council. That's why we brought in the living wage. I see Councillor Fleming is shaking his head just after he agreed that we'd done it, but I will work that one out later. The way we did it was not by introducing the national living wage. Thank you, Jim. My face is lovely. The national living wage, which is what George Osborne introduced. But indeed, thank you, my Lord Mayor. But by applying the same criteria Boris Johnson used when he was Mayor of London. Thank you, Gerald. And thank Luke as well. Our thinking was that if it was good enough for him, it was good enough for us. Now, that when they took over, the Conservatives and their allies scrapped that. Instead, they now offer us the Portsmouth City Council living wage, the only living wage in the country that doesn't go up. And it won't go up, as Councillor Fleming has outlined in the Employment Committee more than once, until the national minimum wage catches up, sometime in the next decade at the rate it's going. Now, we as Liberal Democrats strongly disagree with that. We think it's a scandal that the poorest paid people in this authority are the only ones that do not get a pay rise, not even the 1% that this weak and wobbly government has said is good enough for the rest of us. Now, to follow up, thank you, Councillor Stubbs, that's the second one, thank you very much indeed. I owe you milk and 2 sugars now. I'm so glad you're back, Councillor Stubbs, because you mentioned costs earlier on, and you were right to do so. Now, we as Liberal Democrats are always happy to put our money where our mouth is, and that is why we found extra money in our budget last year to deliver the sort of living wage that Boris Johnson thought was such a good idea. We were the only group on the council to do so, which says more about everyone else than us. Now, I come to the second part of the motion, which talks about a paper on paying the living wage coming back to the Employment Committee. Now, as a member of the Employment Committee, I have to say I've seen more papers on this than is frankly healthy, and Councillor Stubbs has opposed them all. I've heard all sorts of arguments about this, indeed several of them have been rehearsed here. The doomy predictions about schools not taking it up did not materialise, and as our budget showed, the equally pessimistic predictions about affordability were proved wrong last year with the agreement of the sainted Mr Ward. We've already heard comments, I know, in previous discussions about this. Thank you, St. Chris. We've already heard previous comments in previous debates about this, about a magic money tree. And we've heard those discussions this afternoon. Well, I have to say, I'm not taking on lectures on that from a Tory party, that whether it's £1 billion for keeping the DUP sweet, £2 billion for a Help to Buy scheme that pours petrol on an already incendiary housing market, or hundreds of millions of pounds to help us crash out of the European Union, clearly not only has the key to the magic money tree, but is squatting there to stop anyone else accessing it. Poverty pay is a scandal in our city. To be part of a council that gives a chief executive a pay rise whilst the poorest paid get nothing should embarrass each and every one of us. We must play our part to end it, not by giving 5% pay rises to the chief executive as Labour wants, but by doing what Boris Johnson did when he was good, when he was popular with everyone. Offer a real living wage to those who need it. You can do that today by backing this motion as it stands. I urge you to do just that. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Today, many people who are part of my union, Unison, are up in London, and Councillor Williams' union as well, as I know it is, are up in London campaigning with their MPs to scrap the cap. I'm just looking at their Twitter feed now, and about what they're doing to lobby their MPs. They'll be doing it after work, so showing it's living people, working people, who are asking for that cap to be scrapped. And I was at a rally, at a meeting of the local trade union council just a few weeks ago, where that was a discussion, and it was about the work to do that, which is going on not just in Unison, but across the board. And actually, I think the Conservatives on the council have slightly missed the point here. This motion isn't just asking for the City Council to have a scrapped cap in terms of 1% pay rise. It's talking about all public sector workers in the city, of which there are quite a substantial number, to have that pay cap scrapped. Not just particular piecemeal areas of employment, which I do not begrudge them having their pay cap scrapped, but I do begrudge the fact that they are being treated differently from other members of the public sector, which is in recent years unprecedented, as there was a pay freeze for everyone, there was a 1% pay cap, and now that will be changing everything. So, colleagues, this is something that it was brought in, I think, 2013, the pay cap. I didn't support it then. My party was in government. I didn't support my party supporting it. Unfortunately, they did as part of, I think, a way of getting other things through in government. It was brought in by George Osborne after 3 years of pay freeze, and now it served its purpose, and now it is merely a way of discriminating against public sector workers. That's not to say there aren't people in the private sector who are also being deathly squeezed, but quite frankly, one of the issues with if you raise the pay cap, raise the pay for public sector workers, they have more money in their pockets, they can then spend it in the private sector. Private sector will then have more money, they can spend more on their people. So it is a self-fulfilling prophecy in that way. I want to bring back to Andrew, who deputised earlier, about this motion, and he brought up the very good points about the gender issue situation. In the administrative departments of the government, about 70% of the staff are women. So the public sector pay cap, though it is not directly discriminatory, it does have far greater impact on women than it does on men. I used to work for the DWP. In my office, 70% of the staff were women, 30% were men. That is typical across the entire department, the biggest government departments, biggest direct government departments in the country. And it's the same in revenue, it's the same in the NHS, it's the same in a lot of other places as well. So there is that issue as well. It should not be forgotten. So that's on the pay cap. I don't think I can really add anything more on the living wage other than, come on, the living wage is something that we should all be not just aspiring to, we should be making happen. It is an absolute scandal that the people on our payroll cannot be paid a living wage. They should be treated with dignity. After all, what example is this council giving any other employer in this city by not giving its poorest paid staff the living wage? How do you expect any other employer in the city, which we're trying to engage, we're trying to get them to improve the situation of their employees who have low paid employees, and they say, well, if you're not doing it, we're not going to do it either, are we? You have to be an example. And you know what? That's the same with, with national government as well. If national government keeps a 1% pay cap for their employees, then what about other employers? They're going to say, oh, well, the government's not going to do it, so we're not going to do it either, despite the rising inflation. As was said in our deputation earlier, inflation's going up, pay is going up by only 1%. That means a real terms cut year on year on year. When public sector in this country is still having a lot of uncertainty, indeed I've got a question later which addresses part of that in this city, the last thing that they need is their pay being artificially kept down because the government will not say the pay cap, if it was there to do a job at all, has done its job. We now must treat them with much more respect, lift the cap and pay our public sector workers a proper wage. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Weems.
Lord Mayor, if I may, it's become clear to me that through the expansion of the debate that it encompasses all public sector employees, of which I'm one. I've worked for the NHS now for 25 years, and therefore I think it's appropriate that I declare a code of conduct interest and remove myself from the room. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is there anybody else who falls into that category? No? Okay, next person to speak is the leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't think there is anybody in this council chamber, any voting member that is, of the council, who would disagree with the proposal, the broad proposal of this motion proposed by councillors Vernon-Jackson and Madden about trying to help people in this city, namely here our members of staff, who are paid the least amount of money. You'd be a pretty inhumane person if you didn't want to help them in some way. This issue around the living wage and the National Living Wage Foundation has been discussed at the Employment Committee, which I chair and I have done for 3 and a bit years, consistently since, funny enough, I've become leader of the council and myself and my colleagues have been running the City Council. It was absent from the work agenda of the Liberal Democrats and Councillor Vernon-Jackson, however, when he chaired the Employment Committee for almost 10 years, and you probably won't be surprised to hear that. So, broadly, I support the premise of what is in the motion. We have made some subtle amendments to that, simply to reflect the position legally that we are in. The point of giving a pay rise to our staff is our legal decision, and it's not down to the government. And this motion is trying to deflect how they would pay for it, because, of course, a proposition to the council that's uncosted is not a valid proposition, as we all know. Now, in this post-Brexit world, or facing a post-Brexit UK that we will be in from April 2019 onwards, it really is important that this country is as globally competitive as it can be. And therefore, to have a country that is manufacturing more, making more, bringing more manufacturing back from Asia to this country, to have a well-balanced and strong economy, and that's why the government has adopted the industrial strategy under our very excellent Secretary of State, Greg Clark, that was published earlier this year. To be globally competitive, we have to make sure that we are also globally competitive from a wage perspective, and outpricing ourselves on the minimum wage, stage, so that we are not competitive for someone who owns a company making fans, for example. If they have a piece of precision engineering, a component of that fan, they can get made in somewhere in China, for example. They will do that to bring the unit cost down, to make them more competitive, to sell their fan into the international market. So we need to be very, very careful here that whilst we're looking after the people that are paid the least in society, we are not outpricing ourselves from the global competitive market, particularly with such an ambitious industrial strategy. So therefore, what do? We want to help people, but we think that putting up wages is not necessarily the best idea. So we have to look then potentially at reducing and removing people from income tax. That's what we should be doing. That's the way the government is able to keep us globally competitive, but still help people who are struggling to make ends meet, who are working long hours, some people in this country paying as little as £7.50 an hour, which is the current minimum wage in the UK for a person over the age of 25. Now, that is a sensible debate that I would really like to have had here today. A lobbying campaign to the government to remove even more people from the income tax bracket completely. That would have made sure that we were not outpricing ourselves from the market. Actually, as we heard from Councillor Fleming, we have had record low levels of inflation over the last 7 years. We have also got record low levels of unemployment and therefore, on the converse part of that, record high levels of employment since the Office of National Statistics was formed in 1972. That's because we have had a government that has been committed to getting people off a life of benefit and instead working, making choices for themselves. Following on from my proposition around tax, the Conservative-led government since 2010 have removed or reduced income tax for 30 million people and removed 4 million people completely from the income tax threshold. That is a much, much more sensible way to help those that are paid the least in working society. And that's a campaign that I would really like all members of this City Council to throw their weight behind. We've recently had a government report in the last 3 months that has demonstrated that there is the lowest level of income inequality in over 30 years in this country. That's because more people are now working. And it's also because we have introduced the national living wage. And, Lord Mayor, I want to make this absolutely crystal clear. The national living wage was introduced not by a Labour government, not by a Liberal Democrat Secretary of State in coalition in 2010 to 15, but by a Conservative-led government and a Conservative Secretary of State. It was the Conservative Party that have helped those that have earned the least in society by introducing that national living wage. And yes, this council does pay the national living wage of £7.80. We do not pay the national minimum wage of £7.50. And I am proud that that council does this. And I'm proud that through the income generation strategies we have adopted, we have been able to continue paying the national living wage. But what this is about today is not the national living wage. It's about the council signing up to the National Living Wage Foundation, a left-wing pressure group that Councillor Vernon Jackson has suddenly adopted and become best friends with and almost obsessed by since he's become Leader of the Opposition on the 3rd of June 2014. So yet again, if he finds himself in a position of being Leader of the Council come May next year, I'll look forward not only to him introducing the committee system, but also to introducing and signing up fully to the National Living Wage Foundation. And if the National Living Wage Foundation decide to put that minimum wage up to £10.50 next month, guess what? He'd have to find an extra £3 million worth of cuts.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of things to go over as a result of what the leader said, and indeed Councillor Fleming. And I'll try to be really kind, Councillor Fleming, but everybody gets booted out. Most everybody gets booted out sooner or later. That's the nature of democracy. And I accept it with grace. And, of course, I remember that you kind of got booted out from Baffins and did a bit of a run to Cosham and didn't get in there. So I'm just being very gentle with you there. Just a polite reminder. So I'm sure you won't mind me reminding you. And sooner or later, this administration will be booted out and someone else will come in. Who knows how it will work out. Just going to the leader on the business of the... It's so nice when she pays attention, isn't it? Anyway, talk about the point at which the income tax was raised to get more people out paying tax altogether. Of course, that was actually a Liberal Democrat proposition. It was brought in by Liberal Democrats as part of the coalition agreement. And once again, rather like the seafront strategy, continued with by the Conservatives. And I'm glad about that. What I would like to say about this is the unintended consequences of what we're talking about. What mustn't be allowed to happen is what has happened with the police. So people have already mentioned that the police have had a 2% increase. In fact, it's a 1% increase and a 1% gift for a year or so. It's just 1%. But the truth is, Lord Mayor, that this is actually, in many ways, a way of sacking people. Because what has happened is the government have said that the increase in the constables or the police wages have to come from the overall police budget. And that means, with 85% of people taking up the, 85% of the police's funds being spent on staff, if you want to pay the police another 1% extra, if it's coming from the overall police envelope for Hampshire, for example, then a whole bunch of staff have got to go to pay for it. That's what the government have decided, because and it's either that or the police commissioner will have to raise his taxes locally. And despite what I think it was Councillor New said earlier on about the police commissioner, he's simply a fool guy. He's the punch bag for local government. He's the punch bag for the government. So the government have abrogated all of their responsibility for putting up and doing things badly with the police to the police commissioner. He's being paid a hefty wage, along with that £65,000 which Flick Drummond got. They're being paid to be punch bags. That's all they are, nothing more than that. Fool guys for the government and a punch bag for local politicians like us. The truth of the matter is that what must happen, I completely agree with the notice of motion, what mustn't be allowed to happen is if this lift the cap campaign succeeds, and I hope it will, the government mustn't be allowed to say, OK, you can have, the employees of local government can have wage increases, but you've got to take it out of your overall budget, or the bit of the budget the government sends down to us. We mustn't be allowed to happen. The government must pay for this cost. Councillor Sanders is absolutely right. The government found £1 billion to pay off the DUP. Nobody can. It's a fact. It's a complete fact. The money was there. There is new money around, though the government don't want to spend it. The reason they don't want to spend it, as Councillor Sanders says, or try not to spend it, is because they know Brexit, sorry guys, Brexit has been massively, and is already massively expensive, negotiating with Europe, and I don't think Europe have the intention of allowing us to go peacefully anyway. So we're in a right old mess in this country right now, and people are the victims, the people we seek to represent. The lowest paid are the victims of what's going on at the moment through the failure of this government, in my opinion, and the failure of public policy, as I said very often before. But please remember that when the police get their pay increase, that can be paid for by many of the backroom staff being sacked and got rid of. And what will then happen is that the police officers who are getting more money will have to be used to backfill those specialist civilianised roles, the consequence of which will be fewer police, again, on our streets to deal with all those crimes. The Councillor New is mentioning them, the 100 or so burglaries across Southsea that have happened in the last few months. There's going to be fewer police. There's going to be fewer police because they'll be off the streets, and there'll be fewer police staff, specialist staff like fingerprint officers, crime prevention officers to do those jobs. So you must think very carefully, and I hope Councillor Morgan will argue very strongly in government for the case that we're arguing today, and tell the government that they must fund it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lyne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It sort of feels like I'm following Corporal Jones, except that Corporal Jones said don't panic, but this one says panic all the time. The government doesn't pay the increases. Taxpayers pay the increases. The government doesn't have any money without taxpayers, and it's important to remember that. It's also important to remember that the 1% pay cap was put in to ensure that there wasn't wholesale unemployment in the public sector for those people who would have to lose their jobs in order to fund higher pay. And I don't think anyone believes at the moment that it was not a sensible compromise to reach. And I accept that it's come close to the end of its useful purpose, but it's certainly kept a lot of people employed who otherwise wouldn't be, and the dignity of the job. The 2 points I wanted to make was basically that it's all very well the Lib Dems saying that they brought in the national living wage, but they did it as a poison chalice in March 2014, just before they left office, rather like Gordon Brown brought in the 50% tax rate just before he left office. And remember, of course, they left office because there was an election. Surely the opportunism involved, which was to say, haven't we done well? Because after 10 years, we've suddenly decided that it's worth actually giving more money to people, and who cares who pays for it? The same thing happened. Gordon Brown had this idea of a 50% tax rate. Never really worked because it produced less tax. And ultimately, it's always been the Conservatives who have to pick up the tab of opportunistic opposition, future opposition parties who simply do not understand the realities of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken dealing with any amendment first, then the substantive, if applicable.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's been an interesting debate. Some things being said that aren't true, and I think it's important we make sure we're clear about those. So the assertion from Councillor Fleming that the Lib Dems didn't bring in the living wage is completely untrue, and I will quote from the Employment Committee. The purpose of this report is to provide the Employment Committee with an update following implementation of the living wage. And that was before the Chancellor had renamed the minimum wage the national living wage and rebranded it. So it's a real living wage. So the Employment Committee had a report on how it had been brought in and implemented. And since then, the Lib Dems have been absolutely upfront. We have put money in our budget to bring back the living wage so that people on the lowest pay rates in society, in this council, get a proper wage rise. So, my Lord Mayor, the other attack on us is that for years we didn't do what the Living Foundation was saying. Actually, there's a reason for that. The Living Wage Foundation didn't exist. 2011. So we started in 2003, and so it was very good. I'm pleased that we actually... So, my Lord Mayor, I'm glad to see we have a record of actually doing what we've said and have consistently followed that by finding money in the budget to be able to bring this back. My Lord Mayor, the thing I'm really disappointed about in this debate is that nobody has talked about poverty. Nobody has talked about the people in this city who are living on the minimum wage. Nobody's talked about the policy that the council has, the adopted policy of this council, to try to attack the 22% of families and children in this city who live in poverty by following the proposal of the strategy and accepted policy of the council to say that the living wage is what all employers should pay, and that was before the minimum wage was rebranded. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm really sorry that that's been avoided. I think that the arguments that have come forward, but from both the Leader and Deputy Leader of the Council, is that we can't afford to do this, that Britain will be priced out. They're just the arguments the Conservatives used before the minimum wage was introduced in 1997. Exactly the same message, and they were proved wrong, completely wrong. As they have now said, there's more people in work than there's ever been. So, to follow the logic of the Leader and the Deputy Leader of the Council, actually we would be paying people nothing. We would go back to the years of slavery. Because that's the logic of saying you have to price yourself down to the bottom of the market and pay nothing. So, my Lord Mayor, it's established policy of this council that employers should pay the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation. We have done it in this council and proved we can do it. The government is saying they're getting rid of the cap on public sector pay already, and we need to tackle poverty. I'm sorry that the Conservatives have come up with an amendment which waters everything down so it becomes meaningless. And for that reason, I don't think we can accept it. Accepting something that is meaningless and saying we're going to continue to behave as if we have no ability to be able to tackle poverty is not the right thing to do. And I think we should have a little bit more courage, a little bit more vision, a little bit more ambition for the city, and not just for great, splendid events and pet projects, but actually for the people in the city on the lowest wages. And I hope that we'll send a really clear message tonight that here in this council we care about them and we've shown that we can do it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Your point of order.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I find that language really, really offensive. Comparing the Conservative position about low levels of unemployment and not wanting to pay a minimum wage increase to slavery. Are you actually kidding me? You have hit an all-time low, Gerald Vernon-Jackson. Lord Mayor, my 2 points of order. First of all, Councillor Vernon-Jackson has just said that he found it very disappointing that no member of the administration spoke about how we could help the people in this city who were paid the least across it. Yes, I did. You may have been outside getting your 1 or 2 cups of tea for Councillor Sanders, but actually I was in here talking about it. I haven't left the chamber for the entire meeting. I've been here since 10 to 2, and guess what, Lord Mayor? I did speak about it, only my solution was a sensible grown-up one that an economist would understand, which was about reducing tax. It wasn't about putting up the wages, which would then mean that companies don't want to relocate here. Secondly, Lord Mayor, there's another point of order. One of the previous speakers made reference to our Chief Executive and said how appalling it was that the Conservative administration had awarded him a pay rise whilst not paying people in this council who earn the least money. Guess what? No, we didn't give him a pay rise. We actually made a... This is a point of order and it's very important, Lord Mayor. Sorry, through you.
Just 1 second. I will decide whether it's a speech or not. No, I will not argue with you, Councillor Hunt. I will run this chair, and I am doing it fairly. The point of order is being made. Thank you.
It was said that we awarded our Chief Executive a pay rise. Actually, that's not what we did. We acted as business people. We acted in an entrepreneurial way, which we have a record of doing since 2014. We did a deal with Gosport Council to share our senior management team. That reduced the cost to the taxpayer of Portsmouth for our Chief Exec's salary by £30,000. £30,000 that we were then able to spend on paying the national living wage to our lowest paid staff.
Thank you very much. Carry on.
I think the Leader of the Council, in her various peregrinations that we've just enjoyed, has confirmed exactly what we said. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Come on, a little standard. And we've just had another 10 minutes.
Through me, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please make your point of order.
I'm just very pleased that the Leader of the Council has confirmed that this Council, 39B...
Councillor Fleming, will you desist, please, or indicate you wish to make a point of order? I will not tolerate shouting out from the back. There's a proper way to conduct ourselves. Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased that the Leader of the Council has confirmed, yet again, that while the wages of the lowest paid people in this City Council were frozen by this administration, the Chief Executive got a pay rise.
Yes, carry on.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. His job increased by around 40% by taking on the entire legal responsibility for a neighbouring district council. We did not award him a pay rise. We almost doubled his job.
And gave him more money.
I think the point... Members, I shouldn't have to raise my voice. I think the point has been well made. Whether it's a pay rise or extra responsibility, the point has been made. You can take from it what you wish. Councillor Fleming, do you wish to make a point of order?
What I'd just like to ask, Lord Mayor, is whether we as a council can actually stick to the standing orders and actually only... Because, you know, as Councillor Jones already said, she's been sitting in here since 10 to 2. I rushed here from a business meeting. I've got another business meeting to go to. And some of this childish antics, actually, I can just do without it. That's the point I want to make, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Fleming, I'm with you 100%. I could do without it as well. This is like trying to herd cats. And, you know, everybody gets passionate about their own views on things, but the people up here and the people on the web stream are watching us behaving, in some cases unprofessionally, and I would like the standards of this council to be maintained. We'll do it properly, we'll debate things properly, and we'll carry on in a correct and proper manner. So that's my instructions. We'll carry on along that line. I think we've now got to the point where everybody has had their say. So we'll go to the vote, first of all, on the amendment. Those in favour?
That's 19, Lord Mayor.
Those against?
Lord Mayor.
In that case, the amendment is carried.
You're now voting yes.
We're now voting for the substantive. Those in favour?
Lord Mayor.
Those against?
Against the substantive? That's none, Lord Mayor. So that
Abstentions? Abstentions?
Any abstentions?
Abstentions? Anybody? Right, in that
15,
case, the motion is overturned. Or, sorry,
No.
carried as amended.
Carried as amended.
Yeah. Right. Hopefully, the next motion, we won't be on our bike for too long. Motion E, the last one today, is a cycling motion proposed by Councillor Hugh Mason and seconded by Councillor Willington. Yes? Sorry. Councillor
May I
Mann.
apologise? I have to leave now and do
Okay.
an airport run. Thank you.
Apologies, I've also got to leave. I've got business and
Just out of interest, I'd be loving to leave as well, but unfortunately I can't. So, right. Okay, so Councillor Mason, that is in your name, yes? And
let's see if I can empty the chamber.
right.
Lord Mayor, we need to debate this motion for 3 reasons. First, it relates to so many areas where the city has either a policy or at least a legitimate concern. Cycle routes, road design, public footpaths, health, obesity, air quality, traffic management, one-way streets, congestion, visitor attraction, and inevitably perhaps parking. It would therefore be appropriate to have a general debate on the matter before it is passed, as the motion itself requests, to Cabinet. Secondly, we need to debate it because a City to Share report was produced at the specific request of the leader of the Council, who in August 2014 invited the Portsmouth Cycle Forum to produce a strategy paper for consideration. Third, because it's inevitable that the implementation of many of the specific proposals which the report contains would have to be under a number of different portfolios, and so it is best that the Council itself takes an opinion. And why today? Because if any new initiatives are to be implemented in the next municipal year, we need to discuss this today when the plans for the next year are being considered by the administration and possibly finalised fairly rapidly. So I think we need to discuss today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you've heard that proposition. Do you wish to discuss it today or to take it to some other place at a later point? Discuss it today? Okay. Right. Fine. Thank you. Right. In that case, the Councillor Mason... Oh, sorry. Before I go on, are members any details of any amendments that are to be given to me in writing before the debate begins? Yeah. Councillor Morgan.
Lord Mayor, we have a motion to circulate, please, an amendment.
Okay. Councillor Morgan, do you wish to propose your amendment?
Well, can we let Councillor Hugh Mason move? He needs to formally propose his
Well,
motion. If that's okay.
well, I want the other amendment first, don't I?
Yeah,
Right, okay, fine, we've got it, okay. So, just for members' benefit, I have 2 amendments, one from Councillor Morgan, one from Councillor Bosher. Okay, Councillor Hugh Mason.
No, I am not Councillor Hancock.
I never said you were.
No, you've almost started. My Lord Mayor, in Portsmouth, and especially on Portsea Island, we pack a lot into a very small space. Not for us the wide roads with grass verges and cars parked neatly on gravel drives. Our roads, especially in the centre of the city, are narrow and lined with parked cars, which restrict the carriageway even further. Traffic is heavy throughout the day and throughout much of the evening. Now, Portsmouth people know, they're not stupid, they know that cycling is good for their health. They know that cycling to the shops is usually faster than taking the car. They know that the bicycle is good for air quality because it doesn't pollute the environment. But many people are unwilling to use a bicycle because of the risks involved. Portsmouth still has one of the highest levels of cycle accidents in the whole of the UK. Every cyclist, however experienced, and I've been cycling for around about 70 years, can tell you of occasions when they've been winged by a motorist or had to make an emergency stop to avoid an accident, or of not being allowed space to start cycling from a junction. We all have experience of having to leave the green cycle lanes, which have been nicely placed along the edge of a road, and pull out into heavy traffic because a motorist has decided to regard the cycle lane as a very convenient parking place. What is more, when we reach our destination, there are rarely places where we can park our bicycles under cover, and very few workplaces have dedicated space where one can dry off after bravely cycling in typical plucky English weather. If we're going to get the benefits of increased cycling in our city, we need to do more to make it a safe and pleasant experience. Now, we have made a start. We have a 20-mile-an-hour limit on side roads. Good. We have defined a number of quieter cycle routes, which, although not perfect, I've never considered Goldsmith Avenue actually to be a quieter route, although not perfect, are a start, and that is good. We have very wisely allowed people to cycle facing the oncoming traffic in a number of our one-way streets where this is feasible. Good. We do have more stands where cycles can be locked. Good. But more needs to be done. The strategies set out in the paper, A City to Share, are balanced and they are measured. And they do recognise the specific problems which the city faces. There are in that paper strategies for safety, for traffic management, for equality, for leisure cycling, and for the planning system. Now, I know that they will be costly. And at a time when finances are so short, it will be necessary to assess what can be afforded and when. But in coming to a decision, I hope that we will bear in mind the health and environmental benefits of cycling around this city. Lastly, yes, I know that there are cyclists who cycle without lights. Yes, I know that there are cyclists who cycle without bells, contrary to the 1949 Road Traffic Act, who have no regard for red lights, and worst of all, seem unable to distinguish between the carriageway and the pavement. But if we are to address these problems of rogue cyclists, we also need at the same time to make our city better for the vast majority of cyclists and would-be cyclists who adhere to the highway code. And we need to do this by not just commending good cycling, making nice statements about cycling being a healthy activity, but by implementing the strategies in the City to Share report. I move the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whittington. I take it you're seconding that?
I certainly am, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And then we'll take the amendments. Councillor Bosher, you want to speak to your amendment? Well, either or, I don't mind. Councillor Morgan, I don't care. All right, Councillor Morgan, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Can we have them circulated?
Is that both amendments gone round? Everyone's got both amendments? Yeah? No? All right, hang on a second. We've got the other one to go round.
Easier for this.
Right, I think everybody should now have a copy. Councillor Morgan, would you like to talk to your amendment?
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief because I know you'll want to be cycling back to Drayton this evening. I want to place on record my thanks to Councillor Mason for his helpful motion this evening. I think it's a strong motion, but I think it could be a motion that could be stronger. We therefore have proposed some amendments, as you can see. In some, a commitment of funds, not just a consideration, a commitment to steadily increasing funds each year, an ambition for a cross-party report in Parliament which sets out a set of recommendations that we've taken on board in our amendment. These proposals have the support of the Cycle Forum, Cycling UK that I met with recently, and a number of local cyclists that have been in touch with me, so I urge members of this chamber to support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, are you seconding that motion? Thank you. Councillor Boshow, would you like to talk to your...
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I may be slightly longer than Councillor Morgan with his one. Lord Mayor, I don't fundamentally disagree with what we've actually got before us from Councillor Mason, but I have to say there are some aspects of it which I take issue with. And certainly the one thing that I do take issue with is his third paragraph, which starts to date little practical work has been done. I had a meeting with Active Travel and several senior officers in traffic and transportation last week, and I have to say they felt totally demoralised by that particular paragraph that was put in there. They found it completely soul-destroying that you would actually put something in like that, which is why I brought forward the amendment that I have. Because let me put a bit of context on this. Over the last 3 years, this administration has spent £2.5 million on cycling. This current financial year, of our local transport improvement, we would have spent 50% of it. 50. 50% of it. Eastern Corridor, quieter cycle lanes. We had an award last month for Best Behavioural Change Initiative at the National Healthy Streets. We've done glow ride events. There are police initiatives to address some of the issues that are going on, talking about giving space to cyclists. I could go on and on and on. When it comes to the Portsmouth Cycle Forum aspect of it, and Councillor Winnington will know, I've been pretty active with them. I've been out and about on a cycle ride. They sort of said, come out on a cycle ride with us. 13 miles later, I was thinking, yeah, okay, that's going to hurt in the morning. But we addressed anything and everything. With regards to a city to share, officers produced a while back where we've been achieving that. I've got 5 pages here. Now, I could sit here and list it. I could ask one of my colleagues to ask me a question at the next council meeting and waffle on for 45 minutes, all the things you've actually done. Probably not where we really want to be. But suffice to say, we are totally committed as an administration to investing in cycling. I've got 2 strategies. One of them is to address a lot of the problems with the current network, hence part of the cycle ride and a lot of other meetings I've actually had with them. And it's something for Councillor Sanders and Councillor Willington will remember when I came along to the Cycle Forum and spoke. I talk in terms of two strategies. The second one being the longer-term aspirations for what we actually wanted to achieve in the city. Certainly for those people that came along to look at the Eastern Corridor, and I thank my Conservative and some of the Liberal Democrats who actually came along. Labour were invited. They chose not to come, which was, again, disappointing. And they will know about some of the extensive work that we're actually looking to put in along the Eastern Corridor. My Lord, just going a little bit further, we're also looking now at an east-west corridor of safer routes at the same time. We have also put in a bid, and we have been successful in achieving a bid for financing to put forward a government-led strategy, which is known as the LC WHIP. I don't want to disappoint some of those more excited members on that. It actually stands for Local Cycling and Walking Initiative Programme, or Plan, I think it is actually. And we're actually looking to put forward a strategy that will work with our partners, including the Cycle Forum, people like Friends of the Earth, the Ramblers Association, and a lot of other things, to actually address a lot of these issues across the city. Now, looking at it, and I'll probably leave it to some of my other colleagues to go along some of the other figures that we've actually had, but we've spent 50%. We're averaging 46% per financial year for the 3 years of this Conservative administration. 50% in this current financial year is what we're talking about. So we've actually said we can afford to go to 10%. But I look at the Labour one, which is a little bit wishy-washy in what it's actually saying, because it's saying £20 per person. Now, what's that? Per cyclist? Per head of the population? Because if it's per head of the population, and the city has circa 200,000 people, we're talking about £4 million worth of investment in cycling. Now, that is laudable, and, and that's an aspiration that we should all look towards achieving. But our current LTP programme this year is about £2.5 million, £2.6 million. Where is the other money going to come from to be able to finance that, the extra £1.5 million? Perhaps Councillor Chowdhury, because he seconded it, might explain, I don't know, which libraries he wants to close or which other things he wants to do to actually get it to this £20. You've got to be realistic about this. It's a laudable aim, but it's actually £1.5 million less than we're actually doing. And with a local transport programme, it's not just about cycling. It's about everything. It addresses the air quality issues. It also addresses how we keep the traffic management flowing throughout the city and a variety of other things. The word transport is key in that particular issue. Lord Mayor, I've set out something that fundamentally, and this is for the benefit of the officers in traffic and transportation, who said, please can we see whether that can be amended to remove that statement, because we feel demoralised by this, which I've sought to do, and see what we can actually put forward. That is what I've tried to achieve in my amendment. I thank Councillor Whittington for his assistance, and I hope it's something that can be actually taken on board for the benefit of officers as well as investment for cyclists in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Councillor Ryan Brent, do you second that?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Right, members, the matter is now open for debate. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. From what I can see from the two proposals, I very much welcome Councillor Winnington's and Councillor Hugh Mason's proposal, but what I can see is our proposal is encourage the administration to at least consider the allocation of at least 10% of all local transport capital funds each year. So our notice of motion has prompted that from the administration, which is a good thing. We've heard a lot today about already heard about the green cycle routes that are on the road. We do hear complaints about those, of course, about being bad surfaces to cycle on and suddenly coming to a dead stop and things like that, but where the giveaway lines are for it and that sort of thing. I think those sort of simple things can be easily addressed, and I think we need to pay more attention to that. It didn't help, of course, when the cycle officer went, and I know that happened, and that's regrettable. But the point is, I think that I'm coming to, Lord Mayor, is that the government's reduced its central fund to Portsmouth by about 50%. And the capital programmes for the, when I last heard, the capital funding for highways and transports reduced dramatically. I think the capital fund is down to about £1 million. Is that right, Councillor Bosher, or a bit more than that? Okay, so it's gone down a lot. When we first started out, when I first joined, it was about 6, 7, 8 million. So, you know, people have got to understand that as well. We mustn't increase expectations. It's very important for this council not to increase expectations and then not to increase expectations and then not fulfil them. The one thing that's always irked me is the City Council puts down green cycle routes and then it puts double yellow lines there. And the trouble when you do that is if you put down double yellow lines, as you'll know, Lord Mayor, without putting on double curb markings, yellow curb markings or triple curb markings, then people can stop there to load and unload. You know, whether you're picking something up, putting something down, and then a warden has to come along and check into that to see what the person's doing. That is an issue that's sincerely got to be looked at. There are some places all over the city where perhaps we ought to be looking for through routes. But there's some other practical things that members can do. For example, a number of Liberal Democrat councillors have joined the Speed Watch. And Lord Mayor, recently we were in St Augustine Road, a road used by cyclists in a contraflow fashion. And we caught, or rather the Speed Watch team there, caught a driver doing 55 miles an hour south along the 20-mile-per-hour limit, that is St Augustine Road. But for years we've been being told by council officers that the average speed along St Augustine Road is 20.7 miles per hour, and of course that is probably completely true. But everybody knows that when you do statistics, the statistics very often mask reality, and the reality is a lot of people speed. So, members, what I'm saying to you is do what we've been doing, show some leadership, join the Community Speed Watch campaign. It's very easy. You just go online, join up, and if we had a whole bunch of us going around, leading by example, we would be able to probably reduce still further the speeds at which some idiots go across our city. I mean, it's 55 miles an hour, Lord Mayor, on a route to school, at school time. You know, sailing past vehicles are parked nose to tail. You have no idea if a child's going to step out, or anybody else for that matter, in front of you. And if you hit somebody at 55 miles per hour, you know full well, Lord Mayor, you're going to kill them. There's no question about it. But if you hit somebody at 20 miles an hour, much, much, much less. So I say, although we're trying to meet the expectations of the Cycle Forum and a City to Share, we must all do our bit. We've all got to be practical. Get joined up to Speed Watch. It's a really good thing to do. You can do some really good community work, and I know full well that the local PCSOs will welcome that. So there's a couple of practical things there we need to look at. We need to look at how we deal with WO lines on green cycleways. It's very important. And we need to help the police, who we heard, or I mentioned earlier on, having reduced resources, enforce or at least prevent people going fast down our local streets. 20-mile-per-hour limit, guy travelling at 55 miles an hour. That was the worst one. There was a lot more, but he was travelling at 55 miles per hour in a 20-mile an hour. That really is a scandal. So, Lord Mayor, I hope members will get involved. We've got involved. Show some leadership and join Speed Watch, members.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Weems.
Lord Mayor, I think for a start I will mention that we have 20-mile-an-hour limits in this city because once a long time ago, long ago, I was chairman of Central South Sea Neighbourhood Forum and we brought an item to that forum asking for 20-mile-an-hour limits in residential streets. And since then, it's spread throughout not just this city, but across the country. So, as I used to live in St Augustine Road, I'm well aware that the speed traffic can move down. It certainly can move faster there. Now it's a one-way street, of course, and that's part of the difficulty with one-way streets. But nonetheless, moving slower, as Councillor Hunt says, is important. It's important both for the pedestrians and for the cyclists who use those roads. But what we're looking at here today, Lord Mayor, is this document, A City to Share. I don't know how many people have read all the way through it, but certainly there are elements of it that are a little akin to the Walter Monteith wish list that we've seen and discussed earlier today. It's not so much a strategy as a wish list. There are aspects of it I have no problem with, and I think most members would have no problem with, and to some extent we should do all we can to encourage cycling. Better for everybody, better for the environment, and creates more space in our city. I don't dispute any of those things. But there are elements of it which I think all of us in this chamber might have some concerns over. Not least the reallocation of one lane on Easton Road and at Hilsey for cyclists only. I think two of the major arterial routes in and out of Portsmouth, with one lane removed and dedicated to cyclists only, I think would not be met well by the residents of this city and those from outside who come into this city. So I cannot support any notice of motion that says develops a strategy to implement in full Portsmouth's cycle forums A City to Share, because I cannot support that one element alone. There are, as I say, other elements I have no problem with, and that's why I commend to you, members, the Conservative amendment, because it looks at developing a strategy based on the Portsmouth Cycle Forum's City to Share. So it's not implementing in full. And that's important, because I think there are elements that some of us might have second thoughts about. And also, it goes on about a network of direct back streets, quiet way routes. Now, Lord Mayor, once upon a time, somebody told me the definition of insanity was to make a mistake and keep on making it. We have done these cycle routes before, and again, because I've been here long enough, I got this one from 1994, where we did precisely those things in this city, and they were not successful. Why should we repeat the mistakes of the past? I'm not saying don't do things for cyclists, but I'm saying don't repeat the mistakes from the past and expect them to work when they've singularly failed in the past. Lord Mayor, I have to ask myself as well, Southampton Road, it's won the, at Paulsgrove, it's won the, well, run some caution to Paulsgrove. Don't need barracking from my own side. But clearly there's a cycle lane being constructed there when Tesco's North Harbour was built. Cyclists don't use it, yet it's a strategy route from this document. Why is that? Why do cyclists... there's some cyclists use it, but a lot of cyclists ride on the carriageway instead of the cycle lane that's put there to keep them safe. I think there's a lot more work that needs doing, and I don't think it actually involves adopting this strategy in full. What I do think is the engagement that Councillor Bosher has been undertaking with the Cycle Forum to find the right consensus way forward. So there's space for all, space for motorists and cyclists. Lord Mayor, I think I've said all I need to say on this. I do think A City to Share is a flawed document in my view. It has a lot of good aspects to it, but it is a wish list for cyclists and doesn't take into account other users of the roads in this city.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can go back further than Councillor Weems, and he might remember, but I'm pretty sure that Portsmouth was one of the first places, if not the first place in the UK to have cycle lanes, and they were down Clive Road. Might have had something to do with a certain Fratton councillor, I don't know, but that was back in the 1970s that we had cycle routes in the city, and I think you're right. If you go back to those particular cycle paths, they didn't last and were abandoned. Although I think we did get a lot of publicity at the time for that initiative. There clearly is a bidding war going on here for the cyclist vote, and I've had plenty of emails coming in from them as well. And so I have to say, we have a third Liberal Democrat, well, we've had two Liberal Democrat motions, one combined motion, but this is another relatively sensible, reasonable motion that's come forward. 5% of the local transport plan doesn't say what you won't be spending that money on by giving it over to cycling. Then we have the Conservative amendment, which is upping it to 10%. And again, there's no explanation on there as to what you won't be spending that money on that you're then dedicating to cycling. And then we have the Labour amendment, which, I mean, if that is £20 per person, that's £4 million, then that's just silly. That's unrealistic, completely unrealistic, a complete fantasy. And it might be attempting to get the cycling fraternity on side, but I think it's just, it's being completely disingenuous with them and not being honest about what we could achieve. So I can't take that seriously at all. But clearly, returning to the other two, I would like to hear, in terms of where we're redirecting that money from, because when I go to residents' meetings, as Councillor Mason said, the cyclist is very much held up to be the demon. People want all sorts of penalties for cyclists who cycle on a pavement and haven't got lights, and I'm invariably there as an advocate for cycling, and I have to take the flak from people because people want the money spent on improving parking. And in Paulsgrove, in particular, people want the money spent on buses. And we're in a position in this city where we've effectively cut all of the subsidised bus routes. And certainly up on the Paulsgrove estate, we have pensioners that have no other means of transport. If they live on top of the hill there, there's no bus now that will go up and get them, and many of them can't make their way down that hill or up again, more importantly. So we have a lot of social isolation up there because of the lack of subsidised bus routes. And if there was £4 million floating around every year, I'd be saying put that in the buses. I'm going to invite Councillor Bosher to come along the Paulsgrove residents' meeting and hear what people have got to say. But we've had a couple of meetings now which have been dedicated to talking about buses, and we've had the bus company there as well. And people are just crying out for some assistance there. Why haven't we got a bus subsidy for Paulsgrove? People cannot get around the social isolation, pensioners who can't get out of their homes. We have to accept, if we're going to put this money into cycling, that's money we can't spend on something else.
Thank you. Councillor Willington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just like to say thank you for both of the amendments on this. I've spoken to Councillor Mason, and we will be accepting the Conservative amendment to the motion. I think the most important thing today is to make sure that this motion goes through, and it shows about the importance of the city to share as a document, and it is a basis for cycling going forward. Something that in the 3 years since it's been in, I don't think we've had as strong a commitment as even with the amendment we've got. Ideally, of course, I would like to have had the original motion, but I think it's important that we, as many of the council as possible, support this motion, get it through, get that marker down, because like we've been discussing before and other things, it's too important, because we have a serious issue with traffic, with congestion, with needing a modal shift in the way that we approach transport in this city, and we encourage our residents and ourselves indeed to do so, because I think that's one of the issues, is that not enough of us as councillors actually get on our bike enough. Not enough of us go round when it's really busy and try to cycle on the roads. I do. I think I'm about the only one who does in all conditions, in the week, every day. Well, I cycle 7 days a week, and I'm cycling out there lunchtime, school kicking out time, rush hour, both ends. And I tell you what, just a few weeks ago, I got knocked off my bike. Fortunately, it was a very, very low speed collision, but that was just someone who cut straight in front of me. It is really, really dangerous out there. And it's no wonder people don't cycle on the roads. I don't excuse people who cycle on the pavements, but it's no wonder that people do not feel safe on the road. And the amount of people I speak to who say, I'm not cycling on the roads in this city. I certainly wouldn't take my children out to cycle on the road in this city. I certainly wouldn't take them out in certain places. We need to make a change, because if we don't, we are going to be, as I've said before in this chamber, at gridlock. So it's all about having a strategy for active and sustainable travel, for using it as a basis, as the amendment says, that we will be accepting, and to make it so that we have a strategy that people can actually hold on to, and the administration can therefore pick out the best bits. So, for example, if you go to the strategy, a city to share, right at the very beginning, there's a thing about a cross-party committee, which would also include outside organisations as well, that we would report, that would be properly substantiated and report straight into the cabinet member. Even something like that would be a really good way to get started. I know the LC whip, that's part, is that right? Yeah. That's part of the strategy, in that way, is getting people together, but having that really substantiated and having a way for people to feed into would be really, really useful. Councillor Williams, I just have to slightly pull you up on something that otherwise Simon's officers might get slightly peeved about, which is quiet routes have, of course, just been reintroduced in the city by Simon's officers, and they've been well received so far. I think they're a good start to the kind of work that we need to do. But certainly there was a big launch back in, when was it, Simon? Quiet routes. George Melville. Yeah, when was it in the year? Yeah, so apologies, my Lord Mayor. But yeah, so we're talking in the spring. We had these new quiet routes which do go across the city, and for example, the Cycle Forum are using that as a basis for. We're looking at route map as well, which I know will be then fed into the officers in traffic and transportation to really make a change to that. So I really do commend the motion. Just coming to the Labour amendments, it is a lot of money. I think it's a slightly run before you can walk amendments, because I don't think we're in a position where we can do it yet. But personally, I will support it, because as much as anything, it's a marker in the sand, and therefore we can go forward and say, this is our aspiration. But at the same time, it's important to get the motion, as with the accepted amendment, whether the Labour amendment goes through or not, because we need to have some kind of idea about how we look at our city in terms of transport in the future, about encouraging people to get out. And I would say, I would encourage everyone who can in this chamber, get out on your bike. If you don't have a bike, get a bike. Get out as much as you can, experience what it's really like. But also, like I said earlier about other things, practice what you preach. If you're going to be saying to people, then this is what we encourage you to do, then do it as well. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the proposers of the original motion, Councillors Hugh Mason and Matt Winnington, for bringing this to the City Council, because it is an important issue. And we know, having had a fatality in the city this year, that it is something we really do need to, carry on looking at, being considerate of and improving. It's not a perfect storm. There are many changes that are required, but we have actually achieved a huge amount, which is one of the reasons why I'm going to share some of that information with you. As we've heard from Councillor Boscher, we spend 50% of our local transport improvement spend on cycling. That is a huge amount. By the end of 2017-18, the City Council will have spent over £2.5 million on improving cycling safety in the city, totalling 46% of the transport improvement spend across the whole of Portsmouth. In addition, Portsmouth City Council was awarded £212,000 for improvements to the A27 corridor between Cosham and Porchester, a key connector route, particularly for those that work at the hospital. I'm pleased also that we saw just last weekend the second annual Glow Ride event held in Portsmouth, and that was to really help improve visibility, particularly when people are cycling in darkness around Portsmouth, and to make sure that we're keeping them safe. Last year, we had around 750 people that took part in Glow Ride. This year, 1,300, so we've almost doubled that. We've also now in our third year with our partnership with British Cycling, something that was started under your watch, Lord Mayor, when you were the Cabinet member. That was initially a 2-year deal, costing £24,000 a year. We've now extended that for a third year, and we are an associate partner now of British Cycling, something that we are very pleased the Conservative administration to have implemented. The City Council has also invested over £80,000, Lord Mayor, in the creation of 10 quieter routes in the city, 5 in the north and 5 in the south, and particularly focusing on the east-west routes, where we know that it can be very busy and congested. The quieter routes that we have introduced for cyclists do introduce to them different ways to cycle around the city, and also it helps people who are less confident cyclists. The Council has recently won a bid to the Department for Transport for a dedicated resource to work in our department in our local cycling and walking investment, and to bring that walking investment and cycling plan to fruition. So I'm very pleased about that. And we'll be delivering that programme in conjunction with the Portsmouth Cycle Forum, with Portsmouth Friends of the Earth, with the Sustrans, and also Portsmouth Cycling and Cycling UK. They've all been invited to participate with us. As Councillor Boscher mentioned, we've recently won the Best Behavioural Change Initiative under the Healthy Streets Award. That was at an event in London just literally a couple of weeks ago. And again, that's because of the recognition of the work we've done to introduce families, particularly low-income families, introducing them to cycling to also help with health and fitness. A personal for me has been that we have been able to develop through our cycling community Pedal Portsmouth, and that's something that 2 years ago, to really try and introduce patterns of behaviour for children, introducing them to roads where roads are closed, but maybe on a Sunday in certain parts of the city. The first one we had, Lord Mayor, 2 years ago actually closed the road promenade from Southsea Castle down towards Eastleigh Esplanade, and allowed children to cycle on the road with their parents to get used to road markings, giveaway signs, bleacher beacons, and that we now have over 2,800 people following our Pedal Portsmouth Facebook page and website, which is great. In terms of cycling spend, in the financial year 2017-18, a total of £1.3 million of revenue and capital has been spent combined, and I will break that down in a moment. So we have spent around £2.5 million, so 1.7 on capital and 0.8 on the revenue over the last 3 years. And as I mentioned to you before, that represents 46% of that overall combination of revenue and capital from the transport section of the council. In terms of the cycling events that we have had, as well as that very successful Pedal Portsmouth, and I will remind you, Lord Mayor, that this did involve me, myself, getting into some lycra and getting on a bike. And Miles O'Leary, our previous journalist in the Portsmouth News, turned up with a camera to photograph it. So there is photographic evidence. You were there, and you laughed at me as I cycled around, but there we go, it did happen. But we've also had the Summer Series bike events, which have seen over 1,000 people across Portsmouth take part in those events over the summer period this year, which covered a 6-week period. We have also had a number of closed road cycle events over 2016, which I think in total last year was around 2,000 people took part in those in its entirety. We were also very fortunate to host both the men and women's Perlazumi road race finals, which is a closed road race circuit here in Portsmouth, and over 16,000 spectators took part. And in fact, it was one of Councillor David Fuller's first events when he became Lord Mayor. He was there presenting the awards to the team. In terms of cycling superhighways, we have done a number of things. We have introduced cycling superhighways along the Havant Road in Drayton. We have made bids, 3 big capital bids in the last 2 or 3 months to the DFT to carry on our improvement works. I have got details I can share with Members of City Council in terms of how we've produced maps for quieter cycling routes around the city. We've got guided rides. We've had glow marks on lampposts to explain to people when they need to dismount and get off to cross over to another cycle path. But finally, Lord Mayor, on the amendments, I want to say thank you to the Liberal Democrats for working with us before the meeting started today. I did have the opportunity to speak to both Councillors Winnington and Mason about the Conservative amendment. We made sure that it was something that they were happy with, that we thought achieved the aims. It does reflect the 10% spend, as Councillor Lee Hunter said. And with regards to the Labour amendment, I wish I could support it, but I just can't because we can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. It's nice to know a few of the things I started off several years ago came to fruition. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Cutting congestion in our city is probably one of the most important things that we as a council face. And we have to find various ways in which to do it. And increasing cycling is one of them. I'm a bit of a heretic on this one. I don't cycle, I walk everywhere. So I get to see the cyclists who do and don't cut red lights. I do get to see the drivers who do and don't cut red lights. And I do get to see many of the problems that exist, some of which are in my own ward, as you well know, my Lord Mayor, not least the legend that is the Baffins Road roundabout. So I welcome this motion. I think the centrality of a city to share, a document signed by the leader and others, is absolutely crucial. I'm delighted that Councillor Winnington and Councillor Mason have persuaded some of the saner voices in the Conservative group to make sure that the centrality of a city to share is put in their amendment, and for that reason I can support it. As far as the Labour amendment is concerned, my problem with it is it's not radical enough in many ways. By having a progressive, the aim is lovely, but a progressive increase of 1% a year, as Councillor Bosher has said we're already spending more than 6% a year, means we won't be able to achieve it quickly enough. There are various ways in which we could do it. Liberal Democrats have suggested a sustainable transport fund in our last budget, which I think is quite sensible and covers many of the issues that Councillor Ferret raised earlier on, because it's not purely about cycling, it's about buses, and it's about other forms of sustainable transport as well, and that's absolutely crucial. So, for me, I cannot support the Labour amendment, although I like its aims, because, frankly, it doesn't take the changes and the increased investment that we need fast enough. So I would suggest to colleagues vote against that, but to support the Conservative motion. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll call on Councillor Hugh Mason to sum up.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We've had some very interesting points made and some very interesting suggestions made. And Councillor Weems, I do have a copy of the quieter cycle routes produced by the City Council, which I'll be very happy to give to you afterwards. The suggestion of speed watch, that is very important because alongside congestion, it is traffic moving too fast, which is making this city difficult for cyclists. I would be the last to deny the initiatives. In fact, I mentioned them in the opening remarks, which have already been made. But more does need to be done. We need to do more to make our city safer for cycling, and then we can promote it as hard as we can. Pedal Portsmouth is a very good idea. It has been very successful, but we still need more things to be done because cycling can be dangerous, as we all know in this city. And it is especially important that we see people, that they wear high visibility clothing. I remember on the end of last week, I was cycling along the seafront in this glow ride, and I saw the perfect piece of high visibility equipment. And I'm glad to see that the Lord Mayor is wearing it at the present time. It shines beautifully. So, having said that, I'm very happy to accept the Conservative Party amendment and also the stricture which was given by Councillor Boscher that we probably were a little too harsh in saying little had been done. A lot has been done, but more still needs to be done. And so I'm happy to accept that. I wish I could accept the Labour Party amendment. I would like to see that amount of money spent, but it has been underestimated by various councillors here. My calculation on it is £4,235,000. It is well over 4 million. It would not be prudent of any councillor, I think, to support something which was prescriptive and gave that amount of money in the present financial climate. I think it is right to do what we can, but not to be so prescriptive about a huge amount of money. I am very pleased to accept the change from 5% to 10%, and I hope that members will vote for, I will accept that, the amended motion, but I regret I would ask them not to support the Labour Party motion. Labour Party amendment, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So, subsuming the Conservative amendment into the Liberal Democrat one, leaves us with a vote, first of all, on the Labour amendment. Those in favour of the Labour amendment, please indicate.
Ten, Lord Mayor.
Those against? Okay.
20, Lord Mayor.
Any abstentions? 4.
4, so
okay,
the amendment
it's lost.
is lost.
So we go to the substantive as subsumed with the Conservative amendment. Those in favour? That looks like it's unanimous to me. So any against, just in case I missed anyone? No, that is carried. Thank you. Right. That concludes today's motions, thank goodness. We will now carry on to the most exciting 45 minutes of the evening. Questions for members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 5 questions under Standing Order 17 that have previously been circulated to you. As you know, there are a total of 45 minutes allocated within Standing Orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everybody that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. And the other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must also arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Symes, to be answered by Councillor. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The property investment portfolio is currently generating income of around £6.8 million per year. And after borrowing costs and money that we set aside for void periods and any replacement works on any of the properties, maintenance works, it generates a net surplus of around £2.6 million per year. Now, the Council still has a further £68 million to invest from our headroom of £180 million. If you remember, that was the amount of money that was set by this chamber. And we do expect that that would generate for us an additional £1.9 million. So in total, we are expecting to get £4.5 million of income each year from the commercial property investment portfolio. Money, Lord Mayor, that this council didn't have this time last year. In terms of the criteria under which the government will allow the money to be spent, well, the rules are that the council can borrow. Sorry? Sorry. The rules are that the council can borrow for the prudent management of the council's financial affairs, the details of which are set out under the Prudential Code, which is a statutory code set for all local authorities by the Treasury. It must be adhered to, and crudely it has 3 main parts to it. Borrowing can only be undertaken where, one, it is prudent, i.e. we take out loans when it is prudent to do so, when we have a need and where the interest rate climate is correct for us, and that, two, it's affordable. That's a major thing. We have to be able to make the repayments on the debt. Otherwise, of course, it would be illegal borrowing. And number three, it's sustainable, that we can afford the repayments over a long period of time, and that's scheduled properly into our Treasury management, as we had today, our Treasury management forecast, prudential borrowing forecast for the future. So that is the basis upon which we can borrow money, and that is how the property investment portfolio is doing at the moment.
Yes, could I further ask the leader?
Hang on a second. There we go.
Sorry, could I? I can speak loud enough for people to hear me anyway. Could I also ask the leader? It's been suggested by several members in this chamber that this money could be used for social housing or council housing. And would you be able to tell me if that's permissible under the rules in which we borrow the money?
Thank you very much, Councillor Symes. No, we are not allowed to go out and borrow money on the money markets from our general fund purposes for building social housing. The social rents would not cover the borrowing costs, and it would not meet the Council's prudent borrowing risk criteria. However, we can borrow through the housing revenue account to build social housing and build council houses, but we are almost at the debt cap for our housing revenue account. So we actually we have built over 200 new homes in Portsmouth and surrounding land that we own in the borough of Havant, for example, over the last year. In fact, Councillor Brent, myself, and Councillor Frank Jonas visited one of those sites yesterday next to Riders Lane Junior School in Havant, in Lee Park, where we are building. I think it's 18 new homes, and I think it's 30 homes and 8 flats. It's a fantastic site. These homes are very, very high specification. They are as good as any Bovis or Barrett or Wimpey home that you would go to, without wanting to plug any specific national house builders. But they really are very good quality. They're very low carbon efficient properties, and these are a mixture of 3 and 4 bed houses and 1 and 2 bed flats. So there is a huge amount going on in terms of building property. But yes, some of the comments that have been made in the press recently, that instead of buying a Waitrose in Somerset, this council should be building council houses. Well, one, we are building council houses, but two, the way upon which we've bought commercial property across the UK to generate income to pay for adult social care and children's social care services, because let's be honest, that's where all the money is going, we could not substitute buying the freehold of a Waitrose in Somerset or a DHL sorting office somewhere along the M1. We could not substitute those purchases to build council houses instead, because it simply would not meet the council's borrowing criteria.
As a second, could you tell me how many council houses were built by the Liberal Democrats in the 10 years they were in office? And if the figures are available, how much Labour spent in their term? How much they built, sorry.
You've got me there. It's been so long since Labour have run the council, I honestly don't know. In terms of the Liberal Democrats, I know in the 5 years prior to, so from 2009 to 2014, I think it was 40. Before that, for the whole of their tenure, I really don't know. I'd have to come back to members of the City Council with that figure in writing. I also don't know the number for Labour either. I only obviously know our number and the commitment that we've given to provide, local homes for local people.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wonder if the Leader of the Council could comment on the Smith Institute report launched yesterday, showing 150 councils building homes for local families through local housing companies, and doing so by prudential borrowing outside the housing cap imposed by the Treasury, and therefore doing what we have been suggesting to the Council for many years, actually going out and through a local housing company building homes for local people, and not at market rent, at social rent. So I'm interested to see your comments on whether you've read the report that came out, because lots of these councils are Conservative councils.
Can I comment on the Smith investment report? Was it investment or independent?
Smith Institute.
Smith Institute report. No, I can't, because I haven't read it, particularly as it only came out yesterday. It would have been helpful if Councillor Vernon-Jackson had forwarded that to me today so I could have read it before the meeting. I would have then been very happy to have commented on it and given myself the opportunity to have brought myself up to speed on that. But I was actually at an event for the Council until 8:30 last night and didn't get home until gone 9 o'clock. So with preparation for today and emails, I don't think I finished working until about midnight last night. So unfortunately, I did miss the publication of the Smith Institute report. However, it is illegal for councils to build social housing and not offer tenants the right to buy. So if we went out and borrowed money through our general fund, not our HRA, because as I said, we're near our HRA borrowing cap, the reason that we've been able to build these 200 new homes is because we are using the capital receipts that are coming in from right to buys and also the remainder of the headroom that we have had. We are speaking to the government and I'm lobbying. I'm on the national executive of the LGA. We have been doing lobbying, as I know that you have too, Gerald, around getting debt caps increased for a number of years. We're hoping we may have some movement. We've had recent communication with the DCLG in the last literally 10 days about that very point. But in terms of the council borrowing money, not through our housing revenue account, where you do have the right to buy, but through the general fund, setting up a separate property company, if we want to use those properties as social properties, social housing, they have the right to buy that property. And if we went out and borrowed money, prudentially borrowed money, and then the tenant had the right to buy that house within 2 years, 3 years, however long it would be, we would be left with the debt. And because of the discount they are entitled to as a social tenant, it would not cover the debt cost that we would have had to have invested to build the property. In terms of market rents, Councillor Stubbs just made a comment. He's absolutely right. If you want to build property, and we have looked at setting up a property investment company ourselves and building properties. So rather than selling off the likes of Chaucer House site to Unite Students, we could have looked to have kept that ourselves and developed that not in our housing revenue account because of the debt cap, but actually done that through the general fund. But we would have had to set up a separate limited company to have done that, and we can't therefore then charge social rents. It would have to be the going market rent for people that come to us through our private sector housing team. So therefore, those tenants wouldn't have the right to buy, but it would have to be a separate limited company. The profits it then generated for us as a landlord of those market rents coming in, covering our debt, and any profit that came to us would then of course be subject to corporation tax because it would be done as a limited company, not as a city council, because you'll know, Lord Mayor, that under the Local Government Act 1972, we are precluded from being able to make a profit as a local authority. So I will look at the Smith Institute report. If there's stuff in there that we can do and that we can adopt, and that there is a way that we can build property that's social housing, social rents, that doesn't jeopardise our financial position, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, I'll be delighted and I will definitely take it on board if what you're saying is correct. So I will read it. The first I've heard about the Smith Institute report was literally a few minutes ago, so you may have been saying it to me for months, but that's the first I've heard of it. I am a truthful person. I always tell the truth. So I'm telling you now, that's the first I've heard about the Smith Institute report. I will look into it, and I will also ask our Finance Director, who's in the Chamber, to do the same, and then report back to all members of the City Council on its viability and whether or not we are able to build social housing through prudential borrowing and be able to charge a social rent but still meet our risk criteria.
I'm really quite curious, Lord Mayor. I just ask the leader, perhaps, why are your group members forced to submit questions in full council to get an answer from you? Are things really that bad in your group that you don't talk to each other?
I don't know whether that needs answering, Leader. I don't think it does. So, fine, thank you. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I haven't read the Smith Institute report, but I have seen some of the reporting on it. And one of the things that it says is of the 150 companies, the bulk of those are for-profit market rent. A few have a small proportion of affordable rented properties subsidised by the profit made on the market rent ones. So my question is, the company set up by the company the council is setting up in order to do market rate sales and market rate rent, Can the leader confirm that there will be two options with that? You could either use the profit to protect services, or you could not have a profit and use it on housing instead, but then you would have to, of course, you would then not be in a position to spend that money twice, so you would have to reduce services further from the level they would otherwise be at.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a really key point, isn't it? What do you do with any surplus money you make? You know, there is never enough social housing. There is always a need for it. And sadly, we do have people living in the city that are living in overcrowded situations. So, of course, we want to carry on our house building programme. But I'm confident that actions speak louder than words. I'm confident that I can stand here with my Conservative colleagues in front of you today, Lord Mayor, and to any members of the public watching, listening, who will be reading the minutes, and tell you that we have been the most ambitious administration in decades in this council, and we, the Conservatives, are building the most homes in this city since the post-war era. And I can say that quite confidently because the records speak for themselves. So I'm proud of that, and my colleagues should be proud of that, because that's something that we have done, and it's a bold step. In terms of the company, we have registered a company called Ravlin Limited. It's nothing other than a company on a piece of paper. We have sought specialist tax advice around how we could enter the world of property development outside of social housing. But in terms of profits made, it's a bit like not investing in our commercial investment property portfolio, but instead, you know, going out and building more homes in Portsmouth, as Councillor Vernon Jackson has said. What that does is it means that I don't have the profits to work with the Cabinet and the administration, and Councillor Stubbs in particular, to pay towards the care packages that old people in the city really need. So right now, at the moment, if someone gave us an extra £2.5–3 million of revenue per year, where would I spend that? On adult social care and children's social care? Because there are still children in this city living in situations, or parents struggling through drug addiction, alcohol addiction, mental illness. There are still people in this city who are really, really struggling. And when the chips are down and money's tight, councils have to really think about what they're there for. And yes, there are lots of niceties to do, and there are lots of non-statutory things that we do, and we've been able to continue doing and grow and do even more of because of the income that we've generated. But actually, when you go down to the real basics, one of the things we must do legally, morally, statutorily, is make sure we're looking after people who can't look after themselves. That's why we're all proud, I hope, of living in a civilised society that does care for the afflicted, the elderly, the blind, the disabled, and particularly children who can't look after themselves, who are vulnerable. So for me right now, profits that are made, whether that's through the brilliant return we're getting from our Waitrose in Somerset, that money is going to make sure that people that otherwise would have only had a 15-minute care package per day are now going to be getting a 30 or even 45-minute care package per day. That's my priority, and that is my colleagues' priority, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to ask the leader if it transpires that it is possible to do affordable housing as part of a project led by a arm's-length property company. It kind of links back to the economic viability assessment thing earlier on today. So, and as Councillor Weems pointed out, it may be that developers decide that actually, if they can't use an EVA to get around the 30% affordable housing provision, that they just won't do the project. Would the council leader agree that it might be possible for us to use this method to develop sites where we've had somebody trying to pull a fast one on us, basically, by saying they don't want to do affordable housing, and that the council might be able to do it themselves using such an arm's-length company?
Yes, it might be possible, and I think it would be very sensible of us to look at that. I think it's a very good suggestion. If we are really sensible at looking at all options, whether it be our own piece of land, like the Somerstown Regeneration Project, again, credit where credit's due, started by the Liberal Democrats. That was a 10-year plan with different phases. They started it with the building of the Somerstown Hub. We are finishing it with the, the redevelopment of Arthur Pope House and a whole load of other things that are going on at the moment. But actually, where there are sites that a developer is doing, and they're saying, you know what, we would rather sell you at a discounted rate a piece of land and you build it, whether we do that in a JV, whether we do that ourselves, whether we use some of our right to buy capital receipts to do that, yeah, we'll look at anything. We have, I will say, got a number of sites in the city and in Wecock Farm, Lee Park, Havant. There's another piece in Riders Lane itself, because yesterday we were in Kingsclere Avenue, which is where the school is. But in Riders Lane, just around the corner, there is another site we're looking at with Havant Council. We've been working on for a few months with them. So there are lots of sites already that we own, enough to keep us going for a while. But look, if a really good development comes up and there are brand new, lovely executive homes being built right next door, it would be remiss of us not to look at it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I have to say some of the leaders' comments take me back to the days when the administration I was part of approved Arthur Pope House for redevelopment. Delighted to see that it's happening. Also, Somerstown Community Centre, the old Somerstown Community Centre, which is now also Southsea Community Centre, which is now agreed under us, and delighted to see it taking forward as the same is true up in Lee Park as well. Projects agreed by us and carried through by others. Coming back to the JV company, having talked through with officers about the JV company, they were interested in offering up social housing developments at 2/3 of the market rent, as opposed to the 80% of the market rent, which is the government's so-called affordable housing package, which is unaffordable for many people in the city. And asked the leader whether in her discussions with the people behind the arm's length company and her discussions with government, that any social housing or affordable housing that is built will be subject to the high-value family home sales policy that is afflicting other parts that is afflicting other parts of our housing stock as a result of the government's housing strategy, or have they now exempted properties like this, as they should do? Have they exempted companies like this from a stricture that actually means we will have to sell 150 family council-owned homes every year to pay for the right to buy for housing associations? A simple yes or no, as it's 9:15, would be hugely helpful, Donna. Thank you.
Well, first of all, there is no arm's length company with a joint venture partner. We have no JV partner. We have set up a shell company only just in name. That's it. It's done nothing, and it's got no assets or anything like that. In fact, it really doesn't even need to have been registered. I don't really know why it was done some point last year. It was done without my agreement, and it's sat there on a shelf at the moment whilst we are looking at the tax position and other things. In terms of high-value family properties, well, under the model that we're considering for this limited company, if we do go ahead with it, no. Those high-value family homes would not be sold as part of that, because they wouldn't be classed as social housing. They would be classed as being owned by a private company, which that company just happens to be owned by a local authority. And we may well bring in a JV partner to do that with us. We haven't even got to that point yet. We've been mulling around lots of different ideas. There is no confirmation. In terms of that high-value housing, market rate housing that needs to be sold. Well, obviously for us in Portsmouth, we don't really have any houses that are really high value in our social housing stock, because a lot of it is estate, it's council estate-based property. But yes, of course, the housing association issue is a big problem for us, and I wish that the government hadn't brought that policy in. I don't know why the government is so fixated on a nation of homeowners rather than renters. All across the continent, you have many people who rent properties. I think that the current policy of the government is, personally, I don't support it, but I'm not a member of Parliament, so I don't need to. But the points I've made, deputations I've made, I spoke about this at length at the Conservative Party conference, 2 different fringe events about the current government housing policy. I spoke with national house builders, and my point is that I appreciate that having a home to leave to your family and having something you're invested in is very important, but I also don't think we should be ruling out the prospect of, people wanting to, some people choose to rent, they don't want to have a mortgage, they don't want to take on debt, and that should be their choice.
Thank you. Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Leader of the Council care to comment on the Smith report, which actually says there's 150 local housing companies in the country, and at the moment they don't even build 2,000 homes themselves. That's 13 per local housing company, and perhaps she'd care to comment on that in comparison to the 200 or so that this council are building.
Well, I mean, I think the reason Councillor Vernon-Jackson raised this was because he was trying to sort of move away from the restriction we have around the HRA borrowing cap, and that's why I was referring to it as the general fund. I can't really comment on it any further than that because I haven't read it, and I've been on my feet for the last 10 minutes talking about this issue, so I haven't had a chance to look it up either. In terms of the point that Councillor Weems is making, yes, as a council, we are doing a lot. We are building lots of homes, and if they've only built 200 over 150 companies, maybe that's because they're only just starting out. I don't know that, but I can't really speculate because I haven't got any information.
Thank you. All done. We'll move on then to question 2. Councillor Young.
Question 2 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor New. Sorry, wrong one. That's it. There we go.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Young. Yeah, so I think this is a fairly... I know you're an advocate, Councillor Hunt, so I'm just going to speak on this. Actually, last month I wrote to the Police and Crime Commissioner and his deputy, and earlier on when I spoke about I'm yet to be convinced whether the deputy will provide value as opposed to money perhaps going towards officers. This is the reason why. I think that the Community Tasking Coordination Group is a very good thing. They were disbanded, obviously, before I came into post, but I understand from cross-party that they were much valued previously. And I just want to read out the letter, actually, that I wrote to them, just for members' benefits. So, dear Michael, Flick, Jason and Maggie, Jason being Jason Kenny and Maggie being Maggie Blythe, the superintendent that's about to come into Portsmouth. I hope you're well. I'm writing to you in the respective capacities of the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner's Office and the Portsmouth Operational Command, and from myself as both Cabinet Member for Community Safety and the Chairman of the Safer Portsmouth Partnership. After a recent roundtable with community safety partners and my own community wardens, I'm keen to see the re-establishment of local CTCG, the Community Tasking Coordination Group, meetings in Portsmouth. My community wardens were keen to stress how effective they found these meetings when they were actively previously, especially when first set up. The reasoning behind this was, when initially set up, they provided great value in that the local issues were discussed with key community partners in a multi-agency type approach, actions were generated and everyone knew who was actioning what. The communication and ownership of an action to tackle and resolve an issue was good and understood by all involved. There was a sense of joined-up action to improve the local community around whatever problem was being addressed, giving the local communities reassurance and confidence. The original scheme was mostly successful in tackling the issues raised, and gradually there became less demand for them, so I'm told. But we're now at a stage where the CTCG would be of importance and value to the city again. I'm keen to look at resetting these up with the support from the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner in order to support the local Portsmouth Constabulary and directly our local communities. In order to publicise this, we could look to set this up and perhaps launch it with both Portsmouth City Council, the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, or even indeed the Police and Crime Commissioner if he was able to do this, and of course with the local operational command here for the Constabulary. Should you all be favourable, I'm keen to meet and further this idea ASAP. Sincerely, Councillor New. I'd just like to add as well, it's been quite interesting actually because I think it's quite positive when you get people come forward again from all different parties saying, do you know what, this used to work. And I know, for example, Councillor Hunt, with your policing background, you've been an advocate for this. And I think it's something that we do need. And so I think broadly there's wide support for this.
Thank you, Councillor New. Back at about 2:15 when we started this meeting, we heard a deputation from Mr Docker, who raised concerns about burglaries affecting businesses in the city. Could the Cabinet member explain what action is being taken?
Yeah, and I think he raised some really valid points, actually. And certainly it's something that's probably been sort of on my mind for at least the last 12 months, if not a little bit longer. So last month I approved the funding for Roy Golding, the ASB manager, to go out and look to buy a load of new CCTV cameras, high quality ones that are technologically advanced, because over the summer I've been working with Councillor Wood and Brent And there are antisocial behaviour issues, for example, down at the Canberra, the hot walls. Now, that's seasonal stuff, and that's stuff that I think as a city, in terms of antisocial behaviour, it's not good enough to keep on taking a reactive approach. We need to have a strategy in place. But the problem is some of these areas that are having some of the big build-ups aren't actually covered, and with resources being scarce, you know, we do need artificial eyes and ears on the ground, and, you know, and I suppose most of all to try and hopefully not only make it safer but also to give residents that reassurance. So that's taking place. And Roy is now working on the task of, he's creating a strategy map across the city. So this is going to include high streets, shopping areas, parks, places where there are reports of antisocial behaviour. Our community wardens have a fairly good idea. The neighbourhood policing teams are going to be involved in, with this as well. It's a fairly large piece of work, and I'd also encourage councillors to also feed into this directly with Roy. I suspect he'll be sending an email within the next couple of weeks to all members across the council. You know, as somebody said earlier on, you guys know the local area better than most people kind of sat in the civic offices. You know, and while we've got the option to be able to do this and try and make the city safer, I think that we should kind of grab the ball with both horns, so to speak. So please do get in contact with Roy once he's contacted you. And if there is a real need there, we will certainly look at that and put it onto this map. One of the other things as well, which I'm so pleased that we're doing, because this has been something that's taken a long time to get off the ground. It's been a little bit contentious because of engagement and how it was potentially going to be funded. I have created a new High Street Warden team. And so after, I think it was about 18 months ago, North End, High Street, the local trading association there came together saying they would like to see something along the lines of a High Street Warden scheme. And in other areas such as Brighton, it's kind of funded externally, local businesses pay into that. Now, a lot of these local traders are struggling anyway, and they either can't afford to pay into such a thing, you know, or they're obviously wanting to see other sort of assistance financially. So I was really pleased that after working with Councillor Stubbs and Penny Mordaunt MP, that we've finally been able to find a way forward. And I've set up a 2-year trial for this. And literally we're out to recruitment at the moment, and this new team it's separate from the community wardens. They're going to have some slightly stronger powers, but they're going to be looking out for acquisitive crime and all of the things that the gentleman that came and gave the deputation earlier. Councillor Stubbs and others went out on Commercial Road recently with the police, and it was a very successful day, I understand, in terms of both catching people committing low-level crime, providing outreach support as well to people who are homeless and vulnerable, and also providing support to traders. Now, we all know that that's, you know, not sustainable in terms of the police being able to do that on a regular basis. They are stretched, and on this basis as well, and I think again this kind of comes back to the issue I have around the appointment of a Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner so suddenly, is that I feel money like that potentially would have been better spent on a dedicated high street patrol from the police, providing more officers for these dedicated areas. And so in that vein, I've written to the Police and Crime Commissioner and the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner asking for them to look into this and to perhaps, because we are now putting our money where our mouth is on this for a 2-year trial, that they also seek to do the same, to support us going forward on this.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to ask Councillor New, also referring back to something that Councillor Young mentioned, the deputation we had from Mr Docker earlier on. One of the things that he addressed in that was the difficulties that the police are having with the amount of forensic resources they've got. We've heard examples of a cafe being told the forensics will be here in 4 days' time to take fingerprints. Anyone who's run a catering premises knows you can't not wipe the surfaces for 4 days. You've already lost a day's trading by being burgled, and then you're expected to leave the place boarded up for a few days. It's just crazy. I know that other councillors will understand that particular bit I'm talking about, and Councillor New, at a meeting earlier this year, Councillor Symes, Councillor Horton, myself, Councillor Morgan were also present, And this lack of forensic resource was brought up by a number of businesses, and also the police themselves said that it is a big issue. So I welcome the stuff that you're doing around the task and commissioning groups and the extra CCTV, especially since we've had burglaries in Winter Road in my ward, but I wondered whether you'd extend the appeal. I think the interesting thing is the other elected person, or previously elected person, who was at that meeting was the new Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and therefore should be very well versed in the issue, and you might be able to find out that she's perhaps already taken some action.
Let us hope. I know, but on a serious note, I completely agree with you. You know, and that's a part of the problem, isn't it, going forward? People that are committing crimes, whether they're low level or you know, or serious crime, if they know that there's potentially not going to be any evidence collected to be able to provide a prosecution, it's going to further spur it on. I absolutely agree with you. So I'd be happy to extend that appeal. And when I receive a response, which I must add as well, my letter with regards to this went before the letter that I read out, first of all, with regards to the commissioning groups. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor New. Are you aware that the TCG were also very helpful in targeting support to the homeless, resolving the street scene issues, as well as being an effective mechanism for identifying and tracking drug dealers, burglars, other criminals, and that we must all work together to secure funding to ensure the sustainability of the TCGs for years to come? They really do work.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I was, but I have to say, only because the community wardens and members from the Safer Portsmouth Partnership advised me of. Up until that point, I wasn't aware because they were disbanded, I believe, before I came into this role. But I think you're absolutely right. And for it to be something, one of the interesting things that they said to me, which I referenced in my letter, was they said they were incredibly effective when they were set up to actually tackle the problems. But then as those problems were dealt with the people to actually within the groups taking the, I suppose, the operational responsibility, the need was lessened. So I think that there probably does need to be a way found forward in order to make them sustainable. But yeah, I absolutely support it. I think it's sensible.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome Councillor New's interventions and the positive work that he's doing, including the letter to the Police and Crime Commissioner. I'm going back to that deputation earlier. Could you say a bit more about how you think local businesses should be involved in the task and commissioning groups to make sure that we see an improvement in some of the levels of crime recently? Thank you.
Looking at North End is probably the area that I've kind of worked most closely with on a personal level. Those people see things day in, day out. You know, it's small things that can affect them. It might, you know, it may seem insignificant, or it can be sorted by the insurance, such as, you know, a smashed window or something. But actually, for someone that's running a small independent business, that's a huge thing. That's time away from, you know, retail. It's time where they've got to be on the phone to the insurers, to the police, and all of those other people. And frankly, it's not a good use of their time. And it's one of those things, isn't it? Whenever you meet with kind of like, I suppose, trade organisations, not only will they tell you what the problems are, but they'll also provide you, most often, with fairly proactive solutions as well, as they see it, as people being there on the high street. And, for example, in Palmerston Road recently, it was really good because we've had a spate of various things, right away from antisocial behaviour through to, you know, proper crime, extreme drug taking, I would say, you know, where grandma with their 5-year-old is finding, you know, a passed out junkie in the toilet, and that's just not a situation anyone wants to be in. However, off the back of that, local restaurants, traders, etc., came forward. They didn't just complain. They said, oh, perhaps this could be done, or this could be done, and I'd be happy to have a CCTV camera here or something, you know. So there was real proactive engagement from them, and I think that we need to use them more because they have a lot more expertise. And like I say, you know, we can't be everywhere all the time, and I have to say, for the record, I think the community warden team are doing a great job, and also the regulatory services team. Richard Lee, for example, deals with a lot of the problems that restaurants deal with, and that also includes, very sadly, sometimes issues around racism as well. You know, down in Albert Road, So some of the curry houses, etc., when people are, oh, nearly swollen, are drunk on a Friday, Saturday night, you know, and then that can lead to worse problems, you know, which then could also sometimes, and I know it has done in the past, has led to things like windows being put in, you know, so it all goes in the round.
Oh, it's okay. My question was about cameras, but that's been...
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just returning to the original question, given that the police disbanded these groups, it seems sensible to look at potential ways in which they could be funded, because obviously some of the issues will be around clerking. Given, I suspect from the Cabinet member that he believes that the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner's role is a complete waste of time and money, as I do, would he be content to lobby the Police and Crime Commissioner perhaps to see if some of that money could be spent clerking these particular groups? And if, as I suspect, the answer to that question is no, would he be content to look at some of the underspends within his own budget as a way of actually breaking the logjam and enabling some of that money for some part-time secretarial support in the hope that this might actually be the thing that gets these groups back, because the outcome is more important than the process?
Well, just to kind of answer your question, I suppose in two parts, really. One, I do agree with you at the start, actually, and as I said, it is my hope that somebody now in that job role that has a knowledge of Portsmouth, lives here, will provide value for this city, and that I personally will not be proved right that it was a terrible case of cronyism, you know, and I say that, and I'll be unpopular, I'm sure, with my own party for saying that, but it's what I sincerely believe. However, I haven't had a response back yet from their office. They're notoriously slow at responding to people. I think you're quite right. In terms of having funding for this, it has to come forward. Now, I'm not entirely sure that they would actually even be able to use that role to perhaps fund this initiative, but there clearly is funding somewhere within that budget that could look at this. And also, just want to add in, some people will be aware, but not many. Under the previous Police and Crime Commissioner, one of his last acts of spite was to pull out all of the money, pretty much, from the Safer Portsmouth Partnership, which was only a small contribution anyway. And it's really disappointing, because even though the police are one of the key stakeholders, they don't actually contribute financially to it, which is wrong, and that's also one of the things that I've asked them to review. And so therefore it is my hope that once we start to meet and start to discuss how this could proceed moving forward, that there has to be funding attached to it for it to be sustainable. So I will be doing that.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I could just ask the Cabinet member. We've obviously talked about burglaries during this, and that's going back to the original question. But there's also quite an epidemic, especially in supermarkets. For example, I was in Co-op in Fawcett Road the other day, and literally someone came in, nicked a load of meat, and just took it straight out the door. What impact could these groups have on that, and what conversations do you have with that? Because obviously it affects corner shops as well.
Yeah, I'm sure, and actually I was surprised probably about a decade ago to see that people like the Co-op have meat and steaks and stuff with security codes on, tags on them now, you know, and that's a great shame. But I think probably, as I alluded to in my letter, it actually covers your point. I think it's right, especially again for local traders that can't afford those sort of losses. You know, actually I was in the Tesco, the small one on Highland Road. They've got a security guard there on a Sunday. Now there's a reason for that. Now it's many and varied. There is no one answer for it. You'll get some people that will say it's because there's a rise in influx of drug users in the city, for example. You'll get other people saying, you know, it's because people are further in poverty, and they could all well be right. You know, the answer is, I don't know, but going forward, having all of these conversations with the people that do know, the police who have the data around these things, who know what the challenges are, and also what is holding them back. As you guys said earlier on, people raised the issue around forensics, etc. It's about actually understanding the issue to then be able to form the actual correct response to it.
All right, look, I almost lost the will to live there, Lord Mayor. Perhaps I need to phrase this as a question. Is the cabinet member aware, because I was slightly rhetorical, that following Traffic and Transportation Cabinet decision to purchase more cameras and the relocation of the Traffic Management Centre adjacent to the CCTV, that by linking the two together, we actually now have a situation where we have more eyes available onto the street network to serve both traffic management and CCTV?
Yes, I am, Councillor Bosher, and isn't it fantastic? Actually, there's a few good points just to pick up on there. I wasn't expecting that. One of the things that was most exciting was the fact that we cut out duplication, but also it's really state-of-the-art. If anyone wants to go and visit it, please do. It's really worth going down into. But we can still do more, and this is the point, I think, especially in some of the areas that really need it, where there is antisocial behaviour, etc. One of the positives, though, is that the whole CCTV network is linked in with the police as well. So moving forward, it is my hope that there really is no excuse to not know what's going on in real time across the city where there are known hotspots.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor New for the working with us in our area, the ward councillors, and it's been very effective. Following on from that, one of the things that we've noticed the rise on, and we as councillors going out there, is antisocial behaviour, especially from youngsters who are of a specific age. Now, one of the initiatives he was looking at was being able to look at different ways of being able to tackle them to get to the parents. I don't know how that's progressing. If you could let us know. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good point to raise, actually. So earlier on this summer, actually in discussion with the previous superintendent and what they'd done previously to try and tackle minors, I guess, who were causing a lot of the issues around ASB and I think certainly around some of the things that we see at the Canberra and the Hot Walls is quite relevant. And without being a killjoy, we looked at Pompey and match days and unattended minors and what it was that the police were doing now. There, it was extremely resource intense and time consuming for them to deal with. However, they kind of laid a map for being able to deal with minors. And that was that they had a power to be able to engage them and I'm not sure what the exact name was, but anyway, they were able to legally find out who their details were and then go and obviously see the parents. We have a similar power available to us now through the Home Office, which is to seek to provide some form of fine to a minor, and it's not actually about fining children, but although most of them are kind of like 15, 14, 13, extremely disruptive. It's about being able to get to their parents, and most parents actually do respond when there's some form of financial penalty involved. And the work that the police did was extremely effective, and it was around a similar model. And so this work is actually in train now. And as I said, we need to look at a seasonal response in these areas because it happens every single year, and it's happened since, well, when all of you guys were kids, you know, a long time ago. You know, well, no, but but you've got to be serious about these things. A lot of these things were rites of passage for kids. You know, they're not committing a crime, jumping off of the wall into the sea, but now they seem to be emboldened. They're much gobbier. You know, they're cocksure. They seem to know a lot more about what they can get away with. And the thing is a lot of our community wardens, for example, when they're going out and they can't get a police response to come in and help them, they don't actually have any power other than talking to them to be able to deal with them. And when there's a group of 30 of them, it's very difficult. You know, as you know, I mean, some of your residents' lives are made an absolute misery in the summer. And I have to say, I say to all of the St Thomas councillors, I really don't envy you. You know, you're in a really difficult situation there because kids want to have fun, but by the same token, you know, people do live there and it is very difficult.
Thank you. We're actually left with 4 seconds of the 45 minutes. So I think that's probably the appropriate time to wind it up. So questions 3, 4 and 5 in the usual way will receive a written response. That completes today's meeting. Thank you all for your patience, especially the folks in the gallery who chose to stay rather than you had to. Yeah. You should have stopped your colleagues talking as long as they did. But thank you very much, members. Thank you for bearing with me with the new technology. I'm afraid it's a little late for refreshments because I am tired.